Wait, wait, wait.
Wait for
Hasan Abi.
Campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's cold, but sunny here in California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Wednesday, October 23rd? October 23rd, 20. But before I do that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And the reality of the matter is that not a lot has happened in the world. This is for the parasocialists. This is the parasocialist update for those of you who are not familiar with how I do the show. This is where I talk about what's happening in my world. Last night, yeah, terror attack in Ankara. We're going to talk about that. No shit. Like, this is what I don't understand. Absolutely zero people are like, no, they fucking put Bronny up there because he's the most talented guy out there. No, dude. Everybody fucking knows. It's like, this has never happened before. Okay, this has never happened before in the history of the NBA. You do realize sports franchise, nobody thinks Bronny is playing because he's good. Okay, everybody understands why it's happening. It's a gimme for LeBron James, okay, who has put basketball on the map. Okay, he has invented basketball. LeBron James invented the game of basketball. LeBron James is basketball. LeGoat. Okay, and you guys are literally looking at the CEO of ball, the inventor of ball, the Nikola Tesla of basketball, and you're like, oh, he shouldn't get to have like a say in the matter. Oh, he runs the Lakers. He's the real coach. He's the secret shadow coach of the Lakers. Like, he just dominates the franchise. He just does whatever he wants. It's like, you know what I say to that? Good. He gets to do that. Okay. Did you invent basketball? No. What is this? Your Blue Sky community is cooking you already? Top Twitch streamer Hasan Abi Piker shares new gaming setup. I aspire to be the GOAT of everything. Damn, my wrist could... Yeah, my wrist... I'm sorry, okay? I don't want fucking arthritis, all right? I'm sorry that I want my wrist to be comfortably placed on LeBron's balls when I use my computer. Like, I didn't know that was illegal. Okay, that's a fantastic mouse pad, and a lot of you guys are cooking me for no reason. This is an optimal setup. This is an optimal setup. Anyway, not the bed sheets. Can you rate this shot form? Oh, this guy is crazy, dude. I know. Yeah, I know. This is after he got coached. Like, this is literally after he went and got a shot coach to change his shot. So this is the improved version, which is weird because, like, well, first of all, he went from 38% to 0%, but that's like one game. Who knows? It's not awful in my opinion. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? His previous shot was not fluid. Like, it wasn't one continuous motion. There was like a weird tweak in it. But then instead of fucking fixing that, like, it literally looked better before. It still looked really bad, but it did not look this bad, bro. This is some like pickup basketball at the public park level shit, okay? Like, this gives me hope. This makes me happy that there are NBA players. There are NBA players out there who get traded to other teams that have a worse shot form than me, okay? Someone's an Elon jumping type. Yeah, he shoots like Elon jumps. Oh no. A lot of Celtics fans in the chat. Excuse me. Did you not assume that there would be a lot of Celtics fans in this fucking chat after the white supremacist statements that they were making earlier about LeBron James, LeGoat James, the #1 basketball player of all time, the GOAT, generational? Not even generational. Like, it's just like from beginning to the end. He's the alpha and the omega. He is the everything, okay, of basketball. And perhaps things beyond basketball. Okay, yeah, you probably picked up on the white supremacist resilience here from the immediate reaction to LeGoat slander. Like, the moment I bring up LeBron, everybody starts talking about, like, you know, crime rates. They're like, oh, 1350. Like, that's how chat gets, okay? They just be like, oh, I don't know, suspicious. 50% of arrests from the FBI crime database immediately. That's how you can spot a Celtics fan, okay? Chat is saying leg day so annoying. Legs are about having genetics, and giant legs look silly on a 6'6" man. Yeah, I don't think people understand that, like, if you are a long person, your calves are going to be long, and if your calves are long, it's not going to look as fucking taut. Yeah, Twitch has a white supremacy problem. I want to do a fucking Ethan Klein style video on this. They're disparaging my GOAT too much. They're disparaging my GOAT LeBron too much. No one is addressing this unexamined white supremacy. We need to stop this. Oh my God. Anyway. Celtics fans do the same thing with Kyrie. They immediately start calling for lynchings. Yeah. I'm not racist. I just appreciate a good bounce pass. I'm not racist. I just appreciate a real fucking fighter. You know what I mean? First in the gym, last out. I'm not racist. I just appreciate a player you can bring home to your daughter. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't be upset if your daughter brought this player home, you know? I'm not racist. I just don't think that athleticism is as important. I think IQ is much higher, much, you know, smart players are real lunch pail fighter. That's the type of player I like. Yeah, real gym rats. Okay, we're done. I just thought it was cool. Wonder if we'll see you reacting to Philly D, reacting to Ethan Klein, reacting to you saying that later. Probably not. Doesn't it feel bad that this ruins your idea of sports being the only true meritocracy? No, this is not an idea. Okay? Like, sports is the closest that you can get to in American society to a real meritocracy. I know that there is no real meritocracy, okay? But I'm saying that it's like the closest. If you don't fucking put up buckets, you're not gonna play. You're not getting playtime. And like, people look at Bronny and they go, oh dude, like this ruins the concept of meritocracy. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people are even more mad. But like, it's obvious why they're doing this. They're not doing this because they're like, Bronny is really good. Like, everybody fucking knows he's like not even G League material. Like, it's just, what do you want? Like, it has nothing to do with Bronny and everything to do with LeBron James. And also marketing too. Anyway, let's move on from basketball stuff. People are gonna, I'm never gonna defeat the, Hasan is subtly misogynistic allegations talking this much about sports, okay? That's my favorite, when people are like, you know, vibes wise, I feel like Hasan, low-key misogynistic, I think. he's a bit too much of a bro for my taste. It's like, come on, man. Okay. Let's blast off. Felix Biederman, like I said, is going to be in the building later. All right. Pole watch, hog watch. You saw that TikTok too? What TikTok? Porn watch. Bring me back to the days when Harden was coming off the bench. He's going to be good this year for real. Yeah, Kamala Harris town hall is coming out tonight. Okay. Last big event before the election today, CNN's town hall instead of the second debate. CNN town hall with Kamala. AARP Nevada polls is out. You are right once again. Yeah. Okay. Poll watch, Hogwarts, CNN town hall with Kamala today. Israelism, Doc watch, question mark. Felix Biederman in the building later. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasan Abi. Okay. Okay. Steph Curry wasn't good when he started. Bronny could be the next Steph Curry. Yeah, dude. He's going to become the greatest shooter of all time. Like, Bronny is going to magically become the greatest shooter of all time. Like, what? Steph when he's like, oh, Steph Curry wasn't that good. It's like, dude, his college performance, even I know his college performance is not comparable to fucking Bronny. Like, also on top of that, he literally almost, like, Bronny almost died. There's another problem here too. Like, he was like as far as I understand, and I'm not the most knowledgeable, but Bronny was like an average player at at USC. Okay. It's just, you're delusional. Yeah, dude. What if saying that like Bronny could become Steph Curry like in terms of his shooting ability is like no different than assuming he will become 6'8" next year. Okay, those two things are just as not likely to happen. Do you understand? Like at this point in his fucking career, him getting to that level is just as unlikely as him at this point in his career and at this point in his age turning 6'8". One character growth arc and he's there. Y'all watch too much fucking anime and think that's how human beings, that's how human beings operate somehow. I don't know. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Poll watch, Hog watch, Stand at Thought Hall, Kabbalah today. Israelism, Doc watch. B. Buy your Logic of the Building later. Get in now. Let's get started. Yeah. Bronny just needs to go through a time skip so he can just be a Steph Curry style shooter. Jokic, a second rounder, wasn't that good, and now he's a top 3 player. Dog. Jokic also was incredibly dominant. Okay, before coming to the fucking NBA. That's number one. Number two, okay? Again, size-wise, look at his fucking size. There are certain things you cannot overcome. Sorry, in terms of basketball, you are going to have like fun moments like the Japanese dude who's like 5'8". I love that. Like I love that he's going to get some playtime potentially, but like there is nothing you can do in terms of overcoming the size difference. The biggest problem for Bronny is that he also does not have the size. He is tiny. He is significantly undersized. NBA average size like 6'6". Like if he at least had some kind of like physical prowess that he could build on top of, then that makes sense. If he was like fucking 6'8", or if he was like, fuck it, if he was like 6'6", if he was fucking 6'5", then you can still try to make something of that. You know what I mean? You can mold it into I don't know. You could mold him into like potentially a role player or something. Bronny height apologist. My wife says you're the biggest weep she knows. I don't know enough about Bryce James. I don't know enough about how Bryce plays. I don't know. But like this is what it is. It is what it is. It just sucks. It sucks. He had massive shoes to fill always for his entire life. And it is what it is. But like, I don't know. He is still better. He is still going to be better than any person you have ever encountered in your entire life. Okay? That's the reality. Bronny is still going to be better than every single person you have ever encountered playing basketball for the rest of your life. Having said that, the NBA is a completely different fucking league in terms of talent. Maybe LeBron sticks it out until Bryce is eligible to play in the NBA, you know? Who knows? Are you Michael Bridges jump shot coach? Okay, can you calm down? Can everybody calm down? Like, my shot is literally better than this. I'm sorry, but this is fucking slander. Like, I know my shot is ass, okay? I know I don't have the best shot, but it's literally better than this. This gives me comfort. Like when I see a guy, I said this earlier, when I see a guy who shoots like this in the NBA, okay? Yeah, it makes me happy. It don't matter how you shoot as long as that hoe drops. Okay, fair. This man shot 40% from 3 in a season and still went to change his jumper because it didn't look good. Now it looks even fucking worse and it doesn't go in. I know. It does not make any sense. I don't understand it. I don't get it. How much did you pay NMP for this morning stream? Yeah, I heard NMP got fucking paid. He's a political operative now. I'm so happy. I texted him. I was like, I'm proud of you, dude. Get your money up. Get your paper up, big dog. I actually don't know. Nick got a lot of hate in the comments. Yeah, I hit that with a like. Going live this morning and talking about the election and how to save our democracy. And then... And people are mad at him, I assume. His chat was culture shocked. Yeah, it was definitely an experience for sure. Yeah, get your money up. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit. I ain't never gonna fucking hate on someone for, like, I've told you this before. Like, obviously campaigns come to me all the fucking time. I don't do it. I'm a political commentator. I don't think you should be able to. I as a political commentator, I don't think it's appropriate of me to take money from a campaign, even if I agree with their fucking principles. So I don't do it, right? Having said that, if you're not a fucking political streamer and you do this sort of thing and you're already honestly voting for fucking Kamala Harris, then who gives a fuck? The list of people doing this. Oh my God. Yeah, there's a lot of political commentators on there. I don't think that it's like, like I said, I guess it's like, that's my standard. I'm not holding anybody else to that standard. But if you're voting for fucking Kamala Harris and you're a content creator and you're getting paid to do it, like, great, you know, fuck it. Who gives a shit? Oh no, get ready to be name dropped at least 16 times. Wait, what? What do you mean? What? This is like a consistent thing that I have talked about. This is a compliment for you not to be included in this. If I saw you talking to dumbass Mark Cuban, I would mute. Yeah, I didn't want to participate in this because, like, I don't think it's appropriate for me to have any sort of conversation like this with like Bernie Sanders or anybody else. Like, I can do it on my own. You know what I mean? These are things that I can participate in on my own. It doesn't have to be like a paid initiative for me to do it. So, but I'm glad that Austin did it. Everyone was very surprised. I was not even remotely shocked. You texted him saying that you're proud of him. Redditors are twisting it as though you were mad at him about a comment he made on stream. You were so right about hallucinations. Yeah. Wait, what? People think I like got mad at him? What the fuck? I literally texted him when I liked his tweet when I saw he got the bag. And then also on top of that, I literally texted him privately. Dude, why are people... Oh my God. People are so fucking dumb, dude. They're not even dumb. They're just insane. They're not dumb. They're just out of their fucking minds. There's a hate thread claiming you texted him to take the VOD down. Not joking. Wait, what? There was an LSF thread saying you texted him because Nick called out your crazy ideas. Wait, what? I'm getting ahead of it before we see it on the next IG story from Reform. What is happening? What the fuck? What? It's an absolutely unhinged title on a post that doesn't track at all. Dude, these... I think you have to recognize that, like, maybe some of these people are just like genuinely hallucinating, but then maybe others are Like some people are genuinely hallucinating, but others are just straight up just lying, I guess, to like build a narrative. And that's it. You know what I mean? I don't know where the fucking thread is that you're talking about, but anyway, the thing that I was saying, with respect to like Nick is, you know, or any content creator in general that is already honestly voting for Kamala Harris. Like, I'm not gonna fucking shit on you. I don't shit on people who are Kamala voters in here. Like, there are certain things that like, if, ow, fuck, my back hurts so much. I don't know why. Ow. There are certain things that like people say in this chat in terms of like, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my fucking lower back today. It's tight. But there are certain things that people say in terms of like voting for Kamala Harris that people would just be like, oh dude, like I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's gonna like save America. Like if you say shit like that, I'm gonna be like, well, there's definitely some issues with that statement. Like I will explain my position clearly for you. But the only this is the clip they said you texted him about.
Reaction. Like, why is this even a discussion?
Did it? Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page.
Wait, what is this point? Like, I don't understand.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I texted him, I'm so proud of you. Get your money up. He said, oh no, are you mad at me? Sad face. I said, no, lol, what the fuck? He said, oh, thanks. Smiley face. Like, what the fuck are people saying? Chat, stop only focusing on politics or drama. It's a distraction of what's actually happening.
Easy. Click it. Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can. Yeah. By the way, chat, you see this QR code next to me?
There's only one possible.
That's it? That's it? It's based off of that? That's it? That's what people were saying? Like Nick Pollum is like secretly scared of Hasan? That type of shit? That's so weird, man. Dude, how do you read this in any way but like unhinged parasocial activity? Like anyway, whatever. This shit is so fucking stupid. Holy moly, dude. That is crazy. Hasan, wait, what is this? Hasan, NMP called Hasan's ideas extreme and gets a message. Wait, did it happen to be at the same time? I was at the gym, dog. Do these people think that like I'm watching Nick Pollum stream to see if he says something about me to send him text messages? Like, you're out of your fucking mind. Dude, these people are such insane people, dude. What the fuck? There's blood in the water since the bans that people are grasping at anything. Yeah, that's weird as fuck, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, no, man. You want to know what I was doing while Nick was doing the stream, dude? Okay, this is what I was doing. Bro, you're on Twitch 24/7. Of course, you're watching every hour. Yeah, I'm not. At the top of the hour, I am serving a 3-minute ad break, however. If that's what you were wondering, if that's what you were going to say. But this is what the fuck I was doing, I assume, while Nick was live. Which, by the way, once again, want to reiterate my position. Get the money up, not the funny up. Good shit for him. LSF looks absolutely insane right now. It's massively brigaded. Yeah, I know. But this is what the fuck I was up to this morning, okay? What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's a big day today. We got a lot to talk about. Felix Biederman is... What weight is that? It's not that heavy. It's 25 pounds. I benched 225 for the first time ever 2 days ago. I hit 8. Well, I failed at 8 today on 225 on the flat bench press barbell, which is not good. Let's be real. Also, here it is. Wearing the new merch. 25 is a lot for shoulders. It's not. For lateral raises, it's fine. It's not that heavy. Are you a Yankees fan or do you not give a fuck about baseball? I don't really care about baseball. I know I'm playing that song that is like a Yankees song, but like, how many reps do you do at 25? I was doing 12. Leave my boy NMP out of this. Don't get him to say some whack shit. He sits on the fence. What? Guys, what the fuck are you talking about? What the absolute fuck are you even talking about? Legit, have never seen you this lean. Good work, bro. Yeah. Yeah, Nice Week is going actually fucking insane mode. He's hitting like 290 on the bench press. He has surpassed me in both size and also strength by wide margins. Like, he's so fucking brolic. He's so jacked. He is so strong. Me, on the other hand, not so strong. Okay, let's be real. Me, on the other hand, kind of weak. All right, you know what? Themasius put the LeBron and Bronny James make NBA history on the first fucking episode, on the first clip on the playlist. So let's start there, okay? Let's talk about... Just kidding. We already did this. You take creatine? I do. Yeah, Donald Trump is being blasted by his former chief of staff once again. There was some quotes. There were some choice words on The Atlantic talking about how Donald Trump wanted generals like Hitler, possibly not recognizing that Hitler's generals did try to assassinate him, at least the ones that weren't on as many methamphetamines. The rest of them were all on methamphetamines. Actually, as a matter of fact, many of them were on just straight up meth. Some of them wanted to kill him for some, for one reason or another. Don't really know why he said that. Don't really fully understand it. Brian Kilmeade running defense for that fucking line is pretty awesome, though. I really like it. Anyway, let's watch this first. Like, let's get a better understanding of what the fuck Trump was saying. He also had like a classic bar, apparently, where he was like, why is the funeral of a Mexican so expensive? Don't pay that shit.
Breaking news this morning, Robin. Retired Marine General John Kelly. He was Trump's longest serving chief of staff, and he is speaking out right now with things we have never heard before from someone who has served a president. He says Donald Trump fits the definition of a fascist. He says that Donald Trump praised Adolf Hitler, demeaned American war heroes, calls Donald Trump a man who would govern like a dictator if allowed.
And George, this comes as more billionaires are entering the race, donating millions, including reportedly Bill Gates. Our team is covering both campaigns and all the angles this morning. We're going to start with the latest on the Trump campaign, and Rachel Scott is tracking it from North Carolina. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. John Kelly was one of Donald Trump's closest advisors, his longest serving chief of staff. And this morning, with just days to go until this election, he is now painting a picture of a former president and Republican nominee who has no regard for the Constitution or rule of law, warning that he would rule as a dictator if he could.
This morning with the...
I mean, what part of this is like new information, low key? Like, I feel like not a single piece of this was a new revelation for me. I don't know. Maybe I've paid too much attention to politics, but it's like who the fuck's going to be like, wow, I'm shocked. You mean to tell me that the guy who said he's going to be a dictator on day one for one day, but he's going to be a dictator, also said it behind closed doors? Like, bitch, he said it in public. He said it in a rally. He said it in a fucking rally in front of his fans. And you know what they did? They went, hell yes, sir. Let's fucking go. it's not like he ever hid this. Like, this is straight up what he wants to do. Not only is this straight up what he wants to do, but he's also like the only thing stopping him, I think, from getting there. This Kelly story on Trump wanting to be Hitler is as close to an October surprise as you can get. Trump's own former top 8 issuing a dire warning. Never seen anything like this. Yeah, except I'm losing my mind. If the Democrats thought that this was the October surprise, this is the least surprising October surprise of all time. Like, virtually all of Trump's fans literally look at that and go, I like that. I don't know how to describe this, okay? I don't like that. I openly say that this is a problem among many other fucking reasons, but a lot of the base does not care. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if you could do an October surprise for Donald Trump because, I mean, this motherfucker had all of the surprises. He had all the surprises. He was the grab him by the pussy tape and shit. Like, none of that worked. The only thing that worked was 4 years of Donald Trump and a world-changing pandemic, like a global shift that basically locked people into their fucking homes. And when they were locked into their fucking homes, their fucking relatives were dying, as Donald Trump went on television every day and was like, just inject bleach, you'll be fine. COVID is like, it's whatever. It's neither here nor there. Shut the fuck up. Yada, yada. Ivermectin. Use ivermectin. Horse dewormer for everybody. All this shit frustrated Americans so much that they were like, nah, I can't do this again. I don't want to fucking look at the TV again. That's what worked. Now, the problem is 4 years have gone by since then, and Americans are notoriously bad at remembering shit. And the Democratic Party is also kind of bad at running a good campaign and reminding people of how bad it was. So this kind of stuff is, I don't know. I don't know if it fucking moves the needle. You know what I mean? I just don't know. Because he would say stuff like this all the time while he was president. He said stuff like this all the time after he, was no longer president. He tried to do January 6th. It was funny as fuck, but like he did still try to do it. Luckily, it was only funny because they're so goddamn incompetent and stupid. But like, I don't know. I don't know what to like. I think people kind of have made their minds up on Trump. They know that he's like this and they like it. That's perhaps a much more damaging part of this story. Like, that's more damaging to American politics in general. There's going to be like long historical shifts happening in this country for generations to come post Donald Trump. So I don't know. I think through the insanity, we understate how dangerous this shit is, though. I mean, you are not going to be able to explain to like the median voter that's like swinging for Trump that this is damaging for them, because Trump was president for 4 years, right? And if they forgot about how bad it was, now they're just going to fucking literally look at this shit and be like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, he was president for 4 years. He was. And a lot of Americans remember what they choose to remember from back then. This type of stuff, on the other hand, I mean, who knows? This type of shit, on the other hand, is in the opposite vein of like, they are, this is, I would say, narratively speaking, the exact opposite of weird. Weird was such a good way to fucking deflate the Republican Party's momentum, because a lot of that machismo revolves around making your enemies suffer. A lot of people were like, yeah, we are terrifying, and you want to vote for us for that reason because we're making these pussy-ass libs cower in fear. When they started saying he was weird, they were like, wait, whoa, we're not weird. We're fucking normal. We're not weird. We're normal as fuck. Weird deflated the fucking fears that the American population would have. But then again, I think simultaneously they thought, well, if we're making a suburbs play, then we can't fucking say he's weird. We have to say he's scary and undemocratic. So they just dropped the weird shit. In my opinion, Weird was fucking solid. It was an incredibly solid way to message and be like, why are you focusing on this dumb shit? This doesn't help people. This doesn't put food on people's tables. You're weird for that. Weird was laughing at the MAGA cult. Scary is being scared of the MAGA cult. And the MAGA cult loves being scary. They don't have any issues being scary. They do also, on the other hand, have issues being laughed at. They don't like it. Now, the other part of this that is also stupid is that the Democrats, on the one hand, are like, these guys are scary. They're going to do scary shit. While simultaneously being like, these scary guys, we also are adopting some of their policies. We are basically fucking accepting their framing on issues like immigration. That, in my opinion, is inconsistent. Like, it's an inconsistent way to run a campaign, which is why there are, in my opinion, alarm bells in terms of like alarming poll results coming out in terms of 4% of Biden voters in 2020 swinging in Trump's direction versus 3% of Trump voters in 2020 swinging in Kamala's direction. So Trump is still picking up more Biden voters than Kamala is picking up Trump voters, in spite of the fact that the Democrats have aggressively tacked right over and over and over again. So I just don't know. I don't know where this goes. I think they are hemorrhaging their base every single time they do this. Can we get your thoughts on this? I never knew you thought this. I do think this. Yes. We should replace oxygen with swag. I'm a swagapino, like Pinoy gang. I really said this. I really did this. This is real. That's so funny. Thinking that I own a fucking Tumblr account. Come on, chat. Yeah, Pinoy gang. I'm Swagapino for life. But let's get back to it.
The campaign entering its final days. Donald Trump's former chief of staff and retired General John Kelly with a blistering rebuke of the Republican nominee for president, calling him a fascist with no concept for the rule of law or the Constitution.
Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
Kelly describing how Trump would praise Nazi leader Adolf Hitler, who orchestrated the systematic murder of 6 million Jews.
I think Trump fits the bill on Americans so perfectly, which is, what is that age-old adage? I think it was a tweet where it was like, Americans only learn about World War II in terms of global history, and even then, they don't know shit about World War II. And I feel like Trump fits that bill perfectly. He's like, Hitler was strong, he was powerful, and I like that. We need to be more like him. He's like, doesn't know anything else, okay? Like, that's why I always thought it was very funny when people were like, Donald Trump has a copy of Mein Kampf on his bedside table. Like, you think this motherfucker reads books, let alone Mein Kampf? Like, are you insane? There is 0% chance that this guy is like ideologically a Nazi. Like, he doesn't care about anything but himself. Okay? He does not care about he's too much of a narcissist to be a ideologically committed fascist. Okay? He just knows like the overall vibes of certain things. He's like, Blitzkrieg seems like a good way to take over. "100% people put the Wehrmacht generals on a pedestal, but remember they started losing from 1941 to 45 nonstop after blunders, which is why they all attributed to Hitler, but it's mostly a shared blame." It wasn't even Mein Kampf, it was a book of Hitler speeches? Yeah, I don't think so. Ah, yes, the age-old adage that is not even 5 years old. Okay, whatever. I'm presenting a fucking Twitter meme as a as a age-old adage. All right, give me a fucking break, dude. Anyway, interesting political analysis here. What do you think? What is the political analysis? Kamala is either going to win or lose this election. I agree. Hitler was also a narcissist? Yes, many of these fucking guys are. But I think beyond that, he very clearly was ideologically committed to fascism. He was very committed to an anti-Semitic understanding of the world. Like, I don't think Donald Trump cares about anything beyond himself. Nate Silver called it. Breaking, Nate Silver predicts that Donald Trump will win the 2024 election. My gut says Donald Trump, and my guess is that it is true for many anxious Democrats. Nate Silver, here's what my gut says about the election, but don't trust anyone's gut, even mine. Okay, if Nate Silver is predicting a Donald Trump victory, I think Kamala's got this in the bag, okay? That's all I'm going to say. I think that these guys are still, like, a lot of these dudes, I think, are still reeling from the massive disparity. The massive disparity in polls in terms of like in 2016 overall, like they're still reeling from that. So they're just like overcooking the polls, swinging it in Trump's direction. Now, that might still happen because Trump is pretty good at like randomly fucking pulling turnout from areas that you would have never imagined. Okay. The guy that you talk to every day, your coworker that believes in the most insane shit. Okay. That only consumes Joe Rogan, that probably purchased ivermectin during COVID. Like, that guy has never voted. He might vote for Trump this time. Like, he's very good at that shit. He is. So I think while polls, like pollsters in general, are, wait, oh, I know him? Yeah, I know all of your coworkers. I have met your coworkers, okay? Wait, what? You think they found the Trump N-word tape? You're about to see insanely desperate stuff from the Democrats. Expect deep fake AI generated crap about Trump coming soon. Stay focused and vote. Journalist Mark Halperin, I've been pitched a story about Donald Trump for about a week that, if true, would end his campaign. By the way, excuse me, if you consider deep fake AI generated crap to be insanely desperate, what does that say about the Republican campaign that literally did that with Tim Walz like last week? Last week, Tim Walz, there was a AI generated deep fake video that came out that was like, I was Tim Walz's student and he like had sex with me. He fucked me when I was a child. And everyone was like, hell yeah, I can't believe it happened. It's like, dude, this is the fakest shit of all time. This is literally the fakest fucking shit of all time. And they did that. They did that, and now I think they're projecting. That's all I'm saying. This was the quoted tweet they blocked through Jack Poso's screen cap. Yeah, it says they will deepfake Trump saying something he didn't. Screenshot this. I mean, they could be gearing up. They could be gearing up potentially. I don't know. They could be gearing up potentially for like an N-word tape or whatever, or it literally is just they're just saying that. Like, I don't know if the Republican operatives are aware that there is like something out there that's really going to kill Donald Trump's chances. I also don't even think, I'm going to be honest with you, the Trump N-word tape, okay, the Trump N-word tape, I don't think would actually hurt him that much. That's it. I don't think it might even fucking help him at this point. I don't even know what the fuck's going on with American politics, okay? But I just don't think it would like hurt his chances. But then again, I don't know. Americans don't respond to people being racist. Americans don't respond to people being racist until someone says the N-word. And even then, they're still like, I don't know. Did he say it with a hard R or with a soft A? Did he say it while reading Tom Sawyer? Like, never underestimate the average American's ability to find objectively racist behavior not that racist, okay? They will always find a fucking way to be like, I don't know, this seems contextually appropriate. It was 20 years ago. You've said it too. Who amongst us hasn't said it? I said it last week. I'm not racist. It's like, really? Really? Is that what that means? Yeah, okay. That's cool. Weird that you would just acknowledge that. Okay. So, you know, there's a lot of drama, but let's see. But you know Trump is heavily pursuing black men as a voting bloc? Yes, dude, I know. I know that. It's not as significant of a drop off for, like, it's not that significant of a this is what happens when you're fucking media brained, okay? You watch too much media and then you assume that the things you read on CNN or watch on CNN and MSNBC are prescient, important. Let me tell you why it's not, okay? Black men voting for Trump by 20% is still so marginal and significantly lower per capita in terms of the same exact demographic with the same exact educational attainment for white men and for Hispanic men. Okay? That's it. Like, it's not that significant of a voting bloc for the Republican Party. But having said that, the Trump N-word tape, I don't know how much, I don't know how much motion it has at this point. Yeah, is black men famous for voting for a Republican unlike white men? Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so stupid. It's like, it's not. It's people hyper focus on this, like, people hyper focus on this marginal shift, which is literally smaller overall than every other fucking racial group in terms of their fucking voting patterns, especially if they have, I can't even talk, especially if they do not have higher education, like a college degree. It's kind of silly. All right, let's see.
Caused World War II.
You commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too.
Kelly's
like what? Yo! He's like, the Autobahn. He was a big union buster. I like that. I like it a lot. No unions, put a lot of socialists in prison. Big fan. This is like the National Review guy. Whether or not he said it doesn't matter if he's saying it in Other Words Daily. Exactly. Thank you. That is usually my perspective. Okay. That is usually my point, which is, why look for weird symbolisms to extract some kind of ideological tilt when they are on main openly communicating their desires? This guy wants to do militarized concentration camps for non-whites, okay? Sure, he's using undocumented immigrants as the substitute for that, but that's precisely what he's doing. And many of these people who he's calling undocumented, sometimes saying they're eating fucking cats and dogs or any number of different psychopathic things that he says, are straight up documented temporary protected status migrants, as in they have the paperwork. So what is it then? if they have the paperwork and you're still calling them illegal aliens and you're saying they're fucking, rapists and murderers, when the actual fucking data shows that they do significantly less crime per capita than natural born U.S. citizens, then why are you saying this? There's got to be some other motivation behind it, right? Yeah, that motivation is fucking white supremacy. I'm sorry. That is just exactly what it is.
His on-the-record first-hand account following similar reporting in The Atlantic, including a private conversation at the White House, where, according to Kelly, Trump asked why his generals couldn't be more like Hitler's generals.
Well, I tell him that. I said, if you, first of all, you should never say that. But if you knew what Hitler was all about from the beginning to the end, everything he did was in support of his racist, fascist life, philosophy, so that nothing he did you could argue was good.
The Trump campaign calling that an outrageous lie. Just as the New York Times published their interview with Kelly, Trump was on stage in Greensboro, North Carolina, praising authoritarian leaders like Chinese President Xi and Russian President Vladimir Putin.
He's smart. He's a smart man. He's a fierce man. I get along with him very well. Putin, these are people that are tough people.
Kelly insisting to the Times, if given the chance, Trump would rule as a dictator himself.
Oh, I think he'd love to be. I think he'd love to be just like he was in business. He could tell people to do things and they would do it, and not really bother too much about whether what the legalities were.
Kelly also says Trump often questioned why people would serve the country in uniform.
Is it dangerous to compare such a goofy showman like Trump to Hitler? People won't necessarily see the connection because he presents as a kind of normal guy on the podcast and you ended up normalizing Hitler. No, I don't think it's dangerous to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. What the fuck? Dude, why do people learn about history? Why learn about Hitler at all? Why learn about the Nazis at all? Why learn about the Holocaust at all? If not to understand how they got there, okay? And in order to never repeat it again. No, I will never abide by this principle of like, I will never abide by this principle that like, oh, well, Hitler was like way more dangerous and way more unique than someone like Donald Trump, which many of our fucking neighbors want to vote for. It's like, no, dog, that's the point. Your neighbors are fucking turning into Nazis, okay? Your neighbors are literally in the early stages of fascism. The only thing that stops American fascism from becoming a militant, mechanized movement in the same way that it did in fucking Nazi Germany is the fact that they're too busy eating jalapeno poppers. Okay? That's it. That's it. Straight up. If it happens in a serialized fashion where they don't have to fucking think about it, Americans will be on board. Trust me. If they can still eat their jalapeno poppers, if they can still get their treats in the same way, they will literally let it happen. They will not even think about it. They'll be like, yeah, whatever. Oh, what's that on the chimney back there? I don't know. Why is there so much smoke and a weird fucking scent? Why is ash raining upon this village now? You know? I don't know. Whatever. Fuck it. Let's go to Chili's, big dog. You know, football's on. That's it. That's the American mentality. Chat, cream cheese or cheddar cheese filling for poppers? Ooh, both. How about both? Get dangerous with it. By the way, I say jalapeno poppers as a joke for those of you who don't know. If you're new here, I don't know. But I love jalapeno poppers, obviously. I'm fucking, it's peak American innovation.
Uniform and referred to service members who were injured or killed as losers and suckers multiple times, something the former president has repeatedly denied.
Is not wanting to be seen with amputees that lost their limbs in defense of this country.
This I 100% believe. Like, that straight up. I don't care about anything else. Fuck John Kelly. He's a giant piece of shit. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's being honest. Out of every statement that he has made, that right there is on the money. That is primo Trump, okay? He is already disgusted by he's already genuinely disgusted by the average hog that fucking loves him. He is ashamed of them. He likes the admiration, but he always wants to be at a fucking arm's distance. You could tell, he always get the fat pig off the couch and get him to vote for me. And they love it. They love when he calls them fat pigs, fat little piglets. But he fucking is not gonna, he doesn't want to be seen around amputees. They're like, this is disgusting. I don't like it. I like my veterans without their shit blown off. Yeah.
He's fighting for every American, to him included, to protect them, but didn't want to be seen with them.
Kelly, a retired 4-star Marine general who spent 45 years in uniform, lost his own son in combat in Afghanistan. He was handpicked by Trump to lead the Department of Homeland Security before serving as his longest chief of staff.
General Kelly will go down in terms of the position of chief of staff, one of the great ever.
He says he made the decision to speak out now after Trump talked about using the military against what he called the enemy within.
I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
In a statement the Trump campaign writing, John Kelly has totally beclowned himself, calling the stories fabricated, and adding Trump has always honored the service and sacrifice of all of our military men and women.
More than 19 million Americans have already cast their ballots participating in early voting. John Kelly insists he is not trying to tell people how to vote, but he is asking this country to consider character over policy, George.
And that all comes from someone who served former President Trump. We're also learning, we have new reporting on who Trump is considering for a second term if he wins.
Yes, George, this is exclusive reporting from our teams here at ABC News. Sources telling us that Judge Eileen Cannon, the federal judge who dismissed the case against the former president for his alleged mishandling of classified documents, is now being considered for the position of Attorney General should Donald Trump win the White House. We are told this is all part of a list put together by one of Donald Trump's closest advisors, Boris Epstein. We are also learning that other transition documents also include several other controversial options, including Jeffrey Clark, someone who has pleaded not guilty after being indicted to Georgia for his alleged handling and participation in trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. George, we have reached out to the Trump campaign.
Does this stuff work at all? I mean, I know that this is definitely the type of shit that works with the suburbia voters, right? But oh, Trump hates the military. He's gross. All this shit. But so many people voted for him after he straight up said John McCain was a fucking loser for getting owned, for getting kidnapped by, not even kidnapped, just getting held hostage by the Viet Cong. He just said, I like my heroes to not be held hostage. It didn't matter. You know what I mean? Veterans still overwhelmingly voted for him. I don't think that you are going TDS much. I can't wait to watch your live feed after the election. You think your TDS is bad now, huh? Dude, go for 06. I cannot begin to explain to you how little your life is going to move in a positive direction under a second Trump presidency. Okay? I cannot even begin to explain to you how much more Trump cares about someone like myself because I'm lumped under a different tax bracket than you, than someone like yourself. Okay? I don't think you understand. I don't think you comprehend this. He does not give a fuck about you. He only cares about corporations and the wealthy and a select few people that are sucking his dick. Okay? That's it. TDS, for those of you who don't know, is Trump derangement syndrome. It's something that Trump supporters used to say all the time, oh, you care too much about Trump. If you have ever listened, if you're a Trump supporter, you probably do not have the mental cognition to understand any of the words that are coming out of my mouth. But if you're a Trump supporter and you're in here, you probably have heard me say a bunch of stuff about how Trump is not that different in very meaningful ways in terms of his policy than the average American. But also simultaneously, I've talked about how Trump has redesigned American politics in his own vision. And Anyway, you can say TDS much all day, every day. Ultimately, what you fail to consider is that Donald Trump in the 4 years of his presidency didn't actually improve your material conditions even remotely. As a matter of fact, it made it worse. Trump's tax cuts, for example, that was one of the pivotal accomplishments of his legislative agenda, are slated to sunset in 2015 for you. Okay? You know whose tax cuts he made permanent? Mine. That's number one. Now, having said that, those fucking tax cuts for you were already fucking marginal to begin with. Did I say 2020? Did I say 2015? 2025. I apologize. Okay. His deregulatory agenda, his crippling of the federal agencies are going to make your life worse in a very meaningful way. Putting mass deportations, okay, creating private prison structures to at the federal level once again, specifically to concentrate undocumented migrants or people who are suspected of being undocumented migrants in dragnet procedures that they engage in, is not going to improve your life. As a matter of fact, it's going to make your life worse. Okay? But it doesn't matter. I will never be able to explain this to you because you're a fucking Trump supporter. So it doesn't matter. In your mind, you think, well, libs are getting owned. I feel better. But you don't. And you didn't. When he was president, you did not. Okay? Stop threatening MAGA hogs with a good time. They like that shit. I know. I'm moving beyond. I'm looking to a second Trump presidency, a second Trump term, and how it's not going to improve his life, just like his first term did not improve this person's life. That's my point. Why is jailing and deporting criminals bad? Remind me that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that like every undocumented migrant was automatically a fucking criminal. There are things that are considered crimes that are not that consequential. Okay, crossing over a fucking border specifically to gain like employment is not a crime that is as severe as like mass deportation, especially if you fucking lived here for multiple years, have a family here, have children here. Not being documented is a crime for me. Yeah, I don't know if you understand this, and you probably don't understand anything really. But the difference between an undocumented person and a documented person is just paperwork. You understand that? It's just paperwork. A very simple process. Okay? Not being documented is a crime for me. Okay. You have to move beyond this. Okay? You have to move beyond this and explain to me why you think it is bad that these people are here. The saying, a Trump supporter will eat a shit sandwich so that a lib can smell their breath, sums up the mentality perfectly. This stuff for Trump doesn't work, and DNC never learns that. The people who vote for Trump don't give a fuck about him being fascist or not presidential. I know. This kind of stuff is, I think, small fry. I'll be honest with you. In comparison to the much more consequential deregulatory agenda of Donald Trump and the significantly more consequential white nativist immigration policy that Trump will be pushing for and has been pushing for. Because they cut corners, there's people who want to come legally and they take their place. That is, what? Here we have proof in the pudding once again that Republicans do not know a single fucking thing about the causes that they supposedly are very passionate about. What the fuck are you talking about? That is not how this works at all. Okay, they cut corners. No, they don't. Half the fucking people that you're talking about that are undocumented migrants are actually not even undocumented. They are documented. They have TPS, okay? Something that Trump also offered them, including the Venezuelans that he calls, rapist criminals who are overtaking, apartment complexes in Aurora. Donald Trump literally extended TPS status to Venezuelans on his way out, okay? Haitians that Donald Trump also offered temporary protected status to as well. These people are legally here, okay? They have the documentation. They're not undocumented migrants. You are calling them illegal immigrants, even though they have the proper paperwork. If you are talking about all these people, I do believe that women and children deserve asylum, though. Oh, thanks, man. Thank God. This guy's like, yeah, women and children only, okay? Anyway, There is no finite amount. There is no like, oh, we simply can't process these documented immigrants because undocumented immigrants are coming over the fucking border. That's not how that fucking works, okay? As a matter of fact, put yourself in the shoes of a person who is growing up in fucking Guatemala and they're like, there is no job. There are no jobs for me here. There's political instability here. I am going to make the trek all the way to the fucking United States of America so I can pick strawberries in a fucking field in California for like 10 cents. Okay? That mentality. Do you think that that guy, if given the opportunity to properly go through the regular fucking channels and get the paperwork necessary to be able to work and get gainful employment in a lawful fashion, would not take it? No. The reason why these people do it is because there is no legal pathway to immigration. As a matter of fact, our reactionary white nativist anti-immigrant agenda unironically funds the cartels. It helps the cartels. It creates a fucking system of cartels transporting these people over the fucking border. Greg Kazar had a really good fucking take on this. I don't know if someone can find it. I'm most likely going to have him on the stream sometime soon. But this is an argument for illegal immigrants since they free up spots for legal immigrants in the queue. Yeah. Chatters that come in here to yab about legal immigrants show that they aren't being affected by the migrant border crisis, because if it was a really crisis, you wouldn't be wasting your fucking time hate watching on Twitch. Get a job, chatter. Yeah. The American immigration system, the legal process is pay to play. Okay? If you're wealthy, you can come in here immediately tomorrow. It doesn't fucking matter. If you're poor, you're fucked. Okay? You're just never coming in. It'll take 20 goddamn years. And many people do not have 20 goddamn years to immigrate. That's it. Hate watching is still juicing Hasan Abi numbers. Chatter is not very bright. I know. My haters are my greatest motivators. Okay. Hi. All right, let's continue.
Campaign for comment. They have not gotten back to us, George.
Right, and of course, Judge Kennedy has received so much criticism from others in the legal community over those decisions in the Trump case.
So yesterday we learned that Donald Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, a retired
Yeah, in the words of my favorite turkey defender, Eric Adams, haters are my waiters in the table of success. I have to pee. I'll be back.
Four-star general confirmed that while Donald Trump was president, he said he wanted generals like Adolf Hitler had. Donald Trump said that because he does not want a military that is loyal to the United States Constitution. He wants a military that is loyal to him. He wants a military who will be loyal to him personally, one that will obey his orders even when he tells them to break the law or abandon their oath to the Constitution of the United States. In just the past week, Donald Trump has repeatedly called his fellow Americans the enemy from within, and even said that he would use the United States military to go after American citizens. And let's be clear about who he considers to be the enemy from within. Anyone who refuses to bend a knee or dares to criticize him would qualify, in his mind, as the enemy within. Like judges, like journalists, like nonpartisan election officials. It is deeply troubling and incredibly dangerous that Donald Trump would invoke Adolf Hitler, the man who is responsible for the deaths of 6 million Jews and hundreds of thousands of Americans. All of this is further evidence for the American people of who Donald Trump really is. This is a window into who Donald Trump really is, from the people who know him best, from the people who worked with him side by side in the Oval Office and in the Situation Room. And it is clear from John Kelly's words that Donald Trump is someone who, I quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, who in fact vowed to be a dictator on day one and vowed to use the military as his personal militia.
It's a good deal that Democrats certainly don't have anyone that is remotely like Donald Trump on their side, including but not limited to a guy who literally is worse than Donald Trump, for the record. And I will say this, I will stand on this. Dick Cheney and the George W. Bush administration was more harmful to the planet than Donald fucking Trump was. Okay? That's true. There is no other way to cut it. This is something that liberals get very pissy about, and they did when we were talking about, are you saying that countries shouldn't have their unique demographics, so USA with 80% non-American population in 50 years is okay? What are you fantasizing about? First of all, when people come here, they become American, okay? You understand that, right? Well, you don't. You don't understand that at all. You probably don't understand that you are talking to someone who came here when he was 18 fucking years old, as a matter of fact. I was born here because I'm very fortunate. I'm an anchor baby, but that's besides the point. I literally am virtually indistinguishable from the average fucking American, and yet I came here when I was 18. The fuck is wrong with you? There is nothing magical about like what fucking zip code you started at, okay? I just want to say that the Hitler shit you were saying earlier is so important. My Mexican uncles defend their decision to vote for Trump by saying he wouldn't actually do that insane stuff he says he will do. Then why are you voting for him? Anyway.
To carry out his personal and political vendettas. Donald Trump is increasingly unhinged and unstable.
What the wildest thing about this is that these people will say, like, Donald Trump is Hitlerian. Okay? Which is fair. It's correct. So why the fuck are you running on his 2020 border policy? Like, that shit was Hitlerian too. I don't understand. I don't think that there is an appetite for this, okay, in the Democratic base of support. There is no appetite for this. They look at one poll that says 60% of Americans want mass deportation. And that same poll also says 60% of Americans want amnesty, pathway to amnesty for undocumented migrants living on U.S. soil that haven't caused any fucking crimes or whatever, right? And they just choose to ignore that other side of the poll and look at the fucking mass deportation part and go, I'm so scared. If we don't fucking do lighter version of mass deportation, we're fucked. We're fucked. How about putting up a fucking fight for once, dude? How about standing for your values? You have no values.
And in a second term, people like John Kelly would not be there to be the guardrails against his propensities and his actions. Those who once tried to stop him from pursuing his worst impulses would no longer be there, and no longer be there to rein him in. So the bottom line is this. We know what Donald Trump wants. He wants unchecked power. The question in 13 days will be, what do the American people want? Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris, in 13 days we will find out what the American people want. Let's bring in our US correspondent Mark Stone, joining us now from DC. And Mark, great to have you with us. Look, Kamala Harris there, quoting from an interview I think John Kelly had given to the New York Times, perhaps others. He was Trump's longest serving chief of staff. She talked about him describing Trump as meeting the definition of a fascist, and also saying that Trump would want to govern like a dictator. Why has Kamala Harris come out now to say these things from this John Kelly interview, do you think?
I thought Sky News was conservative. Dude, the peak of British conservatism still doesn't fucking hold a candle to like how nutty Americans get. American conservatism is in a fucking league of its own. It's like, imagine if the entire right was the Reform Party, like in the UK. Reform Plus. You know? CNN says that the real Hitlers are on college campuses. Wait, what?
If you're worried about Hitler and you're talking about Donald Trump, maybe open your eyes and take in what's happening on the American left.
Dude, CNN is so insane, bro. What the fuck are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing, dude? What are they doing?
Those are the Hitlers I'm worried about.
Let me address this, but I also want to keep on the subject that we're talking about.
Let me also just.
If you're worried about Hitler,
the real Hitlers are on the college campuses, dude. Yeah, dude. The fucking the non-binary English major that's like what Israel is doing is really fucked up in terms of baby murder. That's the real Adolf Hitler, dude. What the fuck? Ah! Please tell me they push back. Well, I don't know if they can really, because, you know, they kind of also believe that. So. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the real Hitlers on campus are pro-Palestine folks like me, Jewish, who have gotten arrested for protesting mass slaughter. Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. Are the walls closing in? Yes. Yes. I do not know where we go from here, but I do not think that we are going to a positive direction. I do not think that the trajectory of this country is a positive one. I will be very clear with you. That should not stop you that should not discourage you from fighting the good fight. That should not discourage you from presenting your values loudly and proudly. That should not stop you from, you know, continuing to organize in your workplace, organize in your communities. But, you know, things are not looking good. Misinformation and disinformation is at an all-time high. Half the country is fucking hallucinating an alternative reality in which Donald Trump is this like patriotic figure who wasn't born with a silver spoon and actually cares about the American population. The other half of the country is also, you know, committed to the idea that the Democratic Party is actually not funding and facilitating a genocide. Things are looking bad, okay? The Democratic Party is now pushed way past the point. The Democratic Party has pushed way past the point on right-wing policies beyond the positions that they had in 2020. They've adopted the framework of the Republican Party on issues like immigration. It's very, very dangerous. I fear that we are basically bouldering towards fascism. I just do think that things will get worse in the short term before they get better.
and you're talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, just really dire shit. I'll say this much. I think that I believe in my fellow man. I believe in my fellow Americans. I recognize that I think they know what's right and what's wrong deep down inside. Sometimes it is at odds with what the fuck the media is presenting. Don't say I don't think that's cope. I do. Like, you look at polls that show that they want a fucking ceasefire, like across the board. Overwhelming majority of people want it. Majority of Republicans want a ceasefire. But if you were to look at the media, it's like, you know, you could never find it, right? You would never find that information. They make it seem as though, I saw this, where is it? They make it seem as though this is like a completely ridiculous position. Anyway, so while they're calling leftist Hitler on air, they're writing sympathy articles about the Israeli occupying force soldiers who can't eat meat because of the fucked up shit they did in Gaza. I know. Let's Let's see how my favorite Brian Kilme had to cope with Donald Trump's Hitler statements that he has taken for granted. Let's see what he's saying here.
The bottom line is, if you read H.R. McMaster's book, who is critical of President Trump in some of it and not in others, he talks about how Madison Kelly didn't like the president. And they didn't think he deserved the job, or they didn't think he was worthy of the job. And they went out of his way to make sure a lot of the things they asked him to do that they didn't like never got done. McMaster would be frustrated because he couldn't get their attention. And he would say, it's not your job to rein in the president. It's your job to do what the president wants. And then you factor in the fact that he runs his own company, coming from the business world, the first one we've ever had. It's not even a public company. And then he obviously has frustration. And I could absolutely see him go, now, you know what? It would be great to have German generals that actually do what we asked them to do, knowing that's a third, maybe not fully being cognizant of the third rail of German generals who are Nazis and whatever. But he was frustrated with the...
Wait, what? Yo. Okay, we've moved beyond. This is how it starts, okay? First, there is the double Holocaust theory. Then, first, the American capitalist mind goes to the length of, well, the socialists also did their own Holocaust. Then they say, well, actually, the USSR did things that are significantly worse than the Holocaust. This is a cynical attempt to undermine and engage in Holocaust revisionism, okay? Then the last stage of that is the clean Wehrmacht theory, okay? The idea that, like, well, German soldiers didn't know what they were doing. There was actually a lot of German soldiers who were kind individuals. They were just like unwilling participants in the fucking Holocaust, okay? The last stage of this is just saying that they were good, okay? And that they were right. We are so close. We are so fucking close to prominent figures straight up being like, well, you know, they had some good ideas. What the fuck? Can you stop answering questions and play some music? No.
And I could absolutely see him go, now, you know what? It would be great to have German generals that actually do what we asked them to do, knowing that's a third, maybe not fully being cognizant of the third rail of German generals who are Nazis and whatever. But he was frustrated with the slowdown of
It wasn't just a slowdown. It was insubordination. And there is a culture within Washington, not just when it comes to the generals, who, by the way, should be fired after what happened in Afghanistan, of insubordination in the sense that the bureaucrats run the government. The founders did not design this country to be that way. Unelected people don't get to run the country, even if you have 4 stars behind your name. And I think they were very frustrated that you had this outside guy that says, listen, I'm in charge now.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, the founders didn't design this country with a lot of things in mind, but I won't say it. That's crazy. Oh. Can you please stop sending me the Benito Mussolini thing, okay? Have you seen Matt Lieb talk about you? More streamer drama. This is my friend, chat. He's memeing.
Since we are live streaming, and live streaming is, from what I can tell, mostly about conflict engagement. Hasan, I'm taller than you. You may be big.
This is true. He is taller than me. That's not even a joke. I asked him straight up. I was like, do you ball? And he's like, no. Like, what a waste of fucking height, dude. You and Osama bin Laden both. 6'7", no basketball skills. How dare you?
I'll tell you right now, he's a tall dude, but not that tall. 6'6". He's like what, 6'4"? He's got the muscle. Smarter, possibly. I could see that. Whenever I tune into the stream, he's like, you'll say a smart thing.
When you come in here, you ask me questions like this. You are basically demanding, like, Hasan, I want you to nut so hard that all of the other subsequent nuts that come after it will actually pale in comparison. You will never not like that again. And after years and years of trying to attempt that same high, you will inevitably kill yourself because you know that you will deep down inside never achieve that same level of sexual euphoria. I hope that answers your question.
He seems pretty smart, but he's never, ever going to be taller than me. And that is something that you should consider when you're like, oh, who should I support? Have you considered supporting the tallest guy?
True. Streamer drama. Literally word for word, one of my roommates said that most people that became Nazis didn't know the bad parts, that if you, me, were alive during that time, I'd become a Nazi. No, I'd actually rather die next to my comrades than under the boot of a fascist. He then said that's unrealistic. I mean, you don't have to fantasize about what you would be doing in terms of like another genocide occurring, like where you would be in that process. You are literally doing that right now. If you see the genocide in Gaza and you find it to be unconscionable and you work to try and stop it, well, then there you are. You are not a part of the fucking Nazi Germany regime. You're not. The people, on the other hand, that are like, I don't really care about it. Well, they are. They are a part of that, okay? We're living in it. That's it. You are currently in the process. You're currently in the process of like what you would do at the top of the hour. As I've said already, now that my contract is coming to a close, I might not run ads any longer. Having said that, however, in the time frame that I do, you still need to subscribe. And I hope you still subscribe regardless, even if I don't run ads. Okay? Because, you know. Even in the absence of a non-contractual obligation, I would still like for you to subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Uncle Grammy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Are you going to kick then? Can we still pretend and do segues? Sure. Like, I won't run the ads, but I'll act like I'm still doing ads. I'll stop watching if you get rid of the top of the hour. You'd have to at least do something at the top of the hour. Yeah. Absent serotonin. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What's this about your contract ending? Twitch is no longer offering contracts to any streamer. They stopped it a year ago. I was one of the 2 years ago. I was one of the last contracts that they actually gave. I haven't figured out what to substitute it for in terms of like a fun initiative. Crush a watermelon with your thighs once a day at a randomly selected hour to raise your viewer count? Sure. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, but is it not harsh to say someone who's barely making ends meet, working at a dead-end job as part of the Nazi regime for not caring about what's going on in Gaza? What? Dude, okay. You think people weren't fucking suffering financially during the Nazi regime? Like, that's it. That's the same shit, okay? The fuck do you mean? Like, not every single person was like ideologically committed to mass slaughter of people that the Nazi regime considered undesirable. You know what I mean?
Well, first off, because these comments by John Kelly are extraordinary. He is not a man who will be familiar to an awful lot of people, but he was familiar to Donald Trump. He was very, very close to Donald Trump, as close to the inner circle that you could get during part of his first presidency. He's a decorated Marine general for many, many years, but then became chief of staff at the White House. And so he knows precisely how
You motherfuckers are historically illiterate. What the fuck?
Donald Trump ticks. And he has given this interview both to The Atlantic and to the New York Times, in which he describes in quite remarkable detail of what he thinks Donald Trump is like. And he talks about how Donald
I keep fucking seeing shit on TikTok of people complaining about people voting third party because of being against genocide and how Jill Stein is bad, and the comments never cease to not blame you somehow. I've literally seen 3 videos today with at least 1 or 2 comments talking about you like you somehow encourage people to vote for Jill. I don't care. Yeah, dude. I mean, that's like out of the shit that people lie about me, that is like the least consequential one, okay? That is straight up the silliest one out of everything else.
Donald Trump admired Hitler, that Donald Trump had said in one conversation, we should get some generals like Hitler had. And John Kelly had to ask him, what sort of generals, like Germany had, I should say. And John Kelly said, what sort of generals do you mean by that? And he was talking about Hitler's generals. This is the sort of man that John Kelly says could return to the White House. And I think it adds to what we've heard so much over the course of, in fact, many years. There have been discussions and leaks and quotes in books. But what's different about this is that these former officials of Donald Trump are now speaking on the record. They are speaking openly. We can hear their voices. And he adds to what we've already heard from Mike Pence, the vice president, now completely alienated from Trump world. Rex Tillerson, Bill Barr, John Kelly, as I said, Mark Milley just last week calling him a fascist, Mark Esper, John Bolton, all of these, the inner circle of Donald Trump's first term. Now, I think what is also going on here is that the Harris campaign is clearly shifting its strategy. A few months ago, or a few weeks ago even, the strategy was all about the future, about joy, about the hope that a Harris campaign or a Harris presidency could give to the country. Now they are shifting significantly and talking about the threat to democracy, the threat that Donald Trump poses. I should briefly say that the Trump campaign has reacted to what Kelly said, and they've said that John Kelly is currently suffering from a debilitating case of Trump's derangement syndrome, and they said that President Trump has always honored the service and sacrifice of all our military men and women.
Oh. Harris to attend CNN town hall in Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching that later tonight.
The Harris campaign. Let's bring in national political reporter for TheHill.com, Sarakshi Rai. Sarakshi, the vice president is back in Pennsylvania for a CNN town hall. What issues can we expect her to?
There are over 12,000 plus North Korean troops training in Russian Z Empire that we know of. Latest news story the past 14 days. Yeah, I know. I heard about this. This is fucking, it's nutty. It's always fun when you hear about Kim Jong-un just like getting involved in world affairs. They're like, no, we're here. I swear, we're here, dude. I promise we're here. We're here and we're ready to do stuff. Okay, we will be doing stuff. North Korea is on the map, baby. We are. North Korea be like, Turkey's on the table. Turkey is the table. North Korea's doing their own version of that. And you know. I don't know. I don't know what kind of motion this has. I think it's probably not good in terms of Russia's supposedly banger of a fucking campaign in Ukraine when they're relying on North Korean soldiers to do possibly border control or even incursions into Ukrainian territory. It's fake news. I don't know if it's fake news. What do you mean? I don't like. Lloyd Austin says it's not confirmed. It probably isn't. It's still not confirmed. It's just info from South Korean CIA. From what I understand, it's like South Korea might also send like specialists or something to interrogate the North Korean workers to understand more about the North Korean or to understand more about like Putin's positions or whatever. Lloyd Austin says it was confirmed. It seemed, I mean, there's videos. Like I saw videos of people. I didn't see 12,000, but I did see dudes that you know, from afar could be North Korean. I don't know. Then again, there are plenty of Asian people that live within Russian borders, but still. As far as I understand, Lloyd Austin confirmed this today. There are North Korean troops there, but they aren't sure what their exact role is yet. Isn't this is on the docket today? We'll cover it. Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna get to it in a little bit. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it now.
And U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin.
Korean proxy war in Ukraine is insane. It's so insane that it literally is like a joke, making fun of. It almost feels like a joke, a throwaway joke that like a YouTuber made about other YouTuber geopolitical commentators, like the one that we watched before, and now it's real. Like now the joke is like it has become reality. Like East Korea versus West Korea type shit. It's South Korea's National Intelligence Service released the above photos of a resident of the Sakha Republic left and a resident of the Buryatia Republic right, thought to be North Koreans in disguise, in October 18, 2024. On those North Korean troops that Zelensky is screaming about, why won't U.S. Intel confirm his claim? Like I said, there are a lot of Asians. There are a lot of, you know, Asian people under living in Russian borders. But having said that, it wouldn't shock me if it is actually a mass deployment of troops from North Korea. I will, however, I'm not undermining that reporting at all. I will, however, say that once again, not exactly, doesn't exactly spell we are winning bigly in the way that like Z pushers try to claim that Russia is doing when they're relying on a deployment of 12,000, potentially 12,000 troops from North Korea. That's it. Also, North Koreans are Turks. I've decided.
Austin is now saying there's evidence that North Korea has sent troops to Russia. This comes after a video recently surfaced online showing a large group of people appearing to be North Korean soldiers walking in what looks like Russia. The date of the video is unknown. Secretary Austin says the presence of troops poses a danger.
I hate Russia, but they are, though. What are you talking about? No, Russia has made a lot of territorial gains, but at what cost? You have to understand at what geopolitical cost and at what cost to their economy and at what cost to human lives. Like, if you think that that's like, this is a banger fucking military campaign, I don't know what to tell you, dude. They've like wiped out. They have wiped out entire fucking villages and towns and cities, mined it into oblivion to harden those positions, and lost hundreds of thousands of fucking people in the process. Like, so much so that they are also personally relying on foreign allies, whatever remains of their foreign allegiances, to continue this endeavor. I do not think that Ukraine is winning, quote unquote, winning this at all. Okay. Territorial acquisition shows the exact opposite of Ukraine winning. But having said that, this obviously has, like, Russia has incurred a lot of penalties for this engagement. If only someone who had Apollo's gift of foresight said that it would be an insanely costly and an insanely bloody endeavor to, invade a nation state whose nation statehood literally relies on not being Russia. Like, its entire national project revolves around not being Russia, with 47 million people at the time. It's no longer 47 million, but at the time, would be a devastating mistake. So insane and so costly that that only a madman would choose to do such a thing.
danger for regions far beyond Ukraine.
If they're co-belligerents, their intention is to participate in this war.
Have you seen Pegasus throwing shade at you? Who the fuck is Pegasus? Why? I feel like y'all are making stuff up every time you come in here.
On Russia's behalf, that is a very, very serious issue, and it will have impacts not only in Europe, it will also impact things in the Indo-Pacific as well.
And let's go now to Patrick Reevell in London with more. Patrick, what's the main concern surrounding these troops at this point?
Hi, Dan. Yeah, I mean, I think there's significant concern mainly about the fact that North Korean troops appear to be joining the war because of what it means. It means that we now have another country doing something that's almost unprecedented, really, seeing North Korean troops arrive to fight against Ukraine, a European country. But I think, you know, what we've heard from North Korea and South Korea, so from South Korea and Ukraine, I should say, sorry, is that they believe around 12,000 North Korean troops.
Damn, didn't know you were so pro-Russia. Yeah, classic. Dude, I don't know if you know this, but like Big Chungus said, you're pro-Russia, dude. Your silence on the matter is deafening. Yeah, I fucking got him, dude.
Troops are being sent to Russia to fight against Ukraine. They say that they are on Russian military bases already being trained, around 3,000 of them. The head of Ukraine's military intelligence have said that they believe the first North Korean troops, around 2,600, will arrive at the Russian region of Kursk, which is the region where Ukraine managed to gain a foothold with its surprise incursion back in August and where Russia has been struggling to dislodge them. So he said that they would arrive already tomorrow. That would mean potentially we could even see North Korean troops fighting against Ukrainian forces in the...
I agree with you, but on the point of entire villages of Russia being emptied out, reducing the number of ethnic minorities within Russia by sending them to the front lines is well within the Putinist, white Christian nationalist, basically Nazi ideology, so they see this as a W. No, bro, there is no world in which this is a fucking W. That's crazy. Like, sure, they have a lot of people, like a shit ton of civilians, but ultimately, there is no, like... You can't incur that much of a fucking a penalty in terms of human life and be a normal country while you are also simultaneously getting fucking, like, having to transport Western goods over, over third parties, like over other countries within your, like, within your territorial boundaries. It's just not. It's not good. You're not going to be able to convince me that's actually solid. Okay? It's the same principle behind what Israel is doing. Like, Israel cannot, even with the entire Western world trying to prop it up, Israel cannot continue this campaign that they're doing. Okay? This campaign that they're engaging in. They cannot continue it. They are incurring a lot of fucking penalties. There are a lot of economic issues that come along with, like, death and destruction campaigns. Russia, unlike Israel, has its own industry, so they can do a war economy style situation and still keep making people work and still keep paying people. But even then, even without the global sanctions that Russia has gotten hit with, even without all the global sanctions that Russia's gotten hit with, Israel is still having a fucking hard time keeping up this battle. Okay? Same thing goes for Russia as well.
Coming days. It should be said, though, that Defense Secretary Austin has said that so far the U.S. is not sure what exactly North Korean troops are doing in Ukraine. He says that the U.S. is still trying to work that out. But as you say, clearly, and as we heard him say there, they believe it would be a very serious development if this were to take place, Diane.
Patrick, on the flip side of that, Austin also seemed to imply that if these troops are there, the fact that Russia needs the help from North Korea could mean Russia's in trouble.
Yeah, I don't disagree with this assessment. This is a valid claim that Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is saying. This is a understandable analysis. This doesn't mean that, like, the territorial gains Russia made is inconsequential or insignificant. It certainly does It just means that they are, not having as good of a time as the way Z pushers will have you feel. Aren't UK, American, and Australian people flying to Israel to fight too? How is that different than what Russia and North Korea are doing? It's not, but also that is also horrible and bad, and it is cause for alarm in terms of like Israel's chance of continuing this fight. That's the exact same analysis there that I'm offering to Russia as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he did say that. Lloyd Austin did say that one of the conclusions that can be drawn potentially from the fact that Russia has had to turn to North Korea for troops underlines how Russia is struggling with manpower because of the enormous casualties.
Wasn't there an infographic show about North Korean troops in Ukraine like a year ago and you laughed at it? No, it was a meme. That's what I'm saying. It was literally a fucking meme making fun of like, YouTube accounts that talk about like foreign policy and stuff. And how they always bring up North Korea somehow. And then North Korea probably saw that and was like, yo, we got to get involved. These guys just say, is it okay to be racist to Jews? Oh, no, he said, why is it okay to be racist to Jews? That's insane, okay? It is not okay. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That it's taking. The Pentagon assesses that Russia has now lost around 600,000 troops dead and wounded since its invasion in 2022. Of course, that is an enormous number. U.S. officials also say that Russia, in particular, has been losing huge numbers of troops just in the last few months because it is on the offensive in eastern Ukraine. I think, though, while, of course, this does suggest that Russia is having to scratch around to try and find more troops, the fear is still very real that North Korea could provide.
There's definitely a difference between volunteers joining a foreign legion and national troops being sent. Wait, no, those guys are not just like foreigners. They're dual citizens usually. They're being mobilized as reservists.
Provide more, and while 12,000 right now is not that significant, I think the fear is that if thousands more North Korean troops were to arrive, that could become very, very concerning for Ukraine, Diane.
All right, ABC's Patrick Reevell in London. Thank you, Patrick.
We don't know what the exact casualty estimates are. Casualty also means like severely wounded and doesn't always mean dead, but they're just like they can't be in combat anymore. Like they're so severely hurt that they can no longer fight. Have you seen this? A poll showed that some 25% of Democrats and independents in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania saying Gaza is important to them and may impact their vote. Over a third said a ceasefire and arms embargo would make them more likely to vote for the Democratic ticket. Another new poll coming out showing that this would be very consequential in a positive way for the Harris camp. They are in combat, though. There's footage of soldiers going to the front line in mullets. Wait, what? A take I heard from a guy who has been to Ukraine is he says that Ukraine is saying North Korean soldiers are here to incentivize Western troops to deploy as well. I just don't know if that'll happen. Like, real or not real, I just don't know if that will occur in terms of as far as like Western troops like directly putting themselves in the front lines beyond the foreign battalion that exists. Knowing how comfortable Russia is fighting war in the winter, do you think it's them trying to rebuild one final big push to end the war? I mean, there is no ending the war. There's only permanent annexation, and permanent annexation only comes at the barrel of a gun. And Russia cannot do a permanent annexation in eastern Ukraine. They cannot do TikTok search on Hasan Abi. At least learning is still top. Yeah, Hasan Piker is real. Hasan Piker is gay. Hasan Piker, is he gay? That's funny. Yeah, there is no... Listen, if the USSR could not annex Afghanistan, could not deal with the fucking Afghan civil war, what makes you think that they're going to be able to fucking... what makes you think that Russia is going to be able to fucking annex Ukraine? Or rather, keep up that annexation. The USSR is the same? No, I would say that the USSR is more powerful, or was more powerful. How did they annex Crimea? I don't know. Do you feel like the annexation of Crimea was similar in nature to what has been going on since they invaded Ukraine? Like, just look at the facts. I know that this is like a big talking point for people, but there is a genuine difference, you know? How many hundreds of thousands of Russian troops died in the fucking meat grinder in that annexation? What happens to the pro-Russian people in those provinces once Ukraine gets them back? They have been in a civil war for 10 years. I don't know. Many of them probably fucking died at this point. I know that a lot of people try to act like it's because they wanted to liberate LPR and DPR, but that liberation, that quote-unquote liberation, meant significantly larger numbers of people fucking dying. So I don't know what kind of liberation that was. Kind of seems like that wasn't a real big... kind of seems like that wasn't a real big concern. Human lives, at least. There's a guy on the new season of Love is Blind who went over to fight for Ukraine. Crazy. Bro, Trump just left his town hall to go outside and meet up with a random voter. It's crazy. He's emptying out the whole stadium. What? Why do you think Kamala has not focused at all on the possibility of Kamala being the first woman president? Because it's a dog shit way to campaign. It didn't work with Hillary Clinton. What do you mean? Member of my family is a civil servant in Russia. She's been offered 2-3x her salary to move to the new territories to work on integration, write laws, etc. Many of her colleagues have done so already. Those regions are much more desolate than some may assume. No one thinks that they will be significant unrest or resistance to integration, considering no actual major cities except Mariupol were captured. Thoughts on DPRK in Russia? That's what we were talking about just now. BBC investigation found at least 70,000 Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine. I mean, this is a far more conservative estimate, and it does kind of make sense. Something definitely just happened.
That vantage point. It might be obviously very difficult because at the end of the day, a lot of media on that media.
Outside and talk to him.
Okay, let's do that.
You know why?
What?
Even pursuing to be a pastor, and I'd like to know.
Are you right outside now? Let's go outside and talk to him.
Okay, let's do that.
You know why?
Let's do that.
They've got thousands of people outside. And you know what? You guys follow us out. Let's all go together, okay? Thank you very much. Let's all go together.
What?
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget
What the fuck? Okay, I'm sorry. There is no other way to interpret what's going on than Trump wants to die. Okay? He's like, I want to play on New Game Plus difficulty. I don't care. Let's make the Secret Service work for their money, folks. Come on. Either they pre-planned this or he's just trying to fucking die, dude. I don't understand. What the fuck? Run it back. I missed it. Apparently, someone in the town hall that he's doing. Trump holds a Believers in Ballots Faith town hall in Zebulon, Georgia. He just decided to walk off stage to go and link up with one of the people who asked questions outside. Thank you for saying that, because I felt bad for thinking Trump is risking his life for votes. No, not at all. He would never do such a thing. I think he wants to die. Like, maybe if I die, people will remember me fondly. He's doing the guy who wants attention, so he's gonna fake a suicide bit.
And an outsider, President Trump, saying, you know what, hey, you're outside, let's go outside and talk to you.
I guess you hate me. I'll show you. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. What is happening, dude? What is going on with American politics? I do not know. I do not understand. What the fuck? All right. Let's get back to Kamala Harris. She's going to attend a CNN town hall in Pennsylvania.
Focus on. That's right, Marky. The vice president is in Pennsylvania on the outskirts of Philadelphia for the CNN town hall. And it really follows the same themes as what she's been saying on the campaign trail so far. She has been trying to appeal to undecided voters who have yet to make up their mind. She's going to talk about, how her presidency will differ from President Biden's. And she is talking more and more about the issues that matter to voters. She's talked about abortion. She's talked about, the fall of Roe v. Wade. And what we're going to hear from her really is continue to push that messaging, especially from her campaign in the blue wall states this week that is appearing to show her, slightly losing the edge to former President Trump. And that is a real concern for her campaign as well. This also comes at a time when polling is showing, that the vice president is losing her momentum as well. The DDHQ and the Hill polling aggregate shows that former President Trump has taken the lead in the campaign for the first time since the start of her campaign. So lots of things to look forward to, Maki.
Also, Sarakshi, I know that the vice president is set to campaign in red states later this week, kind of a red state detour, if you will. What's the strategy behind that when she likely won't win those states?
I mean, she's going to Texas because Allred, to support Allred's campaign. That's why she's going to Texas. That's it. I don't think it's I don't think it's that stupid. Texas is closer than polling is showing. No, Texas is not going to the Democrats. That is fucking insane. But the reason why she's going to Texas is because she thinks she can push for Allred.
Look, we've heard from her senior campaign advisors that the reason why she's going to these red states is she's going to be seen alongside women who have been impacted by Texas's near total ban on abortion. And this is something we heard from former President Obama as well yesterday. And so this is what he had to say on abortion.
I saw some dude on TikTok declaring Harris's visit to Texas as proof that that Harris will win bigly on November 5th. Yeah. The problem with that analysis, and I know who that guy is, I'm interested in hearing every fucking opinion on this issue, okay? Because people are just trying to read the tea leaves at this point because there is no way to decipher who's going to win from just simply looking at the polls. The issue with that analysis, I saw that TikTok as well. That dude was saying oh, well, they're confident. They're so confident in the swing states in their internal polls that they're actually going to Texas, spending any time in Texas right now. So, like, he's assuming that there is a competent campaign in charge, and also assuming that their internal polls must be showing that the Democrats are actually outpacing the national polls and the polls that keep coming out. I think that there's a little bit of copium there for sure. I think that the real reason why she's going is because they are obviously trying to maintain any kind of control in Congress that they can. And the pathway to that obviously has to be a flip. So, you know, that's the reason why she's pushing for it.
Such a deeply personal decision should be made by the woman whose body is involved and not by politicians. And the majority of America agrees with it, which is why you've been seeing Donald Trump try to tie himself into a pretzel on this issue.
So what we're seeing right now is that even though she knows she's not going to win these red states, the Harris campaign, as well as her surrogates, are hitting these red states in order to shed light on this issue and try and convince some voters who may not have made up their minds yet.
Right, yeah, doing everything they can in this final push. Sarakshi Rai, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to click that red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, now with the latest on Vice President Harris's campaign. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Robin. Well, with the final days of this race now upon us, Kamala Harris this morning says while she is focused on the present and making her closing argument to voters, her team is preparing for any potential fallout should she win, and the possibility that Donald Trump could try to undermine the results again. This morning, Kamala Harris says she's preparing for the possibility Donald Trump could prematurely try to claim victory on election night, pointing to his actions in 2020.
This is a person, Donald Trump, who tried to undo a free and fair election, who still denies the will of the people, who incited a violent mob to attack the United States Capitol, and 140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed. This is a serious matter. The American people are, at this point, 2 weeks out, being presented with a very, very...
I think they're right. Imagine flipping Texas would be great. Sure, dude. Getting apathetic voters excited about down ballot stuff could potentially get some to turn out.
Very serious decision about what will be the future of our country.
As she stands poised to potentially make history, Harris pressed on the role that sexism and racism may be playing in this campaign, but making it clear she's running on her record, not her identity.
I will never assume that anyone in our country should elect a leader based on their gender or their race. Instead, that leader needs to earn the vote based on substance and what they will do to address challenges and to...
Dude, I just want Ted Cruz to not be a senator any longer. I don't give a fuck. That would be sick, okay? I do not think Texas will fucking flip blue. I think that there are enough blue enclaves in the state and enough like annoyed voters against Ted Cruz that like already could have some motion. I don't know. I mean, he's just like this is yet again more so about how awful Ted Cruz is in general. But who knows?
To inspire people to know that their aspirations and their ambitions can and will be achieved.
With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, Harris off the trail amid another media blitz, joining CNN for a town hall tonight after Trump refused their invitation for a second debate.
I think they're right. Imagine flipping Texas would be great. Sure, dude. Getting apathetic voters excited about down ballot stuff could potentially get some to turn out.
Instead, the campaign deploying some of its heaviest hitters to key battlegrounds. Former President Barack Obama out with her running mate Tim Walz in Wisconsin and joined by rapper Eminem in Detroit.
We do not need to see what an older, loonier Donald Trump looks like with no guardrails. America's ready to turn the page. We're ready for a better story. Michigan, we are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
Now, tomorrow in Atlanta, Harris will be out on the trail with Obama for the...
Does anyone notice that all across the country, Democratic candidates at all levels are campaigning on "We'll work with the Republicans"? All Portland metro area candidates are saying this, and no, that's like that's the national party message always, which is really funny because Republicans never run on that. Across the board, Republicans are like, I will never work with the Democrats. They are all pedophile vampires that want to fucking suck up your spinal fluid so they can live forever. They want to microchip you. They have microchipped you already. You're gay now. You're gay and autistic because they gave you a vaccine. Democrats, on the other hand, are like, you know those guys that are saying all that? We're going to work with them to make bipartisan compromise happen. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's very stupid.
The first time, and Bruce Springsteen will be joining them as well. He, of course, has endorsed the vice president. Now he is lending his voice to her out on the trail later this week. And
what do you say to the libs that work with the Republicans that we've got Republicans giving permission structure for reps to stay home and or vote for Harris? Yeah, I don't think it's working. We'll see. Like, even if it ends up working, you've lost so much ground on like any kind of policy prescription you may have had to address the problems that Americans are facing. But even if it does work, it's like so in the margins. Like, this is such a marginal victory over a guy who is genuinely disliked. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
next, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
There's a full interview that she did with NBC News Now where she had a couple good pop-off moments. But before we get to that, here is Harry Enton. I tend to think the so-called Democratic panic is quite overblown at this point. Harris still has a very clear path to 270 votes. The polls show Harris basically even, if not slightly ahead in the Great Lake battlegrounds. And she still has potential backup in the Sun Belt path.
Well, it's one of these funny things. Depending on which week, I get different friends from different sides of the aisle coming back to me. One week it's the Republicans worrying. This week it was the Democrats that were worrying. But then you look at polling like that, and then we take a look at the race to 270. And I should point out, the race to 270, the path to 270 for Kamala Harris is very clear right now. You know, you talk about Wisconsin. Let's turn that blue. All right, that gets Harris to 236 electoral votes.
That's a lot of red, brother. What do you mean? That's the Electoral College, dog. You do realize that, like, this area under Harry Enton's arm and this right here is like basically half the fucking population. Like, yeah, that's just, you know, grass is red in America. Exactly. Land doesn't vote, you know? Yeah, it looks like big swaths of land are going crazy over the Republican Party, but that don't mean nothing.
How about Michigan? We'll give her blue there. 251 electoral votes. How about Pennsylvania? Look at this. To 270 electoral votes if those Washington Post polls are in fact correct. And so she has a very clear path to 270 electoral votes. Of course, Aaron, I don't just like looking at one poll. I like to look at an aggregate of polling. So let's take a look at the recent aggregate of polls in these blue wall states. Now, what do we see? We see very close contests. It's actually closer than the Washington Post polls. But again, less than a point lead for Harris in Wisconsin, less than a point lead in Michigan, less than a point lead in Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is Kamala Harris, based upon these polling data, both from the Washington Post and in the averages, has a very clear path at this particular point, just based upon those states, to 270 electoral votes. The bottom line is I don't understand the Democratic panic right now because the path is clear.
It's clear, and just to make it very clear for people, that would mean she doesn't need to win any of those other states you have there, which includes North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. I mean, that's just to put an emphasis on it. But North Carolina is must win for Trump on any path he has to 270. I know. You got early voting in North Carolina that has started, also in Georgia, and it has shattered records in both places. In Georgia, though, what is the number now, Harry? More than 1.5 million?
1.5 million. Yeah.
Okay, and I had seen somewhere that it's double-digit percentage point, double-digit of who voted before. It could be 13% or so already of the electorate. I mean, those numbers are pretty stunning.
We just have to trust that the polls aren't underestimating Trump like they have in the last two elections. I mean, dude, they have adjusted so much that people literally claim that the polls are firmly adding on like 2 points on Trump's side. Like even reputable pollsters. I'm not talking about like the fucking obvious ridiculous pollsters. There's a lot of junk polls out there that are like Trump's doing gangbusters, right? Like I don't care about that shit. But I do think that pollsters have basically tilted the scales in Trump's direction pretty aggressively. At least they admit it. They admit that they're doing that. It's not like they admit that they're doing that due to the fact that they failed in 2016, especially. If you want my annoying suburb math, Texas is trending in the right direction. Biden lost by 600K, and these counties in the picture are worth 300K votes. Just off natural swing, persuasion, people moving in, etc. Texas is viable, if not this year. I do not believe that Texas is viable this year. We'll see what happens if the Democratic Party changes dramatically in the way that they communicate a message in other elections. I do not believe that Texas is viable this year. Michigan, new Quinnipiac poll showing Harris at 49 and Trump at 46%. Wisconsin at Harris 48 to 48. Yeah, Wisconsin is not looking great and hasn't looked. Was fake 2 weeks ago, now the best poll ever. Trump was up +3 2 weeks ago in this poll. See, I told you Texas libs are crazy. No, it's not wrong to assume that Texas will inevitably get bluer and bluer, dude. Like, this is what happens when people move into your fucking state and you just are forced to live around other people, okay? That's not that shocking. It literally happened in fucking Georgia too. It's not that shocking. It's just that it still has a long way to go. And beyond that, I think a lot of people fail to recognize that the communication strategy has to change, especially for Texas. New UAW poll shows members' support for Harris growing significantly in battleground states. Union members in key swing states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Harris leads by 22 points. White UAW members without a college degree. Harris now holds a 5-point lead. I wonder what the lead was for Joe Biden, though. It's probably higher for white members without a college degree. Metro Atlanta has outsized impact compared to most other cities in red states. Over half the population lives in Metro Atlanta. From Wisconsin, my mom ran a major political advertising firm nationwide and has some of the best contacts on the ground in Wisconsin, where she got her start doing Herb Kohl's races. Massive early voting numbers out of Madison, bigger than 2020 so far. Tammy Baldwin +5 or so. Harris probably more like +2. I don't know about that, and I don't even think the campaign agrees with you on that. I think the campaign is looking at Wisconsin like it might be lost territory. Maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I don't know, but Wisconsin in every poll is underperforming in comparison to the other blue wall states. Can you explain why right-wing pollsters in these betting markets are artificially making Trump seem more popular in the vote share? Genuinely don't get the logic. Why won't people vote harder if they think they're losing? The common response to this is like people want to vote for a winner. Like he's an underdog by mainstream media, but like the real polls show that he's fucking, he's gonna win. But also on the opposite front, people will say, well, Kamala Harris is being quiet about how good her internal polls are in comparison to what the national polls look like what the prominent pollsters are saying, because she wants to drive turnout. So I don't know. I think ultimately the reason why right-wing polls pump that shit is so that people talk about it, so that people talk more about Trump and his possibilities of winning. I don't want to be that guy, but polls were wrong 2016, 2020, and these past midterms, they said a red wave was coming. I don't know why we still keep listening to polls when they've been so wrong these past elections. Last time I posted this, don't time me out. Okay, there is no other mechanism to develop an understanding, at least in the region, of what the fuck is going on the ground. There's nothing else. If you don't look at polls, then you just have to vibe it out. You have to hallucinate. And I don't think the polls were as wrong as you think they were in 2022. The interpretation of polls oftentimes is what people remember, not necessarily what the polls show. That's it. "2022 flashbacks" is saying Ed Germentum. Newest total mail ballots: Clark County, Nevada, 10/22/2024. Mail file. Dems 45%, Republicans 27%, other 40%. What the? No, not 40%. Sorry, 28%. What the fuck? Good day for mail for Dems that more than offsets reps' good day of early in person. What, the polls fucking Herschel Walker winning easily? What are we talking about? Wait, what? What do you mean? The polls were saying Herschel Walker was winning easily? What? Were they? I don't remember that. Maybe because, like I said, I never interpreted that at all. I don't think they did. I don't think that's true. I mean, it's pretty even in Wisconsin. Probably like +1 Harris average on the first page of selected pollsters, which is in line with the margin Biden won in 2020. Yeah. Walker 538 average shows Walker is slightly favored to win Georgia Senate election. Okay. Like it. This shows Landmark shows even. Trafalgar shows obviously Walker +3, Warnock +6, Walker +1, Warnock +4, Walker +4, even 0. Emerson College Warnock +2. Why can't you go off actual election results in the midterms? Like, there were quite a number of elections where turnout for Dems was very high, because midterm elections albeit are supposed to be like an approval, like a election that is designed to be like, we don't like what the current administration is doing, or we like what the current administration is doing. Usually the former rather than the latter. Having said that, midterm elections, people that participate in the midterm elections are high propensity voters. Okay. And Democrats have definitely captured the attention of a significant number of high propensity voters, like likely voters that go out and vote all the time. Okay. Oftentimes, these people have a college education, or even if they don't have a college education, they're like relatively wealthier than the average person. Like, these are people who care. They're old people. They have time on their hands, you know? They don't have like a traditional 9-to-5 wage job. This doesn't mean that there aren't people that are outside of what I'm describing that vote in the midterms, but they have a higher likelihood of voting. Okay? The general election is not like that. The general election brings out a shit ton more people. It brings out as many people as possible. That's why there's, you know, a far larger number of people that go out and vote in the general in comparison to the midterms. The president, which is the most popular figure usually, in terms of a broader audience reception, is also participating in the general election, whereas in midterms they do not. So that's something to consider. What? Matt Walsh is anti-Trump? Wait, what? Did he get hacked? If this were Germany in the 1930s, Trump fans would seriously be voting for Hitler. I think he might have gotten hacked. Oh, wait. This is from 2016. Oh, he's oh, he was another one of those fucking, you know, Charlie Kirk was this guy, right? A lot of people don't remember this. I didn't know this about Matt Walsh. But Charlie Kirk, I did know. How did you not notice? This is fun. I didn't know this was a thing. Thanks, guys. Thanks for showing me this. Yeah. The right-wing ideologues like this were all Cruz guys, I think. Yeah, they did not like fucking what do you call it? They did not like Donald Trump at all. They were like, he's so volatile. He's so volatile. He's going to harm the Republican Party. He's going to ruin the Republican Party. He's just saying a lot of shit that I don't agree with. We want a Jeb Bush style Republican. You know? Burish Alamanjo, thank you for the 10 gifted subs right at the top of the hour. There's the Thurman ad break. Now you can also subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Burish Alamanjo, that's a Turk. Matt Walsh is the Republican voter Kamala wants. I'm quote retweeting that. Here's more from old Matt Walsh. Has to go deep into the Internet Archive to find this one from Matt Walsh. Trump was a closet liberal as a young man by the name of Matt Walsh, then a writer at The Blaze, put it in his now deleted article. Let me make this perfectly clear. I will never vote for Donald Trump. Many people have asked me what I'll do if, as is incredibly likely at this point, Trump tragically wins the nomination. Will I coalesce around the nominee and support my party, they wonder? The answer is no. Also, hell no. Also, how dare you even ask me that? I've spent months calling Trump what he is, a con man, a tyrant, a pathological liar, a flamboyant despot, a fraudster, a big government liberal. progressive in a very poorly fitting and unconvincing conservative costume, a Planned Parenthood apologist, an unrepentant philanderer, a crook, a creep, a fascist with a spray tan, a reality TV Mussolini, a Caligula with bad hair, etc. How could I possibly vote? Dude, he was doing the Mango Mussolini shit, dude. He was so fucking lived up. But also, he was more conservative than Trump. Like, you do realize, like, the shit that he hated about Donald Trump was the reason why Donald Trump won in 2016, which is the reason why people objectively thought that Donald Trump was more moderate than Hillary Clinton, something that many people forget. Like, we always hyper focus on his like insane rhetoric surrounding Mexicans and shit. But on a lot of other issues, Trump tracked as a moderate figure in comparison to the Republican Party. This is part of the reason why some Republicans hated him. How could I possibly vote for a guy who I've just described this way? How could I possibly unite around this man when I've spent months correctly observing the fact that he's a scam artist who lies about everything, including his opposition to illegal immigration? Moderate on what? Donald Trump was pro-LGBTQ. Okay? Donald Trump was pro-LGBTQ, pro-defending social safety nets, never fucking brought up like deficit hawking, anti-war, okay? Like, these were all things, like, and before you say, well, he says the opposite of everything. Yeah, he does. He's a fucking con man. He is a grifter. But the way that people saw him, which were all lies, by the way, but the way that people saw him was that he was objectively more moderate on these issues than many of his Republican counterparts. What is this? I went to Trump Burger today. Wish you were there. One of the worst burgers I've had, Lamau. I saw a content creator also do this, and he said it was shit. It was all bun, no meat. Not sure if this lib shit, but I'm seeing rumblings about something big coming for Trump soon. It seems like it's lib shit. But it doesn't even fucking matter. Bernie and I have been doing this work for a long time, even if we don't look it. Together, we've made real progress. $35 insulin for seniors, $35 inhalers for asthma, $2,000 a yearly cap on drug costs for seniors. We're showing how healthcare should be a right, not a privilege. More of this, please. Here. Bernie and Biden fanfic must be nice for seniors. I mean, yeah, that's the only people that we're keeping alive, okay? Why? Because they love voting. They fucking love to vote. That's the only thing that seniors do. They vote to ruin this goddamn country and ruin any fucking future prospects with their antiquated ideals, okay? And they will live forever. That's it. Get ready, okay? There's just nothing. There's nothing else you can do about it. Old people like two things, which is fucking unprotected, okay? Spreading STDs as a consequence of that, and voting. Those are and voting for the worst, most fucking radical, most right-wing policy possible. Unless it's about, like, you know, social safety nets that pertain to their existence, then they will tilt like a goddamn Maoist, okay? They'll be pushing for a fucking cultural revolution in America if it means that, like, their Medicare is intact, okay? Let me fucking tell you, they love their social safety nets, but they also love talking about how much money we're spending. Red Sun in the nursing home. Oh, yeah. It goes hard. It goes fucking hard, dude. Justin, the Justice Department has sent a letter to the Elon Musk super PAC warning that his daily 1 million giveaway to registered voters in swing states might violate federal law. Sources tell CNN it's illegal to incentivize registration with cash prizes. Wow. It turns out we have a fucking Justice Department. That's crazy. What a shocking state of affairs, dude. I can't wait for these fucking dipshits to turn around and act like this is lawfare again. They're attacking us for doing illegal shit. Why did you snitch again, Hasan? I did. Just like I control Twitch, I also control the FEC, and I also control the DOJ. Yeah, I'm the one who knocks. I'm the one who controls everything, okay? Remember when I snitched on Aiden Ross and then Trump had to give back the fucking Rolly that Aiden Ross was giving him as an illegal donation, and then everyone yelled at me, and then I said it seems like Elon Musk's $1 million giveaway might be illegal, and now the DOJ is saying that as well. It's because they're locked in. They are watching the Hasan Abi broadcast. They're all subscribed. Top of the hour or bottom of the hour doesn't fucking matter. They're all they don't want to miss a moment, you know. I am Merrick Garland. Yes, Merrick Garland is in the chat. It's pretty funny because like people do legitimately believe that. That's so sad. It's such a sad state of affairs that there is like a significant number of people online that legitimately do believe these unhinged ass fucking conspiracy theories. Anyway, CNN has reached out seeking comment from Musk. Several email addresses listed on Super PAC website. The group's treasurer and Musk press team. The Justice Department declined to comment. We want to try to get over 1 million, maybe 2 million voters in the battleground states to sign the petition to support the First Amendment and Second Amendment, Musk said in announcing the sweepstakes at a Trump campaign event in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We are going to be awarding $1 million randomly to people who have signed the petition every day from now until the election. Remember when Super PAC laws existed, like, or there was some level of like restriction in terms of like what a Super PAC could do as far as like communicating directly with the campaign? That's also not even the point of contention here, for the record, because that also is illegal. Okay? Like, you can't, as a person who runs a super PAC, directly talk to the president. It's supposed to be, super PACs are supposed to be about certain issues. They could even be about like one candidate that they like. But what they can't do is operate with unlimited donations, okay? Dark money, unlimited donations, that is directly a additional war coffer, a war chest for the candidacy that directly communicates with the candidacy every single fucking day. Now, of course, that's what it looks like on paper, and nobody gives a shit about that. PAC actually stands for person able to chat, in parentheses, with the president. Yeah. Anyway. The fact Elon thought he'd get away with this, I don't think he cares. I think he wakes up every day and goes, I'm a billionaire. Everybody thinks I'm brilliant. They don't. Okay? He's only surrounded himself with people that say that. And also, I'm untouchable. And honestly, kind of, that is kind of true. Like, he is kind of untouchable. When you are a billionaire, you are untouchable. So worst case scenario, this is illegal and the DOJ says, hey, you need to cut this shit out. Now he doesn't have to spend $1 million every fucking day. Great. You know? That's it.
So what are you looking for in Georgia?
Yeah, what am I looking for in these states? I mean, look, I think we're going to have a very close race in Georgia. Look at this. We got a point lead in the polls there for Donald Trump, well within the margin of error. Less than a point in North Carolina. 2-point lead for Donald Trump, again, well within the margin of error in Arizona. Less than a point lead for Kamala Harris in Nevada. So, you know, even if we gave, you know, Donald Trump, say, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you can still, in fact, get Kamala Harris to 270 by giving her North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada.
Okay, that is a far less likely pathway to 270. Like, that's some crack cocaine shit, okay? That is, what the fuck? Yeah, okay.
So again, I don't understand this Democratic panic, Aaron.
All right, so you don't
Okay.
understand it, and yet, so you've been looking around for reasons since it doesn't seem to add up.
Yeah.
And I know you have found something that has nothing to do with Harris that may account for it.
Yeah. Angry if opposing candidate wins. Harris voters, 52% would be angry if Donald Trump won, compared to just 42% of voters who would be angry if Kamala Harris won. I think Democrats feel like there's a lot more on the line in this election, and that's why they're panicking, even though the polls at this point say, Kamala, por favor.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about Israel in a second. Actually, not even in a second. We'll talk about it now. So, couple things. One, Israeli officials tell Khan News Israel is now on the verge of attacking Iran. That's number one. And number two, before we get to the Kamala Harris interview, Los Angeles Times won't endorse a presidential candidate for the first time since 2008. Elon Musk is saying some fucking unhinged shit. But beyond that, Israel's up to Israel shit once again. First, they claimed that there were, gold nuggets under the fucking Lebanese hospital, signaling that they would blow up the Lebanese hospital. But considering that Lebanon is not like Gaza, where there are actually Western journalists that can operate within Lebanon, in spite of the fact that they are still bombing like a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Tyre and all this other stuff, they're still endlessly and relentlessly, mercilessly bombing Lebanon, Beirut specifically. There was, however, video footage disproving the insane claims that they were making. Here it is. BBC Today were given full access to the hospital Israel is bombing because it says Hezbollah secretly stores its gold underneath.
We're on level -2 in the Al Sahel hospital. The area just behind me is where medical waste is stored. Even that was opened up for us to have a look. The morgue was opened up. All of the drawers were opened to show us there was nothing inside. Doctors have been opening piles of surgical scrubs, boxes of equipment, very, very keen to show us everything there is to see and to prove that there is nothing here. Well, I'm just coming now from the basement on -2 up to -1. We've been brought around the hospital by doctors. We've also been allowed to move around on our own. Doors have been opened for us in every area, cupboards. We've been allowed to see what there is to see. Now, the hospital staff are adamant that there is no hidden bunker here containing millions of dollars of cash or gold, as the Israelis have claimed. They say this is just a hospital where patients were being treated last night and where they had to be evacuated from the emergency area at great speed because doctors were worried for the lives of the patients and also worried for the staff.
So, will there be any punishments for Israel lying like this? No, of course not. Don't be fucking ridiculous. However, after journalists in Lebanon toured the subterranean floors of Sahel General Hospital and found no tunnels filled with Hezbollah gold and millions of dollars, the IDF's Arabic spokesman is now claiming the entrance to those chambers is hidden, and it also leads to Nasrallah's bunker. To the journalists in Beirut, including those who participated in today's media tour, below are the details and instructions for entering the shelter we revealed yesterday, belonging to the terrorist Hezbollah. According to the information available to us, one of the entrances to the underground shelter, the so-called Hassan Nasrallah, is located on the eastern side of the Ahmadi building, located south of the hospital. The basement floor, located on the second floor, stores more than half $500 million in cash and gold. Now, the question, I guess, should be, is that valid? Like, is that... Bro, okay, I have to stop for a second. Hold on. Felix texted me heading over at like 3. This was 20 minutes ago. I just saw on my Steam notifications on the bottom of my corner that he just logged on to War Thunder. Oh, that's so funny. No, he's fine. He's fine. He said he's doing it to get his daily reward. Okay, sorry. We're going to continue. The new event vehicle and yearly sales started. Give my man a break. He's buying his premium time. Anyway, yeah, we would like to emphasize that the entrance is hidden. They're like, no, you don't understand. We made a 3D printed, we made a 3D CGI thing. Okay. We made a 3D CGI render, so it's real, which warrants us bombing the hospital. We're going to bomb the hospital. You can't stop us. You are being anti-Semitic if you won't let us bomb the hospital. But that's not where this ends. Because while they're also simultaneously blowing up Beirut suburbs like a bunch of fucking violent madmen, they're also accelerating the actual, the additional genocide that they're doing in fucking Gaza, specifically in northern Gaza. Now, in the process of this accelerated genocide, the reason why I brought up the counter narrative, the reason why I brought up the fact that when Western journalists are allowed to actually clarify that Israel is lying by directly going there and doing reporting, they can't really do that in Gaza. There's no Western journalists in Gaza that are allowed. There are, however, Palestinian journalists in Gaza, specifically in North Gaza. Israel has obviously killed hundreds of them, but there are still some that are operating in Gaza, in northern Gaza in particular. One of those is a person that I'm in contact with, a person that I have talked about before. Israel has now basically put out a hit on 6 of them. Okay? 6 of the remaining journalists, Al Jazeera journalists, in fucking Gaza, North Gaza in particular. I said, this is a hit list. Israel's preemptively trying to justify assassinating the likes of Hossam Shabbat, who was one of the few brave reporters left in North Gaza to cover Israel's ruthless campaign of famine and genocide, which Biden offered a 30-day red line to. You know what happens when they do this. Khalil Sayegh says, dangerous development. The Israeli military claimed that 6 Al Jazeera journalists were discovered to be operatives of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. However, the IDF has not published any evidence to support this claim, stating it is based on intelligence. This is dangerous development and likely a first step towards targeting the few journalists still active in Gaza. Okay? Just understand what the fuck is going on right now, okay? Here is, ironically enough, an IDF veteran who is the Times of Israel's military correspondent, Emmanuel Manny Fabian. who is basically repeating this propaganda that he knows will cause journalists in North Gaza to be executed by the Israeli state. The IDF says it has uncovered documents in the Gaza Strip that it claims reveal that 6 Al Jazeera journalists are operatives in the Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terror groups. The journalists named by the IDF are Anas al-Sharif, Allah Salameh, Hossam Shabbat, Ashraf al-Sarraj, Ismail Abu Omar, and Talal al-Arouki. According to the IDF, al-Sharif was the head of a rocket launching squad and a member of the Nukba force in Hamas's Nusayrat battalion. Salameh was the deputy head of the Shabura battalion's propaganda unit in Islamic Jihad. Shabbat was a sniper in Hamas's Beit Hanun battalion. Al-Sarraj was a member of the Islamic Jihad's Burej battalion. Abu Omar served as a training company commander in the East Khan Yunis battalion. What if I told you literally every Israeli journalist was a soldier? Of course. We know that already. That's why I brought up the fact that obviously IDF veteran Emmanuel Manny Fabian saying this makes it additionally weird. You know? IDF veteran and now Times of Israel military correspondent Emmanuel Manny Fabian saying this is extra weird. Anyway, Abu Omar served as a training company commander in the East Khan Yunis battalion, and he had been wounded in an Israeli airstrike several months ago, and al-Arouki was a team commander in Hamas's Nusayrat battalion. The military releases the documents, which it now says shows personnel spreadsheets, lists of training courses, telephone books, and salary documents. It says the documents unequivocally prove that the journalists functioned as members of Hamas and Islamic Jihad's respective military wings. These documents are proof of the involvement of Hamas terrorists in the Qatari media network Al Jazeera, the IDF says in a statement. They're doing this because they want to assassinate them. They're doing this because they are putting a hit out on them. Okay? That's why they're doing this. Just so you understand. They've killed almost all of the Palestinian journalists in Gaza. There are very few that remain. The IDF says that the named journalists are spearheading the spread of Hamas propaganda on Al Jazeera, especially in the northern Gaza Strip. Why especially in the northern Gaza Strip? Specifically because the northern Gaza Strip is where they are pummeling. They are currently starving the North Gaza Strip. One of the things that Hossam has done time and time again is speak out against the lies of humanitarian aid being received by the people. Here is one of his last reports. Northern Gaza is being wiped out completely. The north is now being entirely evacuated, and in the late hours of the night, the occupation army is forcing thousands of families from displacement centers and their homes to leave and flee via Salah al-Din Street. In these late hours of the night, and in this severe cold, people are now sleeping on the ground, with the sky as their only cover, sitting on the roads now, on Salah al-Din Street, not knowing where to go. After the displacement centers have become overcrowded with displaced people, families are now, at these late hours of the night, on the streets and the roads after 19 days of siege and extermination. People are now on the streets, not knowing where to go or where they will sleep tonight. I don't know what to say, but the Committee to Protect Journalists is ringing the alarm bells once again. The Committee to Protect Journalists is aware of the accusations made by the IDF against several journalists in Gaza, accusing them of being members of militant groups. Israel has repeatedly made similar unproven claims without producing credible evidence. After killing Al Jazeera correspondent Ismail Al-Ghul in July, the IDF previously produced a similar document which contained contradictory information showing that Al-Ghul, born in 1997, received a Hamas military ranking in 2007 when he would have been 10 years old. They kill them, they execute them, and if anyone dares to speak out against said execution, they'll turn around and be like, here, shut the fuck up. He was Hamas. Meanwhile, here are civilians being transferred from northern Gaza to Israeli concentration camps, blindfolded and in cages. Similar sights occurred during the Nakba, by the way.
From Dropsite News, I'm joined by my colleague Sharif Abdel Quddus, and we're going to be talking about Israel's campaign of extermination that's been unleashed on the Palestinians in the north of Gaza over the past 3 weeks. A starvation campaign, an intense bombing campaign, forced expulsions. But before we get into that, there is a very, very dire situation unfolding with the journalists on the ground inside of Gaza. The Israeli
Are you saying that the allegations towards the journalists are bogus? Fuck yes, dude. What the fuck? I just showed you. The reason why I showed you what is going on in Lebanon earlier and how Israel so routinely fucking lies was to help you understand why Israel is exterminating every fucking Palestinian journalist and not allowing any Western journalists to go into Gaza. It is to shut off any and every fucking avenue of on-the-ground reporting as they conduct their ethnic cleansing campaign. Yes, they are doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, and yes, they are trying to do it in broad daylight at a time when people have access to this information. They have said over and over again, without any real evidence whatsoever, that the people, that the journalists that they execute are Hamas militants. They just lie about it. They want to shut off UNRWA funding. They lie and say, oh, UNRWA is Hamas. It's much easier to, stop people from seeing the truth if you just assassinate every fucking journalist that is working.
Israeli military today issued a very public threat. I think there's no other way of looking at it, that it is a threat to assassinate 6 Al Jazeera journalists who remain alive and reporting on this genocide inside of Gaza. The Israeli military has made these claims before, saying that journalists are actually members of Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And the Israeli government and military have a history for this past year of fabricating so-called evidence to try to link journalists and other civilians to Hamas or Islamic Jihad, or to portray them as terrorists. Some 170 plus media workers have been killed during the past year in Gaza. And all of us in media have an obligation to stand up for our Palestinian colleagues. There's a very clear reason why Israel has been killing journalists. And that's because the only media workers that are on the ground inside of Gaza are Palestinian media workers. They are the...
Yeah. Bound, barefoot, and blindfolded Palestinian abductees in Jabalia. What does this look like to you, man? Just so you know, anyone and everyone that's in North Gaza that is a male over the age of 18 is, or even younger than 18, is considered an enemy combatant right now because they are doing an ethnic cleansing campaign that they've accelerated in North Gaza in particular. Okay? If you're over the age of 16 and you haven't been destroyed by Israeli bombing campaigns, the soldiers come in, they line you up, they blindfold you, they bound your fucking feet, or they bound you, and then they march you in a death march to take you to a fucking concentration camp. Look at this crowd of innocent people. Yeah. The departure of Jabalia in full force. This may be the last time Gazans will see Jabalia again. Will be a militarized zone. This is a pro-Israeli account, the Mossad commentary account. Just so you understand, they're celebrating this. They are fucking celebrating like images, horrifying images that are identical at this point to fucking the Holocaust. Okay? I don't want to bring up the drama, but if your detractors don't mention any of the horror, I will have negative respect for them. Yeah, yeah, fuck the drama, okay? This is why I don't fucking talk about the drama itself and talk about what matters. This is what matters, okay? Yeah, it is not, I'll say this much. It is not shocking, nor is it surprising that so many Keemstar adjacent, supposedly quote unquote centrist commentary channels that love drama have said not a single fucking thing about Israel Palestine. That's too complicated for them. But they only tangentially offer coverage when there's time to just shit on prominent pro-Palestinian voices. I think they are in the most cowardly way possible, letting their opinion be heard. Okay? That's it. Fuck all of that noise. Here comes the Jew hate again. Really? You see this. By the way, a Jewish person is posting this from fucking Israel, criticizing this, and your immediate answer to this, your immediate answer to looking at this is Jew hatred? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck does this have to do with Jewish people? Nazis look at this and go, Jews are responsible for this. And it seems so do ultra-Zionists. So do Zionists in general. One day, people will understand that me separating Zionism and Judaism is not because of anti-Semitism. It's the exact opposite. It's because Zionism is anti-Semitic. You have to be completely blinded to assume that people don't recognize, people don't see these images and think, wow, this is really fucked up. You have to be blinded. When you see all of this and you then personally associate this with Judaism, and in some fucked up way in your mind, this is to defend Jews? Like, are you insane? It would be akin to me watching an ISIS beheading video and being like, that is for Islam. And if you criticize that, you are Islamophobic. What the fuck? But I think many people are confused by where this association comes from, especially in the Western world. And I think, oh my God, Kaya is so loud with her snoring right now. It is crazy. Let me see if I can. Let's see if you can hear it. No, you can't hear it. Never mind. Anyway, you heard it? Wait, how? It doesn't show up. Shit. I think you guys are lying. Sorry. I moved the mic and it probably made a weird noise. Bestie Marks released a great video about the genocide of Palestine, in-depth history, Jordan's betrayal, the war myth, Unra Kibbutzim. Okay. IDF posted this again yesterday. Oh. Yeah, the military pressure on the 162nd Division and on the area in the face of terrorists and terrorism is increasing. And at the time, the IDF is allowing citizens to evacuate for their own safety in a safe manner and through orderly routes. The breaking of the Hamas siege on Jabalia is manifested in tens of thousands of citizens evacuating the area since yesterday morning. Yeah. Again, every single day, man-made horrors beyond human comprehension. Every single fucking day. We know full well. What? Them strategies breaking. I've been told that Trump groped a minor at one of his donor dinners and then there's video. Come on, dude. Like, I'll believe it when I fucking see it, okay? Imagine trying to deplatform American Arabs at the same time as the genocide when people talk about your silence. So you think anti-Semitism, okay, we can condemn both things, my dude. I just, it's fine. It's just not, don't fucking cover this from the drama angle, okay? Like, it's so stupid to offer any sort of credence. Anyway, this is the Israelism documentary. It was produced, or it was published by... It was published by Watermelon Pictures, by friends of the show. Okay? And it's very good. It's very good in terms of, like, explaining the social conditioning that occurs for young American Jews in general. Okay? And I want to watch this. I want to watch this with the hopes that maybe people will develop a deeper understanding of how people arrive at the positions that they do in terms of Israel and how Israel's existence is reaffirmed through social indoctrination at a very early age. In many ways that I have discussed at length on the broadcast, and maybe even some ways that I was not privy to. Many American Jews in this community that are anti-Zionist have had a similar journey and have unlearned some of these things that they may have taken for granted. Okay? This is really important for people to watch and understand, okay? Especially because the overwhelming majority of people in this chat, no matter how hard they LARP, are not fucking like guerrilla fighters or resistance members, or aren't even in like Lebanon or Gaza, okay? The largest chunk of this community are Westerners, specifically in America or living in the Western world in developed nations. The people that you encounter and the people that you talk to about these issues, especially if they are Jewish, it is important to understand their background. It is important to understand how radicalization occurs in this in this environment that we grew up in, okay? That is the reason why this is important to watch. It is important to understand. It is important to empathize with people that you are directly at odds with. Okay? Many of you have gone through a similar journey and have taken bigoted opinions for granted as a direct consequence of your social conditioning. Okay? Whether it be unconditional support and defense of Israel, or whether it be transphobia, or whether it be white supremacist opinions that you have left unexamined for years and years and years. Okay? There are still plenty who maybe are at odds with some of the things that I say or do in terms of communicating the humanity of people who are on the other side of this equation, the victims of American imperialism. You might see me talk to, for example, someone in Yemen. You might see me talk to someone in Yemen. Aiden Ross called and reported to the ADL about Twitch, and there are videos of him gloating and laughing about being happy about it. Aiden Ross literally had a Holocaust denier convince him on multiple occasions that it wasn't real. What the fuck are we talking about? Okay, who cares what fucking Aiden Ross is doing? I think that's a major L for the ADL on top of all of the L's that they've accrued this entire time. He has a fucking literal emote, like a Nazi emote, in his chat. His community is the most anti-Semitic, one of the most anti-Semitic communities online. Anyway, the point here is for you to develop a better understanding so that you can be a more effective communicator of anti-Zionism. Do you understand? That's what the goal of this documentary is. All this shit, I still feel ashamed about my former Zionist ideology. Dude, no. You should not. Oh my God. This is what I try to explain to people. There is no reason to feel ashamed about who you were in the past as long as you have obviously made up for it, okay? As long as you no longer hold on to these beliefs, it is wholly unproductive to feel ashamed about your former self. This is a very significant part of rehabilitation. It's a significant part of what I believe in general, that every human being could potentially be reasoned with, could potentially change their fucking minds, could potentially spend the rest of their lives making up for what they have done in the past, no matter how egregious it may be. Okay? There is no reason, especially if you understand where this comes from. This is something very important that I need people to understand. That's why I'm very accepting of people who change their minds, perhaps to a fault at times. That's why a lot of people yell at me. They say, whoa, Hasan, how dare you? How dare you be charitable? This person is an enemy. This person is an ideological enemy. Yes, there are certain people that have demonstrated their unwillingness to change and maybe their financial motivations for not changing. Okay? But beyond that, you know, beyond like the fucking drama peddlers and the psychopathic cyber stalkers and cyber harassers whose communities still could change, like members in their communities could still change their minds. And I hope that happens one day. Okay? Beyond that, every single person can inevitably find the truth. They can arrive at it. My goal is to push them in that direction. Okay? Always. That's why I do what I do, regardless of all of the fucking endless cynical smears. You always have to understand, not to pull a Kamala Harris here, but you always have to understand that you didn't fall out of a coconut tree. Okay? You exist in the context of all of those things that came before you. Okay? It's true. That's why I am both simultaneously super privileged on a lot of issues. Bro, you sound so libbed up. Yeah, dude, it's libbed up to fucking focus on rehabilitative justice in a country that is inherently reactionary when it comes to crime and punishment or people's unwillingness to fucking change. Why? Because I believe that societal attitudes are directly born out of material realities, and that people should not focus so much on what previous mistakes they made, or rather what previous fucking opinions that they held in an objectively right-wing society. There are oppressive constructs, okay? There are oppressive constructs that bind us. We exist under them. They are regularly normalized. Everybody on the left understands that America is a white supremacist nation. It's anti-immigrant. It's anti-gay. It's patriarchal. And then they're shocked when they meet someone who also exists in that reality and has those opinions. Of course they have those fucking opinions. That's why I'm as charitable as humanly possible to people who are unimaginably Islamophobic to a degree where you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's because I recognize where it comes from. I do. I understand it. It's like we're living in a post 9/11 universe. If you are in the Western world, you have been primed and conditioned to fucking hate Muslims and Arabs alike. You think they're barbaric. You think they're anti-Semitic. You think that they're automatically trying to kill you and strap themselves with fucking TNT and blow themselves up. It's hard to explain how comforting Zionism can be. It tells Jews that we are an eternal people, the defendants of brave Maccabean warriors. There's a unifying feeling being around a country full of Jews, knowing no matter who you are or where you came from, you are part of something larger than yourself. It's very hard to shake. It is profoundly difficult to unlearn certain comforting cognitive biases that have been fucking pummeled into your brain, especially in the unique case of Zionism that is attached to like centuries of historical atrocities that have occurred. Okay? That is the complexity of Zionism, especially in the Western world. It is attached to real harm that isn't just simply made up. Like pogroms are real. The Holocaust is real. This is why it is extra complicated to talk about these issues in a way that makes sense, in a way that could be broadly accepted and palatable to people who also recognize the history and have gotten this social conditioning. That's why you must learn about how Zionism is fostered and Zionism is developed through social conditioning over and over again at a very early age, especially in the Western world. Israel need advocacy. Isn't the state completely pro-Israel? Dog, how do we arrive at that in a country as like most Western nations are pretty fucking anti-Semitic? How do we arrive at a nation state that is, you know, at the very most, the most tolerant type of like American is still like kind of anti-Semitic. They're like, oh, Jews are money people. Everybody knows that. They do control the media, but who cares? Like, I really enjoy Seinfeld. Like that is like there is a lot of underlying anti-Semitism in the Western world that hasn't really gone away. So how are they also simultaneously super pro-Israel? Well, you're watching it. It's the advocacy. It's because Israel very quickly recognized that it could not exist without, being the weapon that Western nations wield in this region. And in order to continue its existence in the violent ways that it exists, with a steady flow of weapons and money, to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars since its inception from the United States of America alone, you have to do a lot of fucking propaganda. You have to do a lot of advocacy. Advocacy that, in my opinion, got even more aggressive after the fall of the South African apartheid, which was, of course, deeply aligned with the nation state of Israel. I think that they learned a lot of lessons from how the South African apartheid ended and looked at that to be like, we can never let that happen again. Now, ironically enough, fascism being such a self-defeating, inherently suicidal ideology, they are quite literally doing the South African apartheid final moments right now. Going into behaving like a belligerent, going into war with other nations for no fucking particular reason, no discernible reason whatsoever. These are some of the things that the South African apartheid did in its final stages, right? And that's precisely what's going on. Like, this isn't even about like dual loyalty narratives. But like Amos Hochstein is literally an IDF member. Like he's a former IDF veteran. Okay? This dude is one of the Biden administration's main players right now on the issue of what Israel gets to do. Like, come on. That's fucking ridiculous. Doyle heads unite. Doyle Irish supremacy. Yes. Like, that's insane. I'm not of the mindset that even if you are an IDF veteran, that you can't be a valuable statesman. I'm not saying that at all, right? You can. It's just entirely dependent on where you arrived at in terms of your fucking positions. But he's not only an IDF veteran, but he's also unimaginably pro-Israel. It's ridiculous. Like, can you imagine someone being like, wow, this is a former IRGC member who is now responsible for America's partnership going forward with Iran? I mean, there is no comparison to be made in this situation because, America has been historically anti-Iran, and America has played a formative role in the development of the Israeli nation state. But it's just laughable. It's laughable. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, Hochstein was a part of the IDF during the invasion of Lebanon. You can't make this up. And now he's one of the key figures being like, yeah, Israel should also invade Lebanon. It's a great idea. Keep going, kings. He's also the guy that they sent to Lebanon to facilitate a ceasefire. America's dishonest brokers. What's Israeli to me? Amos Hochstein. To the Interior Ministry, he's also Israeli, a Jerusalemite. If you ask the IDF, you'll find he's simply a tank crewman, no more and no less. But here's the thing. After the army, Hochstein settled in the United States, and in the recent years, he returned to the Middle East wearing an American hat. So American, in fact, he became impartial. So much so that these days he's serving as the American broker between Israel and Lebanon on the gas agreement. I guess, is it a ceasefire suddenly? America's dishonest brokers, an opinion piece from Haaretz. which of course is going to be impossible to fucking break through this this paywall, even though it's very possible for you to break through the paywall of the. Oh, it was the 2022 gas agreement. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? He's now the ceasefire guy, by the way. That's why I was thinking, like, what the fuck? What do you mean the gas agreement? This is a 2022 article. Yeah. You can bypass the paywall at the top of the hour by subscribing for $6 or free with the Twitch Prime Music streaming app right now. Anyway, let's continue.
Kind of.
Womp womp. Lawyers for CBS News are rebuffing a legal threat from Donald Trump over the network's 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris, telling the former president his demands are based on a faulty premise. Tom of the Ovo always found it funny how in 1962, after an anti-South Africa UN vote, South African PM Hendrik Verwoerd wrote, "One wonders why, if Israel feels so obliged to attack our separation policy, the policy of separation practiced in Israel does not appear to them to be wrong." Of course, in 1972, Israel decided to stop voting against South Africa in the UN altogether. And in 1975, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin signed a long-standing security agreement with South Africa to the point where it bought 35% of Israel's weapon exports. How did Israel get nukes? A question. An age-old question that people are asking. Many people are asking. Yeah, it is more honest for Israel to, it is more honest for Israel to not be anti-South African apartheid. It is more honest for them to be pro-South African apartheid. It is also the similar reason why Israel refuses to recognize the Armenian genocide. Israel also played a formative role in Azerbaijan's conquest over Karabakh. Okay? Where they expelled hundreds of thousands of Armenians living in that region. Now, part of that is because they get energy, natural gas from Azerbaijan by way of Turkish pipelines. And the other part of that is because, well, if you recognize the Armenian genocide, all of a sudden the Nakba becomes a real thing. Considering its similarities. Oops, sorry. Let's continue.
Or
no, you didn't want to get pussy?
I don't think I would have gotten pussy on Birthright, honestly.
Could have lived a very different life.
I like, if I had gotten pussy on Birthright, like maybe that's like the butterfly effect type thing. Like maybe I would end up working for Bill Ackman at this point in my life. But I don't think I would have, because I was so inept at that age. Like every time that like a girl liked me, I don't know what I thought. I guess I thought it was like a trick. I don't know. Like I wasn't fully articulated, but it was like, she's just trying to get me alone, and then everyone will like see me try to kiss her and then make fun of it. I don't know what I thought, but I think my ineptitude would have overcame the sex trafficking element of Birthright.
Okay, to be fair, you could have piloted a plane.
There's no way. I have like 20/40 vision. Like they would have not have. Like, no way. They would be like, you can't fly the Barak or the Nimitz.
Isn't it literally just American planes that they change like certain parts on?
Yeah. Yeah, they changed like a few parts, and they're like, it's a new plane. It's called the Barak. And it's like, can you guys fuck off? The F-35, they changed like a few computer things, and now it's the Adair. Turkey is building its own 5th gen fighter.
Yeah. Speaking
Israel
of Turkey, bro, they did a terror attack on Osadistan, I think, today.
I saw.
Yeah. I wonder what that's about. Like, who'd they piss off? Who'd they piss off now? Is it like resilient Gulenists who are mourning? No. I think, like, all jokes aside, I don't think that is what's going on. Wait, let's finish this first because there's halfway done.
Yeah.
But then we'll definitely talk about that as
Yeah,
well.
I am interested in that because I don't know. Like, yeah, I saw people speculating, but I don't know anything yet.
I suspect it's like if Turks are saying PKK, it's probably America. Like maybe Turks were caught like fucking potentially giving drone parts or something beyond what America considers permissible.
Yeah.
So they wanted to be like, hey, you fucking stop that. You know, you stop that real quick.
And they don't like the fact that Turkey is now making their own like munitions.
Yeah. It's not the BRICS summit, dude. What? Yeah, it's because Erdogan is going to BRICS.
Yep. Hey, everyone. You've joined the BRICS podcast. We're your hosts, BRICS Hasan and BRICS Felix.
Yeah. No,
this is a podcast where we only talk about BRICS.
Yeah.
Everything is related to BRICS.
Yeah, my favorite is the BRICS watch guy who's like a right-wing conservative, but he has like a Pan-African nationalism header on his like how did you arrive at like a pro-Trump conservative worldview while you're also like the BRICS News? Yeah, people know exactly what it is. BRICS News on Twitter.
Yeah. I love those. There's like a community of guys like that. Like him, that guy, like Lord Bebo or whatever.
Yeah.
All the guys who are Trump conservatives and also like kind of support Modi, but are also like anti-Zionist. And it also, they'll do some weird thing like, you know, today is the day that Thomas Sankara died. And it's like, how do you like Trump and Thomas Sankara?
They always like get duped by fucking fake news when it's like Jackson Hinkle did this too, where it's like China is banning being transgender. Retweet if you agree that they're supporting traditionalist values, and it's like they're not doing that.
Yeah,
you just made that up.
It's always stuff like that where it's like, wow, Vladimir Putin declares war on he/theys, or it's like just the most insane like unsourced thing where it's like breaking. India and Iran are working together to invade Israel.
Dude, those guys are every single one of those guys in my mind is that fucking rockabilly guy that got murdered.
Yeah. They were all Teddy Boy Greg.
Yeah, they're all that rockabilly guy who died in like Donbass because they thought he was a fucking American spy.
Wait, did Teddy Boy Greg die?
Yeah, I covered it when he first died, and I like memory hold it, and someone brought it up again. Yeah, he got killed.
Oh my god, that is the end of like a 15-year saga.
Yeah,
like, dude, that's so insane. I was in high school the first time I saw a Teddy Boy Greg video.
Wait, no, it's not Teddy Boy Greg. This is a different one.
Oh,
what was it, Cowboy Billy or something?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
He's the guy with the neck tattoos, like. He has like insane. Where is it? Where he has like insane tattoos. Like he just looks so psychotic.
I honestly think the fact that the Donbass flag looks like at a distance looks like the Confederate flag that galvanized so many of like the dumbest.
They got confused.
Yeah, it's like I don't think those guys were like really useful in warfare, but it got them like. Probably a few dozen like free cannon fodder guys.
Oh, Russell Bentley, pro-Russia fighter from U.S. dies after Donetsk abduction. Russians call for revenge after the 64-year-old Russian citizen who's fought against Ukraine dies. I'm almost certain that it was actually Russian forces that killed him. Like Al Jazeera might be covering it as like, oh, Ukrainians actually abducted him and killed him or whatever. But like, I'm pretty sure they killed him because they thought he was fucking... Oh, no, this isn't the guy with the neck tattoos. This is Russell Bentley. This is, okay.
Yeah,
he's known as
guy.
Donbass Cowboy. Okay,
yeah.
I was thinking of a different guy.
Yeah, Teddy Boy Greg, I don't know his current status, but I feel like he's if he died, he would be like a really easy guy to identify.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Wait, is he still alive?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I know he's been in Russia for like a decade.
What a guy, dude.
It's so amazing to be like this and also like very racist.
Yeah, pro-Stalin, pro-American Confederacy. And pro-Putin.
I saw an account like that where Sheamus quote tweeted it. It was someone who like put Sinwar and Alexander II side by side. It was like two martyrs in the same cause. Muhammad al-Sadr and William McKinley, two warriors, two men who died for the same thing.
I love it. More people like this should exist.
How do I respond to it?
If I could, if I could respawn with a new kit, you know, like when in Battlefield, when you're like, I'm gonna be an engineer this round. That my class for my next life would be one of those guys.
Yeah,
it looks very fun.
Yeah, isn't there an SS symbol on his beret? Yes. Yeah,
well, maybe he supported both sides in the Eastern Front.
No, he literally, dude, you will never be able to decipher this person's ideology, okay? He is in fucking sane. That's why I said he is Bricks News. When I see an account like Bricks News, who's like pro-Trump, MAGA Republican, who's like, yeah, the third world is rising up today at the BRICS seminar or summit, I'm like, okay, you're that guy. That's how I imagine you. Yeah. This is like where I went to the Oklahoma gun Oklahoma gun show, and I was like, what is this insignia on this German pistol, sir? And he was like, I'm a fan of history. Like that's what this guy is. I like all sides of the story, every conflict. Yeah.
It is illegal in Russia to like display Nazi symbols, right?
Well, not in fucking liberated Donbass, my friend.
I guess not. It's a very everyone is confused. Everyone in the world. Everyone in the world is going through a lot and figuring things out.
In Ukraine, you have to have a totem cove, no matter which side you're fighting on.
Yeah, it is so weird that like everyone in that war, they probably descended from someone who was killed by Nazis.
Yes,
you know, like everyone.
Yes, every single person on both sides.
Yeah, every single faction of the conflict. And again, I've always think it is like totally unfair and wrong to like say that like Ukrainians are by and large Nazis, right? Like,
not according to the Associated Press, which has made I assume, concerted effort to make it seem like everyone fighting is is a patch enthusiast.
But yeah, everyone who you see like in Western media has like an insane. Not just like a swastika would be too like mainstream.
Codename Adolf Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's real, chat.
Is anyone else in the world like that? Where like they love like the last people that like ruined their country that much? Like a foreign force that ruined their country.
Japan.
Yeah.
But they are xenophobic. They're Americans, but xenophobic. And also, I would say maybe even Vietnam.
I don't know a lot about Vietnamese culture. Are they like into America?
Vietnam is super pro-America. But I think it's because America is like very anti-China. Even though Vietnamese-Chinese relationships are actually normalizing and there's cooperative efforts now.
Oh, no. I meant like the culture.
Oh, Philippines.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
That's what I would say. Vietnam hates the French. Yeah, but they don't have the same smoke for America, even though America objectively did the worst shit. Like, America's actions in Vietnam are fucking still causing birth defects. Like, that's insane.
I know people bring this up whenever he comes up, but like Ho Chi Minh said that he was like inspired by the founding fathers.
No.
So maybe, I don't know. Everything that like we scan as like corny or like, I don't know, just a certain way as Americans, it can mean something like totally different to people outside of like a different cultural context.
No, he was definitely, he was a Marabou. Ho Chi Minh was 100% a Marabou.
He was in a Marabou, and he was, yeah. There are tons of weird little things like that.
Just like me, for real.
What? There was, Nelson Mandela was like an Anglophile too, like culturally.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, there's tons of weird shit like that all throughout the world. It's just people's like weird little like cultural affinities that you get growing up.
In Rwanda, we do respect Abraham Lincoln a lot. What? That has nothing to do with what we were talking about, but that's still very funny.
I mean, that's just nice, you know?
What the fuck?
You know, my favorite new account on Twitter now is Africa Hub, because they have the best like stinger after they post something. Your thoughts on them?
Objectively speaking, like Jewish Zionism, one thing, but if you're a Christian Zionist, like I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, you are such a ginormous freak, dude.
It's so weird to me too, when like instead of like evangelicals, it's like, I don't know, like a Polynesian. You know what I mean? Like when it's like someone from Guam who's like, I'm a Christian who loves Israel. It's like, what the fuck? How did you get into this?
No.
Like, I know, you know, but like,
but how are you duped? How are you duped?
Yeah.
Like, it makes no sense.
It is, yeah. It, especially someone that young. If I see like a 20-year-old who's like, I'm a Christian for Israel, it's like, you're the only person I would recommend that do Galaxy Gas. It's just something. You need to like calm down like a little fucking bit.
Yeah. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Also, they are pound for pound the most anti-Semitic pro-Israel people out there. There's plenty of anti-Semitic pro-Israel people out there, but like, have you ever listened to a Christian Zionist? They shift gears from talking like a Kahanist about Jewish people to like literally talking like a Nazi.
I don't know. I think there are like individual guys for sure who are like, say like anti-Semitic things, you know, like
no, they say like they literally will. They'll be like, these are the chosen sons of God. Like
most of the people like that I have encountered like in my life, and most of them that I've seen are like, it's not even like phileo-Semitism. It's like something different. It's like something beyond that.
Yeah.
It's like they talk about us like we're the elves in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, no.
Like I like.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's what I meant when I said like they speak like Kahanis in terms of like when they mention Jewish people.
I just like anti-Semitism in America. There just like isn't the same like cultural context for it as in Europe. And like, yeah, no, they're absolutely like it has been it has existed like historically for sure, and even recently. But it's not like quite the same thing. I think that's one of the reasons why like like very, very hard right groups have like kind of a ceiling in America, because it's like that's just too like European for Americans.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're like kind of with Stephen Miller, we're like recreating. We're doing that right now.
Yeah,
Stephen
but
Miller,
he's
a
Jewish,
guy. Yeah. I don't know. He must be. I mean, he's definitely pro-Israel. Like, there's no fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like anti-Semitic to that degree. Like, but
Yeah.
he was talking about What's that fucking French Nazi?
Oh,
Camp.
Camp of Saints.
Yeah, Camp of Saints. Like he was like, oh, that was a very formative work for me.
But that book is more like
immigrant.
Like yeah,
anti black and brown people.
Been a while since I read it, so I don't know if they're Jewish characters. I'm just kidding. It's like I've never actually read. I've read like the plot summary. It's really stupid. Basically, there's like a boat that has every refugee in the world, and the president of France is like, "Oh, we should let the boat in for diversity." And the boat that has like, I guess like 1 billion people on it.
Okay, if it was true the French work, like French ideology, then yeah, it would be a Jewish guy in his ear telling him, let everyone in.
Yeah.
That would be like the anti-Semitic aspect of it.
They did do the Ben Dreyfus. You know? That is them.
For Simone, she had this journey of self-reflection. Instead, she could have just been like, no, actually everyone is being anti-Semitic to me.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't know what the occupation is. Well, you must be anti-Semitic for telling me what that even is or exists.
Yeah. She could have saved all her what the fuck is the main Israeli airline nowadays?
I don't fucking know. You know what it isn't? Fucking British Airways, which I saw apparently canceled all flights to like April 2025 or something.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that's correct or not. I might have seen this. I might have heard it
from... Is that
Bricks
News?
I might have heard it from Bricks News.
Your thoughts on this?
El
Al. Okay, yeah. She's wasting all her LL miles.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I was right.
Wow.
No, it wasn't Bricks News. It was Times of Israel. British Airways suspends all Israel flights until March 2025 amid escalation fears. Heard from my church that Christians are being targeted in Lebanon. Is that true? Yes. Also, they were being targeted in Palestine, too. Yeah.
Yeah, that is like, it's less part of like the conservative mythos now. But when ISIS was more of a going concern, you would see a lot of TCOTs, which were the sort of online, the Twitter conservatives before Trump during the Tea Party. They would put the Arabic symbol for Christian in their profiles because they were like, we're just like the Christians being killed by ISIS under Obama. Obama's doing the same thing to us with these wedding cakes.
Yeah.
But like, they're like fundamentally like incurious people. So they just assume that the Christians over there are just like tanner versions of themselves.
Yeah.
And so Ted Cruz in like 2014, he went to this some association for like Middle Eastern Christians in DC. And he made a speech there like under that assumption, under the assumption that like they're all just tan evangelicals, and opened the speech by talking about how he's never going to abandon Israel. And of course, they're just like, what the fuck? Like, and he kind of got booed off stage.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
It's like Trump being like, oh, we have to protect the Syrian Christians or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, we have to protect the Christians in Syria. It's like, yeah, I wonder what they think about Israel. Like,
yeah. That whole thing, it was like, it became like especially hard to take after like ISIS really like, you know, ramped up the destruction of these historic churches and just, like, massacring fucking people. For these people in like Missouri to be like, yep, one struggle, me and them.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem for a fucking Lebanese Christian living in like fucking Tyre, is that there might be a homosexual misconduct on television.
Yeah.
It's the same as your like as your ancestral home being exploded because Israel claimed that there was gold bullions underneath, which, by the way, again, what the fuck? Like the anti-Semitic propaganda coming out of Israel is so weird.
Yeah, saying that Hezbollah has a tunnel gold-based gold system, like that's so like That's what Cartman says about you.
Yeah, it's like the silliest version. It's like the silliest version of anti-Semitism. Like, oh yeah, they have deep tunnel systems full of gold.
It's so
under the hospital. We have to bomb it.
I don't know why they're even like bothering with this shit.
Yeah,
You know,
it's like Iran controls the media.
yeah. Iran is the octopus. Iran controls the media. Persian men are more sexually deviant than Aryan Jewish men.
Yeah, they also said fucking. I mean, they blew up the Hezbollah banks.
They blew up the Hezbollah banks and the Hezbollah apartment.
Yeah,
I really think that like there is kind of a realization among Israeli like people operating Hezbollah now that like the only swing voters on this issue left are like very stupid, and that is the defining characteristic of all the stuff we see now from them.
The modern right is so bad at combating Marxism, we must look at who successfully defeated it in the past. Assuming that Hitler is the worst person in history, he did successfully eradicate communism, so we should study at least how he did that and consider whether our current approach of losing could be reevaluated. Is this Elijah Schaffer just being like, hey, we should just call all of the socialist Jews?
Or like, does anyone on the right wing, like, they know how that ended, right?
Yeah.
It's like Trump saying that he wants generals like how Hitler had.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I want a bunch of backbiting morphine addicts that lie to me out of fear.
And try to kill me multiple times.
Yeah, try to kill me, turn on me first fucking chance they get because they hate working for me. Or like Hitler decidedly did not eradicate Marxism. One could only point to half of Germany after he died.
Yeah. or like one of the, allied groups that was built under Marxist principles that ended up winning fucking World War II.
And getting half of Germany.
Yeah, it's albeit reductive, but it is, more historically accurate to say Marxism eradicated Hitler.
Yeah. It's just like, maybe they saw, maybe they saw the original post that was like, if Hitler had won, von Leyden would have the same job as she did now. And that like NATO would be the same if Hitler won. And they're like, oh, maybe he did.
Yeah, no, they're based. They're saying they're saying the ideology won and carried on.
Yeah, they're reading Brick's news, calling NATO Nazis, and they're like, oh, so we did win.
Yeah. Perhaps we should study history rather than hide it so we can learn whatever good there is from the terrible things done in generations past. This is such a dumb guy trying to sound smart take, by the way. It's like the classic, well, I don't know, some of the junk science in the concentration camps that were conducted, the medical experiments, like, that could be good. I wouldn't cast that aside. It's like, thanks, man. You're fucking brilliant. Yeah. Everyone thinks you're smart now.
Yeah, like, the experiments that they did where it's like, we learned that when you sew two people together, it kills them. Wow, that's amazing. Did you know that, like, if you make someone drink salt water, they die?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It was brilliant. It was innovative.
Yeah, this is, I don't know. Yeah, there is a danger to, like, learning history through YouTube shorts.
Yeah. I mean, do you think James Lindsay and Chris Rufo are stronger men who can defeat communism through their blogs and expos? We need to expand our horizons.
Okay, what he just did, it is the exact same as like on the left in 2018 when people would be like, your podcast isn't gonna fucking bring the revolution. Anyway, listen to my podcast.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, when
their expos won't do anything. Their blog posts and content is not going to do anything.
Yeah, when you get fired from literally like one of the worst independent like right accounts, like far right outlets for being a serial sexual harasser, and you go to fucking the Gateway Pundit, like, and then you have to do this. Like, this is what you have to do. be like, who benefits the most from hiding the history of the man who eradicated communism in his country? This guy literally is trying to say that he's pro-Hitler, and it's because Hitler was anti-communist.
Yeah, like it's while also just like trying to sell his shitty content. Like all of the fractures, whether it's like Rufo versus this asshole or like James Lindsay versus some other asshole, it is all just the same thing of like their content is mollifying and it's controlled opposition and it's bullshit and it's soy and it's fake. And my content will actually, we're going to get the good version of Hitler out of my content.
Yeah. Someone goes, yeah, Hitler was so good at combating communism that half of his country went to the USSR. Good Lord, make this stop. Nazism and communism are both awful. We do not have to pick a side. By enlightened centrist,
Thank you, Claudia.
Yeah, Claudia is searching for meaning. He responds,
she found it.
Yeah, not sure if you're following the same timeline here, but he did successfully remove communists from cultural, social, and political power until the Allies aided the communists. So, what's really funny about this is that like he literally is, ironically, making the same mistakes that Hitler did, but after Hitler. Where he's like so feverishly thinking that like, no, but he took communists out. He put them in concentration camps. That he's forgetting what happened after and he's living in what happened after. So that's odd.
Yeah, I don't. So like, he's saying that we should. It's really hard to try to parse this because it's so fucking stupid. But he's saying, like, the right wing should learn from the effective things that Hitler did, which was removing communists.
Yeah, but, like, what came after that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, his argument is, like, oh, well, you could say that, like, he lost half of Germany after that. But that's only because people fought a war against him.
Yeah, and he lost. Yeah, and then he killed himself.
It's only because he lost a war, which we wouldn't do. We would crucially win. We would go into our war trying to win. And that was Hitler's problem. Was that he went into that war and he was like, I don't care if I win or lose. I just want to have a good time and make some new friends. I'm trying to put myself out there.
He's like, he would have been one of the generals that was like, dude, don't invade Russia, dude. You're fucking up.
Yeah. He'd be on the front lines. He'd be like, guys, let's wait until summer. Let's wait until quinceanera season to invade Russia.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to do this right now. I know we're really horny for it. But
yeah.
Guys, I think this is a bad mistake.
Let's make sure that all the factories that are making our bombers and night fighters, let's make sure they don't get bombed. Just like move them.
Yeah.
Move them or like, I don't know, put them underground. Let's start digging now. Put them underground. That's pretty much how it's going to go.
Yeah. The religious commitment by some folks to ignore what I said, reframe my words, and refuse to address the point I'm making is not surprising. But this is also why we lose and deserve to. People will see that this man did bad things and intentionally ignore any good he might have done. Dog, the good he might have done is quite literally just substituting the word socialist with Jew. Or sometimes just saying socialist Jew. Like, that's what he's talking about. When he says eradicating socialism, like, yeah, the first method of eradicating socialism was just like putting fucking socialists in concentration camps.
Yeah. And like, yeah, I mean, and he wants the same thing in so much as that like anyone he doesn't like is defined as that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
anyway, we arrived at this because here's what a brave patriot, a brave Turkish patriot responded with. I never really stand him, in parentheses, rival fandom, but curious to where you recommend I could read more about Nazi Germany's famous Adolf Hitler. A Turkish man, Mehmed, on a journey for truth.
That is our friend Mehmed.
Yeah.
It's just, I love the idea of someone who's like, look, I'm not like pro Hitler, but he did do some good things. And the good things aren't like making the trains run on time. It's like a quarter of the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Like Hitler.
No,
well, so then what are the bad things he did?
Yeah, no, you don't understand. Like, it was really good when all of the trade unionists were rounded up and put in the concentration camps and killed, okay? Maybe he went a little too heavy on they're Jewish element, but we should do that without slapping that sticker on it.
I mean, did anyone get that out of it? Like, what doesn't he like about Hitler?
Yeah, no, he does not respond to that at all. I think he just keeps saying like, no, it's because he defeated communism, which he didn't.
Yeah. Oh my God. This guy, you have to really be a fucking maniac to get Me Too'd in conservative media.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be you got to be really.
Yeah, you've got to be putting up or trying to put up Weinstein numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what the fuck he did, you know? I don't want to know.
Oh my God. It just sucks because it's like, there's never going to be another showman like Alex Jones. It's just going to be like guys like this.
Yeah. Which is why I still hold some level of reverence and respect for guys like Russell Bonner Bentley III. Okay? Also known as the Donbass Cowboy. At least these guys are like fucking nuts. They're insane in a very entertaining way.
Yeah, I mean, would Elijah Schaffer ever... He would not leave his home state for any of this.
Well, I think he literally had to go to Australia.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, because of the sex stuff?
I think he literally operates out of Australia, if I'm not mistaken. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure it's... isn't it, like, illegal? I thought, like, Australia had those fucking hate crime laws and shit. Is Australia not one of those countries?
It does not have the same, like, hate crime statutes that, like, some European countries have. Though I think they do have some hate crime or hate speech laws. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like one of those like European adjacent nations that like has these like anti-free speech laws.
I am like, yeah.
Which only activate if you're Arab.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, no, the white guy running for whatever conservative slant saying like whatever unhinged thing about immigrants, that's not a hate speech. Are you Arab and said free Palestine or Palestinians are human beings? That's hate speech. You have to go to prison now.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I see why people like could think that hate speech laws are a good idea, but just like in practice, you are just asking to be arrested for even mentioning Israel.
I mean, that is... America's
That's how they're
so funny.
used now.
America's so funny because we don't have that and we do that. Like,
yeah.
We don't have... We're like, oh, we love the First Amendment. And then every like right-wing state is like, it is illegal to ever be mean to Israel. You will go to jail.
The Texas anti-BDS law is like...
insane. I think that's what snapped Asmongold out of this like Palestinians are inferior. When we were having that conversation, he did an audible gasp when I explained to him that his fucking state that he's been in for however many years he's been alive has a law in the books that you cannot be a public school teacher if you ever choose to fucking if you ever choose to protest against Israel.
Yeah. I mean, that is sort of a recurring theme with people who take these like very extreme broad positions. Like Noah Smith, who just found out that interreligious marriage is illegal in Israel.
Dude, I love that. How many articles has this fucking dipshit written about how he has all of the ideas? He has all the good ideas, like a 3-state solution. How about a 4-state solution? And it's like every single self-professed Israel expert is like Brianna Wu, who says stuff like Houthinis, or Destiny, who has just like written just enough Wikipedia talking points to just try to come up with the same exact Hasbro talking points that like there's never been a partner in peace for Palestinians. Ooh, I've never heard that one before. Or Noah Smith, who is even dumber than these two somehow.
With Noah Smith, I kind of find it worse because like, you know, we've articulated the whole thing with Brianna Wu. You know, like,
yeah.
Need I say it again? But not a real person, more or less, is the conclusion that we came to. With Noah Smith, he is right. Like, he's writing for Bloomberg, which is a real publication.
Yeah.
A real publication read by real people. You know, they do a lot of good reporting, actually. He had just said a week before that Palestinians lie all the time.
Yeah.
Not even Hamas or, you know, some of their institutions, which would be bad enough, but like just as a race, they do that.
Yeah.
And his evidence for this was a bunch of CT scans that I guess he sort of took a 3-second glance at and was like, that's not a 5.56 round.
Yeah,
I know from my time in the SEALs.
Yeah, he got like the New York Times to be like, hello, we are the New York Times. Like, we would never write anything anti-Israel unless it was so fucking verified that it's like impossible not to.
And but like going off of this Emily Schrader woman, this woman is like Laura Loomer Jr. She is an insane fucking liar and an idiot. There are people there are like fervent Zionists who have like, I'm not going to say a sense of propriety, but they have the self-preservation and careerism to not like lie their asses off blatantly and stupidly in that exact same way. Emily Schrader is not one of those people.
Yeah, I think this is the same thing that I talk about all the time with like the crisis of Hasbara that Israel is experiencing post October 7, where I think like they just lost their best minds too. It's like all Rabbi Shmuley, Alan Dershowitz, and then these fucking idiots who are like newcomers who don't really know anything and don't even know like, haven't built like the resilient anger and distaste, so they find themselves shocked when they read like Isaac Chodemer interviewing like one of those psychopathic settlers who's like, yeah, no, we are like the chosen people and we need to fucking dominate the Arabs. Like, what do you mean? This is our land. And he'll arrive at that conclusion on his own where he's like, we have to boycott these people. Because that was another very funny Noah Smith moment where he literally was like, he invented BDS. Like 3 months or 4 months into fucking Israel doing a genocide in Gaza. And then forgot about it. And he's still like, no, but it's actually the communists that are at fault for everything.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that it is, I guess it's like kind of a chicken and egg thing, right? You know, did they sit down or slowly realize over time that like the only people that are on the fence that can be swayed to the pro-Israel side now are like fucking idiots? Or is it a result of like people who would have been liberal Zionists 20 years ago sort of maybe checking out, not being decisively anti-Zionist, but definitely not engaging with Israel or caring about it in the same way that they might have 20 years ago, and just the overall brain drain you're seeing from that side entirely? I don't know. It's hard to figure out, but
like if your most loyal soldiers are a fucking debate guy who is basically like a fucking cyber terrorist who says unhinged shit because he can't help himself all the fucking time. And when normal people hear what he has to say, they're like, oh, gross. What do you mean you want to debate the ethics of like CP? If that's your guy, you're fucked. You have no one left. You don't have any like normal people at that point. And that's how you arrive at like the Tony DeCoppel saga at CBS, where like a lot of the younger journalists in the team are recognizing what the fuck's going on. And yeah, sure, the executives are still like, no, we are still going along with the same fucking propaganda that we've been committed to our whole lives. But there is very obviously a contradiction, and also like there's a fissure there, and I think that there's no way out of it. Like there's no messaging out of it. You're not going to be able to fucking keep repeating the same bullshit over and over again with hopes that it sticks as Israel continues to do death and destruction.
I think that is the most crucial thing with people who are like, just broadly, we'll say, 35 and under now, is that even if they are not like hardcore into the movement, or even if they're not avowed anti-Zionist.
Can you explain this? Do you still support terrorism? Israel finds Mein Kampf.
Well, you got us. You fucking...
Dude, that's awesome.
You got us, man.
This is such a funny thing because, like, this is so... I've said this so many times. This is such Western-focused propaganda to think that, like, people in that region and their association with Judaism is the same as, like, a guy in Naperville fucking finding the hidden tomes of Mein Kampf and, like, radicalizing themselves. Like, no, dude, if they have any anti-Semitic tendencies, it is directly born out of Israel. They don't fucking give a shit about Adolf Hitler. He's some fucking Western German guy. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, if you...
like, why would they fucking learn German anti-Semitism, like Western Christian anti-Semitism, when they have their own fucking version of radicalization in the region?
Yeah. I just love presenting this like it's an October surprise.
Yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, these guys didn't grow a distaste for the nation state of Israel after it fucking invaded their country 4 times, okay, and failed. But instead they read Mein Kampf and became anti-Semitic.
Yeah, if you grew up in South Lebanon, there is a very good likelihood that there has been some form of either Israeli occupation or Israeli mass killing of, members of your family, your neighbors, for every generation, every generation of members of your family going back, 40, 45 years.
Yeah. Can't the argument about material circumstances leading to anti-Semitism also be applied to Israelis to explain bias against Palestinians? Just curious why it doesn't apply. Easy answer. They are the colonizing entity. That's it.
Hold on, wait. What? I was refilling my vape. What did this guy
He
ask?
said, can't the argument about material circumstances leading to anti-Semitism also be applied? And also, I'm not saying that anti-Semitism is valid, dumbass. I don't think you understand that. That is a fundamental flaw here in your argument. There is no world where I'm saying, like, no, this is Jews. I'm saying it's misguided and misinterpreted by those in the region to apply this to Judaism in general. Okay? But no, it doesn't fucking apply in the same vein, because Palestinian resistance is not born out of fucking Islam at all. Just like Israel is not born out of Judaism, even though Israel does claim that it is doing it for Judaism. Do you not understand it?
I mean, the other thing is that, like, just in the practical sense, they don't, like, they're going to be called, like, anti-Semitic and genocidal no matter what. Any group that resists Israel.
Yeah.
Like, if the leadership and everyone there were just unreconstructed Nazis, they wouldn't have that much of a reason to hide it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, why the fuck? That's why it was always funny when people were like, Hasan, the guy you talked to, I was just curious what your thoughts are. Analysis saying Second Intifada led to Israeli rightward push in Israel was? No, I think it definitely led to that. But also, how the fuck did the Second Intifada start? Got to think about that a little bit, don't you think? ultimately, the power player is responsible, is the responsible party. The country that is a militarized state with nuclear arms is, of course, going to be the responsible party that sets the standard of violence. Violence both in the regular maintenance of an apartheid state, but also the violence that the resistance groups engage in an effort to stop the apartheid from occurring.
Also, with like a rigidly defined ethno state, things don't really moderate over time unless you end up like getting rid of everyone else.
Yeah.
Like that is not what happens. It is the same thing we see with any type of like socially reactionary force. You always have to up the ante.
Yeah.
You can't turn the temperature down unless you totally get rid of fucking everybody.
Yeah, and also this standard is the exact same. But don't you think the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising led Nazis in further cracking down on the rest of the Jews? Or don't you think the Nat Turner Rebellion is the reason why, like, no such emancipation ever came for slaves in Virginia? Like, it's like, dude, that's all you're saying in this situation. It's happening. It's unfolding in front of our eyes. And obviously, like, there is a lot of counter narratives at play that cause you to not really recognize the humanity of Palestinians, but just like snap out of it for a second and you'll understand. Like you have to look at the systemic violence at play and how serialized and how systematized that violence is and how normalized that violence is. But yeah, it's like I said, it is what you were bringing up before in terms of like why would they care to hide that they're like secretly Nazis is the reason why I think it's so funny when people were like, oh, that dude you interviewed fucking 10 months ago is actually secretly a Houthi terrorist. And he also like simultaneously is deeply anti-Semitic. It's like, dog, the Houthis, okay, have a banner that literally says curse the Jews on it. Why the fuck would this guy hide that if he is like a Houthi himself? Why would he fucking hide it at all? He's in Yemen. He could die at any moment. You know what I mean? Like he's a 19-year-old in Yemen. He could literally be fucking assassinated by the American state on accident. If he's like walking down the street to fucking grab an ice cream or something, okay, from the local bodega.
Oh.
Like, I don't think they have the same understanding of like political correctness that you do. And as a matter of fact, because they don't have the same understanding of political correctness that you do, sometimes the fucking Yemeni dude has tweeted shit that is like, problematic. Okay. It's called a bakala. Bakal.
Yeah. The idea that like him or really anyone over there is like, oh no, okay, I better like calm down. I'm going up for a job at BuzzFeed.
Yeah.
I should delete these tweets.
This person did an effort post on this. A thread of lies and misinformation about Hassan Piker's interview with Rashid al-Haddad or Tim Houthi Chalamet. Lie. Hassan interviewed a terrorist. Truth. He interviewed a Yemeni teen, Rashid al-Haddad, who had been dubbed a hot Houthi pirate by the internet. Hassan asked him at the start of the interview if he's part of the Houthi military, and he states that he's just a civilian. Rashid has clarified dozens of times how he's not affiliated with Ansar Allah in any capacity. He's merely a civilian teenager living in Yemen and making pro-Palestine TikToks. I'm not a terrorist. I'm a Yemeni citizen. I do not want war. I want peace. And just as I love peace in my homeland, I love Palestine to be free as it was. And yes, and you also want peace. So why does the war and siege in Palestine not stop? The question here is, who is the real terrorist? Here he is explaining this again in a Twitter Spaces. Racist Americans from the community of the pro-genocide streamer Destiny asked Rashid al-Haddad, are you a member of Ansar Allah? Rashid al-Haddad's response, no, I am just a Yemeni citizen who stands with Palestine. But because they don't fucking speak Arabic, they were like, there was a moment, I think, where he said something like, he said something like, yes, the Houthis are Yemeni citizens.
Yeah.
So they were like, oh, we got him, which is so fucking insane. Lie.
Yeah, someone I know translated that.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Rashid hijacked the galaxy. Truth. The Houthi government hijacked the galaxy and turned the sea ship into a tourist attraction, inviting the public to visit for a small fee. Rashid and hundreds of other Yemeni civilians visited the ship. He filmed his TikTok while on board. This video shows a crowd of tourists waiting to board the Galaxy Leader. The problem is when people see this, they go, oh, see, they're all terrorists. They love the terrorism that the fucking Ansar Allah government did. When ultimately when ultimately, like, yeah, of course, the people think that what fucking the Ansar Allah administration is doing, even if they're not a part of it, in terms of like resisting against Israel's genocide in Gaza, is a good thing overall. Yes, if you understand anything about the region, you will recognize that like people who are warring parties, people who literally not that long ago were fighting a civil war, put down their arms and were like, no, you guys got this. You know, congratulations, you're doing the right thing. So you just, you know, to put this into a framework that I guess Westerners could potentially understand, there is a bipartisan support for resisting against Israel's occupation and genocide.
Yeah. Hamas's political wing and Iran and Hezbollah were on complete opposite sides in who they supported in Syria.
Yeah.
Like there are so many instances of this.
Yeah.
Across the region. And just for this kid,
or even like the fact that Hamas are fucking like they're Sunni. They're not even Shia.
Right.
Like they're not even a Shia sect.
But like for this kid specifically too, this is like something that like Americans in general never afford people like this, is the idea that they have relationships and friendships and the regular social relations that like anyone who is even tangentially involved with like politics or even interested in it in their country might have. That it is ridiculous to think that this kid may know people in Ansar Allah.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like everyone is just deemed a full member and therefore an evil Jew-hating terrorist.
Yeah.
Just by pure proximity.
Here is another lie. Rashid was with the ship's crew. Truth. He never met the crew. He saw a viral video of a man singing and playing an oud from what looks like a boat with an Asian man beside him chewing khat. It was falsely captioned as a video of the Galaxy crew. The caption claimed the Asian man was the Galaxy's captain, but the captain is Bulgarian. Yet another viral video purports to again show the Galaxy crew with the Houthi. Whether or not the Houthis party with their hostages is unknown, but Rashid believed they had, and relayed to Hasan, he says they, the Houthis, hung out with the crew and even charmed them.
From what we know, they seem to be treated a lot better than how Israelis treat their detainees.
Yeah.
I know that because no one yet seems to have made any accusation of Ansar Allah sexually assaulting the crews of these ships.
Yeah. Lie. Rashid hates Jews. Truth. While the Houthis do have very anti-Semitic slogan, Rashid is not a Houthi and does not share this view. He respects and appreciates anyone who supports the Palestinian people and has no ill will towards anyone except genocide supporters. Our problem is not, like he was doing when we were having this conversation, he was doing this like post. He's like, our problem is not with all Jews. I also specifically asked him, like in that interview, where I was like, "What do you think about Jewish people? What would you say if I were to tell you that like Jewish people lead the anti-Zionist protests here in America? Like, is that shocking to you? Is that confusing to you? How do you feel about that?" And he was like, "Oh no, I love them. It's great. I would like to clarify that any Jewish person, Christian, Muslim, anyone who is innocent, we will never hurt them. We will protect them and ask them what they want, what they lack, and what they need. Stand with the oppressed. The Zionist tries to hide behind the Christian or the Jew or the innocent, and we understand everything. There are Jews with us, and there are Christians with us. When we say Zionist, we do not mean the innocent Jew or the innocent Christian. We mean the ones who kill children. I would like to make it clear that I did not say that I hate Jews, but I hate every Zionist who kills children, even if he is a Muslim and does what Israel does. We will all be against him," which is, again, very funny that like he's like, yeah, he's like effort posting here and trying to be like, listen, guys, I want to clarify something. Like a 19-year-old in Yemen, okay?
Yeah, just like, okay, I mean, Aisha already pointed this out a week ago, but like making someone who like has experienced pretty much like the worst humanity has to offer.
Yeah, like mass famine.
Thanks to an American-backed, both logistically and diplomatically, incursion into his country, making them like do these posts over and over and over again. It's not the worst thing America has ever subjected them to, but
it is pretty.
There's something profoundly grotesque about it.
Yeah, no, it is pretty funny. So he's a liar. Not that it's a big deal. What do you mean he's a liar? Why? Okay. if the dude who literally is from a country where he could very easily just be like, fuck the Jews, I don't care, kill them all. He could say that if he wanted to. What is going to happen to him? He is literally in Yemen. Do you understand? He doesn't have the same like association with the problematic nature of these sentiments. Do you get that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like clip chimps are activated. Okay, shut the fuck up, clip chimps. He said he took over a boat, didn't he? No, he said, I think he was just talking about like the video that he fucking saw personally. There's a lot that gets lost in translation. I don't know. I don't fucking speak Arabic. Okay. So ultimately you'd have to go back, get an Arabic speaker who was listening to the conversation. For me, it was Fuad, but get another Arabic speaker if you don't trust his interpretation, and then tell me, and then come back to me. Okay. I don't think he ever said he took a boat. Here he says in Arabic that he would welcome Jews back into Yemen. He does not believe they should have been driven out in the first place. What if the Yemeni Jews wanted to return to Yemen? Would we allow them to return? He replied, yes, we allow them. Here he addresses Ethan Klein's accusations of anti-Semitism.
It's just like this kid's formative memories were like American-made F-15s, like flying in the sky, dropping 2,000-pound bombs, and this guy who makes like $10 million a year selling Pootie Tang's outfits is like, you have to apologize to me.
Like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. People will say like, oh, it's Hasan, you're Muslim, you're from that area. That's why you like have a double standard on anti-Semitism across the board. But it's like, even if this was the most anti-Semitic human being you have ever encountered in your life, you cannot. You were on Philip DeFranco's show, by the way.
Was I really?
Yeah, the clip of you talking shit.
Oh, the toilet clip?
No, the clip of you being like, what's up with the genre of like forward articles where like a guy will be like, they are coming to kill my wife, my 62-year-old wife in like Upper East Side.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan thought you were talking directly about him.
I don't think his wife is 62.
Well, it doesn't matter. He saw the clip out of context and was like, oh, he's talking about me directly. And then he fucking posted it on his, he pointed to it in one of his videos. And then Philip DeFranco posted it. So you're in the Philaverse now.
Oh, yeah, no.
You've just been filled in.
This is a great year for our algorithm. It is like 2016 all over again.
What about all the American Jews that agree 100% of what you're saying with? Is that not enough? No, I mean, that's not enough for people who still are being like, nah, you don't understand. This guy is a fucking terrorist and you love terrorism and you love doing terrorism in America. Islamist fundamentalism in America. I did not mean the Jews, but the Zionists. Do not confuse everyone. I respect every Muslim Jew who stands for the truth, and I will do everything I can to protect him. Lie. Rashid hates LGBTQ people and supports killing them. Truth. While Houthis have been accused of gay lynchings, Rashid is not a Houthi and does not share their views on LGBTQ. Here he is explaining. Racist Destiny fan asked Rashid al-Haddad, what do you think about Queers for Palestine? We stand with anyone who stands with Palestine, no matter how they identify. Lie. Hasan lied or changed the story about Rashid. Truth. Hasan initially thought Rashid was a Houthi since people refer to him as Timothy Chalamet. His plan was to ask the pirate tough questions about the hijacking. So, however, Hasan soon learns Rashid is not a Houthi. And like in the beginning, when I was like talking to him about One Piece and shit, or even said like, I don't have an issue with what the Houthis are doing. I don't have an issue with what the Houthis are doing in terms of like resisting against Israel. That is something that I have said before. Okay. Like their civil governance or their opinion on other matters does not fucking matter in this situation overall. This is an entire fucking area that is like directly bombed by America now, American allies, and before UAE and Saudi Arabia. They have withstood tremendous fucking material harm, for a very long time. Having said that, however, if he was like, yeah, I'm a Houthi militant, I think my line of questioning would definitely be different after getting him a little bit more comfortable. But it doesn't matter ultimately. Here, Ethan shares 2 clips of Hasan talking about Rashid, claiming that prove Hasan lied. In actuality, one clip, white sweater, was 10 months ago before the interview. The other clip, black t-shirt, was last week. Ethan desperately scoured Destiny subreddit again long to find some imagined gotcha. for Hasan after everyone laughed at him when his little takedown episode failed to produce the views of the outcome he desired. Lie, Hasan did a puff piece not asking any tough questions. Truth, Hasan treated Rashid like a civilian kid who was not a terrorist and has nothing to do with the actions of the Houthis. He asked lighthearted questions to humanize Rashid and show that he is just like us. Hasan tried to impress upon us that our tax dollars fund the genocide of innocent kids in Yemen and Palestine. He treated Rashid as a child survivor of war and famine who wants peace. They discussed anime, junk food, visiting the ship as a tourist, and other lighter topics. Lie, Hasan compared genocidal terrorist to Holocaust victim Anne Frank. Truth, he compared two innocent teens who lived through a genocide while documenting their lives. Neither Rashid nor Anne Frank ever hurt anyone. Neither are terrorists. They're just both civilian kids. And the only thing that they can fucking point to in terms of this shit is literally the fact that he owns a gun. And he's in like combat fatigues. They're like, oh, he's in combat fatigues and he owns a gun. Yeah, dude. Yemen has the second highest gun ownership rate per capita after the United States of America. Notice how the number one place is the United States of America in that situation. And also, it is additionally fucked up because despite Hila serving in the IDF, I have always been so fucking graceful with my commentary over that stuff and have literally yelled at people for calling her like a fucking Nazi baby killer or whatever and banned people in this chat for saying shit like that. And I've called that unhinged time and time again. I've never once been like, Hila is a terrorist because she was also pictured in combat fatigues with a fucking weapon, you know? But that's it. That's the distinction. That is the difference. Like, I see the humanity in both people in this circumstance, but if you don't see the humanity in the other, you will literally arrive at this conclusion.
As a gotcha, I saw that he said that
shut the fuck up, chat. Stop. Oh my god.
As a gotcha, I saw that he said that like guns aren't cheap. And it's like yeah, the AK is like buying a fucking Audi, famously. It's just impossible to get a hold of those in periphery nations.
In Yemen too, by the way. Yeah, all of your responses are out of context if you don't actually watch his videos in full. Oh my god, dude. I'm not going to fucking shut up. Just shut up. It's done. Yes, I'm afraid of Ethan's intellectual prowess. He's going to destroy me in the marketplace of ideas, and that's precisely why I'm like not looking at these videos, and not because it's like utterly unproductive to watch it, and I've addressed it over and over and over and over again. It doesn't matter. This was the
How did he find the clip of me talking about the forward? I feel like that was months ago.
No. It was last time you were here.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
I guess I talk about the forward like every other time.
No, you were talking about like
the video where the guy's like.
Also, here's another fucking ironic situation. I have an interview, or not even just an interview, but like I have probably 10,000 plus hours documenting instances of Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza, Israel's actions in Lebanon and whatnot. And you're going to tell me that he actually made an honest fucking assessment because he clipped like 30-second instances to claim that I'm like, to claim that I have fucking denied that any rape could have ever happened on October 7 when I fucking did not. I just simply talked about the New York Times reporting on the matter being literally not up to par, up to standard, an assessment that New York Times journalists actually came up with themselves. And not only that, but like, what do you mean? Oh, I'm not even watching his videos. Like, he watched them out of context. The fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you think? Like, he has the sum total of my opinions here. I've literally personally talked to him about half the shit that he considers now to be things that I hold as my worldview. Half the stuff we addressed in our last conversation that we had, person to person. Anyway, do you think this is normal to obtain an AK in combat fatigues in poverty-stricken Yemen without being affiliated with the Houthis? Guns are expensive as fuck. Dude, there's so much evidence this dude's a Jew-hating terrorist. Just say you support the Houthis, stand on your shit, but do you really think it's crazy for me to be uncomfortable glorifying this guy? Fuck off.
How much does he think a green shirt costs? Like,
I don't know.
Oh my, he has combat fatigues. What is he supposed to be wearing, asshole? A fucking loincloth?
Yeah, it's so.
Is he supposed to be dressed up like Tarzan, you fucking idiot?
Yeah, it's just weird that like people are like, hey, I know he's like, he put together a compilation of bad faith clip chimps, including but not limited to a fucking unlisted YouTube link titled Hasan Abi. Okay, but you on the other hand need to go through that fucking 3-hour process instead of just like highlighting what the main talking points were and address them as you have a million times over. If you are genuinely interested in the fucking truth, you could you could personally. The Philly D timestamp. It wasn't about the forward. No. He was referencing
this.
He was referencing Ethan when talking about like the genre of forward authors that fucking cry about their wife being captured or whatever.
I think like anyone who does our general job, and especially someone like
it's something that he's brought. It's something that Felix has brought up before.
Him who
He
I
said, "Oh my
only
God, same
make
outfit." You're getting called
No,
out for
I have like 50 of these outfits. I have so many
like
white
a cartoon
t-shirts.
character.
I have so many. I have like 85 copies of this outfit.
And what's so wild about this like Rashid situation is that like tomorrow he could just be like, yeah, dude, I fucking actually am anti-Semitic. And then everyone will be like, see, we told you. It's like up until this very moment, the only reason why you've caused me to fucking defend this issue over and over again is because people hold this over my head like a goddamn cudgel because they don't give a fuck about what the hell is going on in the world and only want to use this as an opportunity to try and fucking deplatform me. Okay, that's it. Like I have no control over a 19-year-old teenager in Yemen and what dynamic views they might have over the course of their lives. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they act like I'm his guardian or his like manager or some shit.
He's actually signed to WME.
Yeah, that's what I did. I got him signed to my agency.
It's an Ari Emanuel direct client.
Yeah. Well, he does work with the Saudis, as you talked about.
That is true. Me and Kareem Zidane
did talk
did
about
talk
that
about
on your episode. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like the woke guy, but then he like fucking bought the UFC and was like, never mind, we're no longer woke.
Yeah. And Saudi Arabia and Iran just did a joint military exercise. Is WME going to represent the hated Ayatollah? It's in the cards.
Yeah.
Ari Gold from Entourage will be involved.
Honest question, did you throw out all your Teddy Fresh? No, I literally have a fucking Teddy. That's the funniest part about this. As Ethan fucking keeps talking about how anti-Semitic I am, I have a literal fucking Teddy Fresh rug right behind me. That's how little I fucking care about this subject matter, okay? Like I literally just like, who cares? Who gives a shit? It's not anything that I haven't heard a million times over, okay? That's the reason why I don't fucking like talking about this in general, because I think it's like really fucking dumb and really unproductive. And for the record, it is fucking Islamophobic, just so you understand. Just because I don't fucking bring this shit up because I don't want to come across like I'm fucking crying about some shit like this, because the reality is no one gives a fuck in the United States of America, especially. But it is very Islamophobic. It doesn't stick in the same way to other people. It sticks when you're Arab. It sticks when you're Muslim. It sticks when you're wearing a fucking hijab, way worse than anything else. Okay? If people were trying to act like Asmongold was an Islamist fundamentalist or whatever the fuck, everyone would laugh at you. But when you say that about a dude whose name is Hasan, all of a sudden, people are like, maybe he is. Didn't he say that 9/11 thing?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've talked about this a bunch of times, and there is no way nor any value out of determining who is like the quantitatively like most oppressed at any given moment in America, right? But one of the forms of bigotry that you receive the least employment and social consequences for is anti-Islam and anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, anti-Iranian, anti-whatever subject of the American empire.
Yeah. Osman Gold, you're on Israeli news today. I don't give a fuck, dude. Are they not a part of the officially designated State Department delisted? Oh my God.
No way.
Wait, they never actually relisted them? Wait, so this entire fucking Houthi shit is... No, there's no way.
Oh, look what we did right after 9/11. We delisted the Japanese Red Army. We're back.
Yeah.
Khmer Rouge delisted by William Jefferson Clinton O'Bungler.
So wait, so what is this? So like... They never relisted it? That doesn't make sense. I thought they did relist it. Terrorist designation of the Houthis, January 17th. Department of State today is announcing the designation of Ansar Allah, commonly referred to as the Houthis, as a specially designated global terrorist group effective 30 days from today. Oh, it wasn't a designated terror group when I interviewed him. There we go.
No.
It wasn't a designated terror group, even if he was a Houthi, which he isn't. He literally was arrested by the Houthi government, for the record, but that's besides the point.
So they're like too lazy to relist them.
That's so funny. They just didn't update the website.
This is so Brandon. This is so Brandon. One of these days, Brandon.
Yeah. So yeah, at the time of my interview, technically, even if he was a Houthi, which he wasn't, and I don't think he is, even if he was a Houthi, it still would not have been a officially designated terror organization. So I guess it doesn't really fucking matter, you know? They didn't update the website for the ETIM either that they delisted. Yeah.
Man, everyone in the federal government has Brandon syndrome.
Yeah.
I forgot, man.
The
I'm
goalposts
sorry.
still move. Yeah, I know. It doesn't fucking matter. Because ultimately, the entire point is, the entire point of this conversation is not necessarily that, like, dude, the entire point of this conversation isn't even that I'm like legitimately anti-Semitic. They don't fucking believe that. You think Destiny, who makes a shit ton of Holocaust jokes, that tracks as way more anti-Semitic than anything I could have ever said. I've never said anything even remotely that could be translated in a similar fashion. You think that guy actually cares about anti-Semitism? Get the fuck out of here. Not only does he not give a shit about that, he doesn't give a shit about anything. He's just using it as an opportunity to be like, see, bully this man. Just like he fucking would say the N-word while as a flex, while simultaneously fucking coming after me for, yeah, I mean, this is Destiny himself, 2019, from his own fucking chat logs in his own community saying genocide, you know.
What's a Russell search? That's like something that would be used in SVU.
No, this is like a website that logs like communications in general.
Just all communications?
Just like, I think this is his own like Twitter channel or his like DGG or whatever.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I hope it is not getting my FromSoft group chat.
It's not. I don't think it's logging you from something.
All right.
Yeah. It's his personal Gab. Yeah, it's his personal Kiwi Farms.
I'm thinking about getting on Gab.
Yeah.
I think now's the time. I think that Truth Social and Blue Sky should merge. I think you should be able to glomp President Trump.
Dude, one of the funniest things that I've seen is all these like edgy fucking accounts. Like there's a shit ton of Nazis on Twitter. But but what was shocking to me is how many of those Nazis who are like who say stuff like, you know, the IQ difference between, you know, a Latin American and a white person in America is like so severe they can never integrate to our culture and stuff. Like without even shred of fucking irony, turning around and tweeting hysterically about like my statements on Israel being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I know.
Like that mutant guy, that like fucking classic like alcoholic edgy poster on Twitter. So many of those guys literally like they go from saying the N-word to I can't believe this guy said Israel is doing a genocide. Like someone needs to kill him now.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that. Like there are like there's like a smattering of posters I'll see where it's like we're from the edgy side of the ADL.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's just like very odd. Very odd to see these like edgy boys fucking, you know, repeat the same thing that like a 98-year-old Republican thinks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
This is not your father's conservatism. This is a new movement. That's why I sound exactly like Dick Cheney.
Yeah, that is the problem with like trying to make like just being a Republican countercultural.
Yeah.
You're just like, how many things can you say that Eric Cantor also said? Well, spicing them up.
Yeah. Well, it's about like unshackling some of the dog whistles, right? Because like then you get to be edgy. Like,
Yeah.
Instead of saying like, police in high crime neighborhoods have to be aggressive, you just say like black people are inferior and deserve to be like, bullied in violent means. And then you unrestricted like the underlying principle there, but you're basically saying the same shit Ben Shapiro's saying. You know what I mean?
If I was a conservative though, like conservatives were, maybe they appeared a bit dorkier when they, the dog whistle was more dog whistly.
Yeah.
But like they won. They won in blowouts. And, George H.W. is cooler than any Republican in office today. He sold coke. He fucked tons of women.
Yeah.
He had tons of affairs.
He might have killed JFK.
He probably did kill JFK.
Yeah.
He was one of the youngest Navy pilots ever. The guys who sang Elvira, they're cool. I think that, again, if not for politics, I would have loved to have been a Republican in 1993. Just because I think their whole thing is so cool. But it's not anymore.
Did you see someone saying Ben Shapiro was just misinformed on Gaza? Who the fuck was defending Ben Shapiro's statements on Gaza? Like, what part of the political spectrum are you even on? What?
Who said that?
Anna Kasparian? What?
Oh my God.
That's so funny. Okay, I think Anna deserves to thrive, okay? Because that is indecipherable. Like, in terms of, maybe I'm too much of a fucking political nerd, but like when I encounter something like that in the wild, I'm like, that's awesome. Like,
it is a one of one.
Yeah, that's sick. That's like it's like Jackson Hinkle shit. You know what I mean? Where you're like, what are you even saying?
Yeah,
like,
your
worldview makes no sense.
So according to her, like if you showed Ben Shapiro like a Now This video, he'd be like, oh, I totally got this wrong.
I'm sure people are misunderstanding the point that she was making, to be fair. But it is pretty funny.
That's great.
What is this? This is the thread on it. What? This tweet triggered this response from Anna and Jake, where Anna says she can't take it anymore and decides to generalize the entire left. I think Anna uses this tweet. Wait, what? No, that's not what this is. I'm talking about Ben Shapiro. Wait, Anna Kasparian giving Ben Shapiro a fucking pass, saying he's not informed on Gaza using a genocide biggest what the fuck in history. Wait, what? There's no way she gave Ben Shapiro a pass.
Bernie's cat, who just wrote in on Twitter and accused me of giving Ben Shapiro a pass.
Okay.
How the F was that a pass?
Okay.
So she didn't give Ben Shapiro a pass. Why are you guys doing this?
I don't know.
I think she gave Ben Shapiro a pass on other shit. Probably not on Gaza though. Like on crime or whatever. It makes sense.
I don't know. I would have to see the original one. This is the problem with like saying people's ats. You're trying to be like very serious and dramatic, and you're just saying people's shitty usernames out loud. No offense, Bernie's cat. But like, I don't know. There's something very grim about it. I want to know what she actually said, because if she said,
I do. I think it's funny if she did.
Yeah. No. I mean,
wait. What is this? What happened? She rightfully called it Tulsi Gabbard's grift, but when it comes to Ben Shapiro, she's being generous and stating he's misinformed about Gaza. Here's the clip in context.
I want to ask you.
Oh yeah, this is when Ben was like, because like she's
in
not
that statement,
pro-Israel.
I'm going to say that he is misinformed about what the reality is. Now,
Yeah, that's not. She's not giving Ben Shapiro a pass. Y'all are fucking.
Well, they got me excited.
Oh
that
my
is
God.
different than,
I know.
Yeah.
That's not. She didn't do that at all. You guys are so fucking stupid, dude. Like, if it was like crime related, then that makes sense. Or if it's like, I don't know, trans related, maybe that makes sense. But like, she's not fucking pro-Israel. Like, that would have been sick though if she was like Ben Shapiro, like defending Ben Shapiro and Israel is like kind of funny.
Yeah, but like while you're anti-Israel,
yeah. That fuck, I got excited because I thought I was about to encounter one of the most unique takes I've ever heard in my life.
That is my favorite type of American political figure. Someone who like they love somebody except for their signature issue. Like people who are like, I love Trump except for the immigration stuff.
Yeah.
And there are millions of those fucking people.
Yeah.
There are people who are like, I love Ben Shapiro, but this Israel stuff he does. And it's like, what do you like then?
Occupy Palestinian territory at a public school board on internal Milnet. A slightly anti-Semitic choice can be seen.
What the fuck is Milnet?
I don't know, but occupied Palestinian territory being mentioned as exactly what it is.
That's the internationally legally recognized status.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. I can't believe they did this.
This is my least favorite like type of Zionist agitprop is when they like they'll go on like the browsers app and be like, how come I can set my location as Palestine? It's even below when they, they're like, oh, there's a Palestinian terror scarf in this weather.com app.
Yeah. But that's when you know you've lost the fucking moral battle in its entirety. This is a point that I made when Bill Ackman was like, let's find the manager of weather.com.
That was insane.
Like, dude, I was talking to someone else about this last night. Do you remember the doxing vans on October 10?
Yeah.
And how fucking insane that shit was? Where they just like went and bought fucking those billboard vans to literally dox students at like Harvard and shit, who I assume are from like wealthy parents as well, like from fucking wealthy families, powerful families. And we're like, this is a Jew hater. And I could not I did not understand how quickly like Canary Mission was normalized in that moment. But think about where we've gone from that. Like that was early October, right? That was early October and that was seen as like somewhat permissible. And beyond that, it was like people were getting fucking fired left and right, all this shit.
Yeah.
And now a year into Israel's insanely violent, morally repugnant behavior in Gaza, doing a genocide, blowing up Lebanon, claiming that they have gold bullions in fucking tunnel systems or whatever, and how they control the media. The Lebanese.
Yeah.
The IRGC controls the media narratives.
Yeah. Do you realize that 9 out of 10 governors on the Federal Reserve Board are Lebanese?
Are Shia?
Yeah,
They're Shia.
Yeah. Almost every chief justice of the Supreme Court, Shia Muslim.
Yeah.
Woodrow Wilson, Shia Muslim. Most of the founding fathers, 12ers.
Yeah. But basically, my point is, like, there is no more, like, you don't get to have these like massive victories and like and like bully or humiliate or push people into silence at this position. So you just have to take like minor W's wherever you can, which is what reminds me of what like the ADL was posting about in terms of like banning fucking Frogan for saying Sabra hummus sucks. Like, oh, the most anti-Semitic crime you could have ever engaged with. Like, I'm glad that the ADL is worried about that shit and not like Donald Trump regularly talking about how, he's going to destroy all immigrants that are poisoning the blood of America, like using Nazi rhetoric. Why? Well, or even saying like Jews are going to be responsible for his demise, like his electoral L. And it's like, why is the ADL only lightly criticizing Donald Trump there? Because Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million fucking dollars to permanently annex the West Bank if he wins the election. And the ADL cares significantly more about defending Israel than it does about actually addressing anti-Semitism. If they gave a fuck about addressing anti-Semitism, they wouldn't be fucking giving Elon Musk a pass after he did the more extended version of Marjorie Taylor Greene writing a fucking paper after visiting a Holocaust memorial when he co-signed the sentiment that Jews have allowed unrestricted immigration into the Western society. And but you know, he went to Israel, so we're all good now.
Yeah, I mean, it's because like no one except for like a few insane people and probably Bill Ackman, who's also insane. No one truly thinks that like wearing a keffiyeh is the same as like dressing up as Hitler. Very few people actually think that.
Yeah.
Very few people actually think that like making fun of like shitty Sabra hummus is like tantamount to calling for a genocide. Very few people actually think that, but the actual function of like any of that, of pretty much the entire reason that the ADL exists now, is like to create a chilling effect. And they're pretty open about this. They're pretty open about the fact that like all they feel that they have to do is like just make a few high profile examples, either people who are already high profile or people who their case can be blown up so they could be made an example of. And that will, in their minds, petrify everyone else from talking about this.
Yeah, but it hasn't. And it won't. Like, let's say the cyber stalking and cyber harassment initiative started in early October to weaponize an ongoing genocide against like a fucking Twitch streamer you don't like succeeds, and I get banned. Is that going to change the broader public's opinion on Israel's actions? Fuck no, it's not going to. Many of those people that are doing this don't really give a shit about how Israel is viewed anyway. They just want to use this as an opportunity to fucking be like, yeah, this guy is evil. He sucks. I hate him. But overall, that's it. Like, you're cooked. And you're cooked because of your own, because of the actions of the state that you are defending. There's not much else you can do about that. You'll get a fucking, maybe a Twitch streamer banned here and there, but like, you know, good luck.
The only people they have left are like over 50. And most crucially, like regardless of what America does at this point or doesn't do, Israel in its current form, with its current economy, has an expiration date on it. No one knows exactly when that is, what exactly that looks like. But Israel, as it has existed since the Second Intifada, it is not possible for it to go on.
Yeah, they have to keep ramping up the fucking pressure. Intifada.
Yeah.
Not Intifada.
Well, I always fuck that one up.
It's all good. I know, I heard you say it on the pod too.
Whoops. I didn't sleep well last night. Sometimes it happens.
Can you expand on that? It seems like copium a little bit. No, dude. Look at any similar fascist movement at any point throughout history. Okay, you cannot keep burning the candle on both ends. Like the Israel strategy right now is damn near identical to the end stages of the apartheid South African government.
Well, like, to put it into specifics for that chatter, it is a lot of things. One of those things is the fact that like Israel's military, for the last 30 years especially, has had their focus shifted from the traditional focuses of a military to internal repression and security and police action. No military in history that has seen that become their entire focus has been able to retain their ability to actually persecute wars effectively on a continuing basis. And we've seen that since 2006. We're seeing it now. Secondly, the fact that Ansar Allah is now just not only landing weird kind of like stealth loitering munitions like they did the first time, but actual ballistic missiles inside Israel, and that Iran can too. The fact that Israel can no longer guarantee safe skies over Tel Aviv, which was part of its implicit promise to its populace, that this boot on the neck strategy that they've put in place in the last 20 years especially, that, hey, it may be rough, it may be brutal, but this is a zero-sum game. It's them or us. And if we do it this way, clear skies over Tel Aviv forever. You as an engineer or a doctor or fucking whatever, you don't have to worry about that. They can no longer guarantee that. Their missile defense systems, like David's Sling, their anti-ballistic system, which is different from the Iron Dome. Iron Dome is like for rockets and shit, but that is no longer effective. And like maybe they could try to guarantee that nothing passes over, but they would have to run constant like air patrols at a time when fuel is incredibly expensive, and they've shifted their air force away from F-16s to F-35s, which cost significantly more per flight hour at a time when the Israeli economy has already contracted by like 1/5. Tons of businesses have closed. Tons of fucking people are unemployed. Unemployment has kind of been a pretty big problem for the Israeli economy on and off for the last decade or so, but it's getting worse. You can get a lot out of like an unusual and unprecedented type of American support, be it economically or militarily, or just doing things like providing weapons and munitions at cost or free. But when something is in free fall, there's only so much you can do. And more people who would be high earners or are high earners are leaving Israel. No matter what they think about any of this, even if they have the most insane fucking opinions on earth, they just don't want to be there.
Yeah. But last point on this, but this is the classic equation. It's like, oh, you're a hijabi and you're anti-Israel. You're anti-Semitic. You're just like a Nazi. Also, it's perfectly fine when I hang out with Nazis to get chicken and waffles with them and bring them onto other podcasts so they can fucking develop clout and even defend them, as a matter of fact. For example, like when he defended it to his community and was banning everyone that said, no, Nicholas Fuentes is a Nazi. Like this is back when they were hanging out. Or Lauren Southern, another white supremacist that he hangs out with. Or Sam Hyde, another fucking Nazi that he's brought to his community and has interviewed him. Why? Because he fucking hates me and wants to kill me, I guess. So, everyone is chill. Everyone is chill in the eyes of Divorcelli as long as they are, on the fuck Assange ship.
I like that Lauren Southern 20 paragraph post about her divorce. I thought that was funny.
He did not debate Sam Hyde. Shut the fuck up, bitch. And also, there's debating someone, and then there's getting them on the fucking Adam 22 podcast, okay? Like, debating someone and then hanging out with them and having chicken and waffles with them is a little different, don't you think? I feel like you are underestimating the severity of someone who is a neo-Nazi who gets to fucking eat dinner, kind of like this, with Donald Trump.
I at first thought it was going to be the N-word tape, but the groping one is like...
Oh, it already dropped? Donald Trump groped me in what felt like a twisted game with Jeffrey Epstein, former model, alleges. Stacey Williams says the ex-president whose spokesperson denied the allegations touched her in an unwanted sexual way in 1993 after Epstein introduced them. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of mid in terms of October surprise.
Yeah, that I definitely believe it, but
Yeah.
the problem is
Apparently he groped someone like a kid.
Right, that was the one I was thinking about. That it's on video, and that it was recent. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I don't know. The problem is like accusations don't really sink him at this point. It would have to be something on video.
Yeah, this guy said, breaking. I have been told that Trump groped a minor at one of his donor dinners.
The Patrick reply.
They snatched baby alien's chain.
King Patrick.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. The problem is like I saw this one from like a lot of like Dash Dobrowski type people.
Yeah. What is this? I don't know if I can help myself from saying something about the rumor alleged story being pitched in accompanying video because there are full criminal implications involved for Trump if it was truly caught on video and not just spoken word. What? Pro tip, do not openly grope a major donor's teenage daughter at a fundraiser. I don't know. This seems very like resistance coded. Like this seems like a Seth Abramson Twitter thread.
It does remind me, not in content, but in like how it's being disseminated, of when people were like, Beyonce is going to be at the fucking DNC. Whereas suddenly everyone's actually an insider who's in the know. But like, then I also saw like seeing a bunch of Republicans say they're probably going to try to use a deepfake against Trump today.
Yeah, but
that seemed like they were getting ahead of something. But then again, maybe they're just reacting to the. I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea. I wish I could be like one of those people on Twitter who's like.
Yeah, I don't.
Can
we even, in the age of like nothing really matters, can we even have an October surprise? Is the question I have, because like Trump every day does something that in previous, like maybe a decade ago, 2 decades ago, would have been considered like completely campaign ending.
Yeah. Well, like Access Hollywood would have been that if he was running against anyone else.
Yeah.
If he wasn't running against the Clintons, who, you know, had the entire reason for the entire thing that people were arguing behind Bill Clinton in the 90s was that like sexual harassment and assault doesn't really matter in presidential politics as long as you get the job done.
Yeah.
And no, I don't know. I mean, I guess if I had to like come down on one side, I would say no. Like traditional October surprises as they existed in elections prior.
What could be an October surprise for Trump that would like actually fucking harm
I don't
his
think
chances?
like anything.
I don't think there's anything.
Yeah, I don't think anything
Like
anymore.
he could be literally walking into a Planned Parenthood, filmed on camera, and like urging, I don't know, his mistress. He's gay? No, that's not. That's a October surprise that benefits him. If it
what would the logistics of that be?
A gay sex tape would literally. I think a gay sex tape would not take him down.
No, I think we're past the point of like October surprises. I think there's stuff that like if it came out, it would make it nearly impossible for him to find a path to victory. But I think the type of stuff where like, oh, now you're going to lose by like 10 points. It's going to be like a historic blowout.
Yeah, nothing.
That stuff doesn't exist anymore.
No, nothing.
America is like way too polarized. And there are just way too many outs that people have for their own support.
He wouldn't lose some evangelicals with gay stuff. I don't even think so.
I don't think so. Yeah.
They don't care. They know he's like not exactly Christian like, and neither the fucking evangelicals themselves. Evangelicals love 2 things, okay? Creating new like family council meeting type fucking law firms and think tanks, and then running those think tanks while having orgies, okay? Like having the most insane Diddy freak off style orgies you've ever heard of. Every other week, there's another fucking like pedophile pastor that gets popped. Every other week, there's another like MAGA RNC spokesperson that literally is going to jail now because he did so much CSAM. He accumulated so much fucking child porn that like the federal government was like, we have to take over this archive and now we will use it as our honeypot. Like, and it still doesn't do anything. Like no one, everyone's always like, nope, it's the gays that are pedophiles.
Isn't it so weird how like there are only two types of Democratic sex scandals? It's either like the biggest fucking like pussy in history texting a woman and being like, I can't wait.
I would like to kiss your toes.
I can't wait to hold your hand.
Yeah.
I watched a Hallmark movie that reminded me of us. It's either that or like Ed Buck. Like the worst fucking most depraved evil shit you've ever seen. Whereas Republican ones
or I mean, I guess it's not, this is not in the Ed Buck category, but of course, the exception that violates the rule a little bit is Florida gubernatorial race, almost winner.
That's almost like a Republican scandal.
Yeah,
though.
that was a Republican style scandal.
I was gonna say evangelical scandals are like, I apologize for going to a foam party with my stepson. It's like that, or like their version of Ed Buck. Yeah, it's or Andrew Gillum. Yeah, Andrew Gillum is like
a Republican style sex scandal, like getting caught with like a gay prostitute in Fontainebleau with meth in your system.
Do you know that like if you posted the Andrew Gillum vomit pic in like 2021, you would get your account locked?
Wait, really?
Yeah, I had it happen to me.
Wait, where was Matt Taibbi on this one? Did he talk about this?
I don't know. There are like 85 volumes of the goddamn Twitter files, so it might be
dramatic oversight from brave truth teller Matt Taibbi.
It was, you would, they would like instantly flag your shit. I tried to send it in a DM and it wouldn't let me send.
Oh, wow. They hit it with the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah, we weren't even doing anything political. We were just like, Andrew Gillum nude, send him now.
Yeah.
And he's only shirtless in that pic.
Yeah, that's... Did he look good?
He looked okay. I mean, like, I don't really think it's fair to judge somebody after a bender.
Yeah.
Because, like, your water retention is all fucked up.
All right, the presidential town hall is slated to begin, ladies and gentlemen. And you are slated to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, unless you subscribe. It's 3 minute now.
Undecided and persuadable voters. That's what they all have said they are at a CNN town hall. Part of Harris's final pitch today
unpersuadable voters.
Praise of Hitler, the danger a second Trump term could pose. She has been using that word dangerous, which has been a big emphasis for her over recent days. Coming as CNN has learned, former President Obama shared a similar message at a fundraiser for Harris this week. He described Trump as somebody who white nationalists explicitly rally around. It's a quote from the former president there. And on that note, panel back along with Jay Carney, former White House press secretary under President Obama. So Jay, he's been out there now several times. And I actually have listened to a few of them. So he's got a speech. He's got he's got.
Harris talking to the 10 dumbest people in Pennsylvania tonight.
He's got a message that he's putting out there. How effective do you think he is?
I cannot wait for undecided questions, dude. Undecided panelist selector is like a specific pit of hell. Like, I think they bring out Frank Luntz or any number of these different specialists from a unique place that normal humans cannot live in to find truly some of the weirdest fucking people of all time. Actually, I'm quite undecided on on Kamala Harris's defense of Israel. I feel like she has not defended Israel hard enough, in my estimation. What do you have to say to this, Kamala Harris? It's always shit like that. It's always like, will Kamala Harris allow Iran to be nuked in a nuclear first strike by Israel? It's like, how? How are you this person? How is this even like confusing for you? Bet not a single Gaza question? No, the fucking Gaza question would be straight up. The Gaza question would be straight up just like Kamala Harris, why are you Kamala Harris, why are you not allowing population transfer to occur in Gaza? Are you anti-Semitic? That's going to be the fucking question.
Horrible, and hers are great. If we talk about that, the people.
I'm an undecided voter, and I was wondering when the Georgian invitation for NATO was going to finalize. I would like to know that. Hello, I'm an undecided voter, and I was really worried about the Chinese military drills that have been occurring around Taiwan. What will Kamala Harris do to nuclear first strike CCP and China to ensure that Taiwan takes over its rightful claim over mainland China, as once predicted by Chiang Kai-shek? These are my undecided voter guys that I'm inventing at every single. I'm inventing them. And there are Ryan Ruths all around for those with eyes to see. Okay.
Separates her from Biden and distinguishes her from.
I so agree with what Jay said, and I think you can fall into a trap if you're just listing proposals. You have to talk about the experience of people in this economy, and she needs to make that connection here and talk about how her policies will actually help. She's got practical policies on housing, on taking care of an elderly parent, on the kinds of things that people talk about around their kitchen table. And there are a lot of families in this country who are talking about that, not democracy. Right?
I would just say this, with respect to both you guys. Barack Obama's a great surrogate, right? Kamala Harris has to, she's got to close the deal here. On the way over here today, my Uber driver from Ghana, who's been here 10 years.
It's H.R. McMaster, dude.
Doesn't know who I am. I'm asking him kind of, what do you paid attention to?
I
the election,
remember
how things
him
going?
looking more impressive.
He can't vote. He doesn't have a green card. He said, all my
That's
friends,
a U.S. general you're
obviously
talking
he's from
about,
Ghana,
soldier.
African-American guy. He said, all my friends. I said,
He's
who you voting
favorite of
for?
Trump's
I can't
generals.
vote. All my friends are voting for Trump.
I'm
I said, really? Why? He
what's
said,
his fucking
immigration
name?
is terrible.
Mark Miley
It's
fan.
killing us.
Mark Milley.
Yeah.
Mao Zedong.
Yeah.
Mark Milley. Maoist third world is Mark Milley.
I love him. Yeah.
Who's gay?
He's gay. He's gay. He's woke.
Dude, I love. Have you seen the photos? Right, like you've seen the memes of Mark Milley where they like paint him with like eyeshadow.
Yeah, and then
like,
he's wearing like a fur.
hair.
He's wearing like furry shit.
Yeah,
I love the
fucking
idea.
that.
I love the idea of Mark Milley glomping people. I also like my other favorite general. Have you the clip of the guy who's like, he was like whoever. I don't think he was in charge of Afghanistan, but he was like on the general staff. The guy who's like, we are the true mujahideen. We are fighting for Allah and truth.
Someone in chat will know.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Was it spider rapist? What is it? That's one of my favorite. I mean, I lie on his name. His name is not actually Spider Rapist, but I like calling him that because I think it's funny.
Who is that?
It's like, no, his name is like Spider Mark. And that's how he's like referred to as on CNN when he goes on there because he's like,
I don't watch enough CNN.
No, these guys, yeah, Spider Marks is what his name is, but it's always like they always refer to generals with their code names and everything when their job now is basically to just like sell product for Raytheon. Like they go on there and they're like, that's right, the Houthis are actually an imminent threat, and the only way we can stop them is if they buy this Raytheon missile system. If Israel pronto purchases these missile systems that I am contractually obligated to sell on the show. But whenever they do that, it's always like, yeah, it's always a guy whose name is like Henry Spider Rapist Marks. Like Brigadier General.
They do, yeah. Like Mad Dog Mattis always pissed me off. Mad Dog Mattis pissed me off because it was like you weren't in combat until you were like 63. Like, fuck, no one called you Mad Dog. They called you Mad Dog because you were so good at doing push-ups, because that's all you did until Iraq.
Yeah, well, how dare you? That's a American general you're disparaging right now. Stand down, soldier.
Trump. I am on Trump's side against Matt, the so-called Mad Dog Mattis.
HRT McMasters. More like HRT McMasters. He's gay. It's like the most thumb-shaped person you've ever seen.
I think he's transitioning.
Yeah.
32 Pennsylvania voters say they are still undecided or persuadable. All of them are registered.
Oh man, these are some great.
There you go.
Yeah.
I called it. Oh, she got the idea of dog tagging and the yellow ribbon. She's gonna stand up and be like, "I'm still." I feel like your loyalty to Israel is questioned.
Yeah,
I haven't been able to get a good assessment.
Those are perfect undecided voters.
Yeah,
some real grade A fucking dopes. And then an Israel lady. That's perfect.
Israel lady that definitely is voting for Trump and has voted for Trump and will do it again, and being like, when will you allow population transfer to occur in the Gaza Strip?
Have you seen that? Have you seen that Trump PAC ad where it's like a bunch of like clearly like Anglo ladies, and they're like, "Oy vey, I had another Jewish day. You know, I don't like Trump, but Kamala's gonna kill all of us." It's the best ad
No,
I've ever
I can't wait
seen.
for an undecided voter to be like, how will you address campus anti-Semitism?
Yeah.
That's my favorite undecided
For weeks,
voter.
You've been calling Donald Trump unstable, unhinged. You've called him dangerous. You've quoted General Milley recently, who called him a fascist. Today, you quoted General Kelly, who said that Trump repeatedly praised Hitler.
Yeah.
But there are tens of millions of Americans right now
Who
who
also
have heard
praise
all
Hitler.
those things, and they don't buy it. Or
What
even
do
if
you
they
say to them?
They're still going to vote for
If
Donald
you're gonna
Trump.
ask her about
He's
Israel, you might
arguably
as well be
more
like, "Are
popular
you
now than
alienating
ever.
Hitler
You have
supporters?"
13 days to go. What do you say to those voters to convince them? Because some of them are in this room.
Sure, and I thank you all for taking the time to be here.
I prosecuted
And
transnational
you could be doing
gangs.
a number of other things with your time. So this really is proof that we love our country. People are engaged, Anderson, and really want to talk about the issues. And so the issue that you raise, yes, I do believe that Donald Trump is unstable, increasingly unstable, and unfit to serve. And I don't necessarily think that everyone has heard what you and I have heard repeatedly, which is the people who know Donald Trump best, the people who worked with
There's no
him in
captions.
the White House, in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, all Republicans, by the way, who served in his administration, his former chief of staff, his national
We'll look at it later.
security
Oh, I gotta pee.
advisor, former secretaries of defense, and his vice president have all called him unfit and dangerous. They have said explicitly he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
All right, this
They
isn't
have
a
said
policy
he should
question,
never again serve
but
as
Chad,
president of the United States. We know that.
I don't
is
know
why
anything
Mike
about
Pence is not running
hair
with him again, why the
designs.
job was empty.
Are Kamala's
And then
highlights
today we
natural?
learned that John Kelly, a
Because I've seen some
four-star
pretty
Marine
bold
general,
natural
who was
highlights in
his
my life.
longest-serving
Believe me.
chief of staff,
No?
gave an interview recently in the last
Yeah, I
2
guess that
weeks of
makes
this
sense.
election, talking about how
Shows what
dangerous
I know.
Donald Trump is. And I think one has to think about why would
Well, okay,
someone who
I have
served
seen
with
some like
him, who
really
is not
bold
political, a
natural
four-star
highlights
Marine
in my
general,
life.
why is he telling
My
the
brother
American
has like
people
very
now?
dark
And frankly,
hair,
I think of
like
it as
mine.
he's just putting out a 911 call to the American
But then it gets
people.
kind of an auburn red highlight
Understand what
in the
could
summer.
happen if Donald
And he's
Trump
not
were
doing
back
anything
in
to
the
it.
White House. And this time,
Yeah,
we
man,
must take
man.
very seriously those
How
folks
else
who
am
knew
I
him
supposed to
best
learn
and who were career
if not for asking
people
questions about
are
this?
not going to be there to hold him back. At least before, there were folks who we know what he would say, but they would restrain him. Imagine now Donald Trump in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. He who has openly admired dictators, said he would be a dictator on day one. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has said he is a fascist to the core.
You know, I think the
So
worst
I
thing
think
that ever
when
happened
the
to Trump
American people
electorally
reflect, especially those who are
was
undecided,
people
on
finding
who you should listen
you know,
to. Don't
seeing
take
him as a
my
known
word for it. In
quantity.
fact, go online and listen to
But-
John Kelly, his voice, talking about what he thinks of Donald Trump 2 weeks before the election. Because
Yeah, electorally, it was very bad for people to know that Donald Trump is a known quantity. But it's also kind of bad for this type of campaign posture where you're, you know, placing him as unique danger. And yeah, no, you could argue from the liberal perspective there are unique, dumbass things he did that no one else did. Sure. But it's kind of harder to sell it to Americans after they've seen him, and a lot of Americans' disappointments in him were that, you know, and this is not a value judgment, they thought he was going to be like an outsider radical centrist, and he was just a regular Republican. It sort of like decouples him from the things that voters don't like about him the most.
politicians. These are career people who have served in the highest roles in national security, who have served as generals in our military, who are highly respected, talking about
Does this move
the person
anyone?
who would be commander in chief.
Anyone who has
Not
like
to
parents
mention
out there
what we know and what they've
who
told us
are
about how he talks about the military.
what would you
Servicemen
call
and
them?
women. Referring to
Mitt
them as
Romney
suckers and losers.
Republicans? Are they into this?
How he
Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anyone like that. I could be wrong.
taken an oath to sacrifice their life for our country. And I do believe, Anderson, that
Okay,
part of
objection.
this is why, even just this week,
Don't let
I traveled
anyone
this state
who
and
was
others
born
with
in
Liz Cheney,
1960
former Congress
and signed up for the
member who was a
military
very
as an
high-ranking
officer
Republican. She has
in
endorsed
1980
me. Her father, the former
be like, oh,
Vice President of the
I'm
United
ready
States,
to
Dick Cheney,
die
is
for
voting
America.
me.
Where?
Over
In
400
Grenada?
members
Fat
of
chance,
previous
bub.
members of the administration from Ronald Reagan to both
I just don't buy
Presidents
it.
Bush to Donald Trump even have endorsed my candidacy. And the reason why among them is a legitimate fear based on Donald Trump's words and actions that he will not
Hey,
obey
you know
an
everyone
oath
you don't like,
to
all the
support
career
and defend the
politicians
Constitution
and
of the United States.
fucking
He
everyone,
himself has said he would
they're all
terminate
with me against
the
Donald Trump
Constitution
because
of the
he's so
United States
dangerous and
wants to
outsidery.
earn your vote to stand again behind the seal of the President of the United States? No one standing behind the seal of the President of the United States of America should be in that position saying they want to terminate the Constitution of the United States.
Let's get to some of our voters. I want you to meet a registered Republican who's very concerned about Trump's views on democracy and January 6th. She told us she's looking for a reason to vote for you, but is yet to make her final decision. Her name is Natasha Kwiatkowski. She's a student at Bryn Mawr College. What's your
subtitles.
question, Natasha?
If they were, I would turn them
for being
on.
here, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Natasha.
And as someone who hasn't fully committed to either party, how do you plan to address the concerns of independent voters and anti-Trump Republicans like myself who feel left out of the polarized political landscape? And what specific actions would you take to bridge the political divide and create more unity?
That's enough.
That's a wonderful question.
I love Bradley.
I
God, he's such a
pledge to
fucking
you to be a
ape.
president for all Americans. And I think
Was
to
he the
point
guy
of-
who
in the
like
spirit of your
smacked
question,
Ronaldo?
that
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
are
I support
frankly
Ronaldo on that.
exhausted
I think it's mean to take someone's
with
hat, but
what
come
has been
on.
happening over the last several years, which is this environment that is suggesting that Americans should be pointing fingers at one another, that we are divided as a nation, instead of what I think you and I will speak for us, I think.
What
who
specific
believe
actions
and
would you
know.
take to
The
bridge the
vast
political
majority of
divide
us
and
have so
create
much
more
in
unity?
common
Is
than
such an awesome nothing burger question.
For like,
the American
so this is a
people
student at
deserve
Bryn
to have
Mawr.
a president
Presumably
who is
she's in
grounded
like
in what
her
is
early
common
20s.
sense, what is
You're so
practical,
fucked up if you're like
and what is in
21
the
and you're
best
like,
interest of
how are you
people,
gonna
not
bridge the divide?
I started my career as a prosecutor. And I will tell you,
Take a shot.
I never in most of my career was outside of Washington, D.C., by the way. Only 4 years when I was in the Senate were in Washington, other than being vice president. I have never in my career as a prosecutor asked a victim or a witness of a crime, are you a Democrat or a Republican? The only thing I have ever asked is, are you
How can I
okay?
help? Are you okay?
And I do
What?
believe
Like-
that is what the American people
She
deserve.
thinks that's
in
like
their
a
president.
JFK bar,
Yeah,
by the way.
like no one.
It sucks so bad.
No one
Or what
like
is in their personal
thinks that
interest.
anyone
And I reference that because, as we know,
No,
it has been
I'm a career nurse, and I always ask, are you a Republican or a Democrat before administering first aid?
how those areas,
I make every victim
people
of
who
every
have been
crime take a woke
traumatized by
test.
extreme weather would get relief. He asked the question, did they vote for him? I believe the American people deserve better. And they deserve a president who is focused on solutions, not sitting in the Oval Office
You will never
plotting
convince me
their
that
revenge
genuine,
and
real people care
retribution.
about like
Let
a
me
president
introduce you
saying
to
this
Eric
shit.
Swenson, who
Yeah.
runs a service desk for an
Like
IT
I
company
just want to
in,
hear like
Conshohocken,
what
Pennsylvania.
kind of
He's
how much
registered as
money
a
are you going to give
libertarian.
me? Like
Himself as an independent.
This
he says he's
is-
undecided. Eric.
Could be
Thank you,
a
Anderson.
weapons
Thank you
grade
both for being here.
dope.
So my question is concerning
He's gonna
groceries.
ask her about
Grocery
Hot
prices
Wheels.
have gone up quite a bit in the last 4 years, and some people blame
Excuse me,
former
that's an
President
IT
Trump,
manager.
and
You
some
better-
people blame
I'm
President
sorry.
Biden. Who would you say is correct, and what would you do to bring prices down for Americans?
Okay, that's
Thank
not
you,
that
Eric,
bad of a
and you're absolutely
question.
right. You know it. I know it. I think most Americans know it. Price of groceries is still too high. And we need to address it in a number of ways. One of my aspects of
Say
doing
you're gonna
what we
fucking
need to do
combat
to
price
bring down
gouging.
the cost of living for working people and the middle class in America is to address the issue of grocery prices. Part of my background and how I come to it is probably a new approach grounded in a lot of my experiences as a former attorney general, where I took on price gouging. And part of my plan
Let's
is
go.
to create a new approach that is
Only
the
thing
first
that
time
tracks
that we will
well
have
with
a
the
national
general public,
ban
that
on
and
price
like expanding
gouging,
Medicare for
which
at
is
home care.
companies
I think you're forgetting
taking
about our
advantage
signature
of the
policy.
desperation and need
Pell
of the
Grants
American
for
consumer,
people
and
who
jacking up prices
for Amber
without
Frost.
any consequence or accountability.
I hate that so
So
much.
that
It
is one way, but
it's
to your
like
point,
her
Eric,
worst
there-
received
you know,
policy,
there
by
are
the
a
way.
number of
And
issues
she
that we
still
need to
says
address
it
in terms of
every
bringing
time.
down the cost of
Closest thing
living.
she has
It
to a
includes
signature
what we need is
policy.
really
Yeah.
a new approach that I bring to the issue of affordable housing.
I took on
Including, for
transnational
example,
pricing
rent.
gangs.
And again, I'm thinking of my experience, knowing what has been happening in terms of how corporations have been buying up blocks
Yeah,
of
she
property
flipped Pete and she's
to
paying
diminish
him as a criminal
competition,
informant.
and then rents get jacked up.
He's
and
wearing
addressing
a
that
wire
By
to,
the way,
to bread
making
pricing
sure that
She
there's
is
meetings.
low
a
key
consequence and
actually fucking
accountability for
talking
that,
about some of the
but
initiatives
also
of the Biden
investing in
administration, and
people's
I'm very
dreams of
frustrated that it took
homeownership.
this long for her to
You know,
get to this.
knowing that for too long,
Like, this
frankly,
is good
both
shit if you want to
administrations,
win an
I mean,
election. She
both
should have been doing this
administrations and
from
both
day
parties,
one.
Democrats and Republicans haven't done enough to deal with the issue of housing. And we need a
You
a
think
new
she's
approach
going
that
to
includes
shit can Lena
working
Khan?
with the
I kind
private
of think so.
sector.
I kind of
say
see it in
that
the
as
cards
a-
if
as
she
a-
wins.
as a devout
We'll
public
see.
servant.
I mean, why
Working with the
shouldn't
private
she?
sector
You know,
to cut through the red tape.
It's just
working with
like
home builders,
I don't think that you can have a
working
White
with
House where like
developers
Tony
to
West
create tax
is one of the
incentives
closest
so
people
that
to
we
the
can
president,
create more
and
housing
you
supply
keep
and bring
Lena
down the
Khan. I
price.
just
Let
don't
me
think that
ask you about
happens.
price gouging. I looked at your plan.
You don't understand.
You talk about going after price gougers.
Tony-
I'm quoting from
Tony
your
West,
plan, on essential
Tony West
goods
wants to
during
take,
emergencies
all
or
of the
times
other-
crisis. I get
he
that.
wants
How
all
does
of the
that
other
help someone
monopolies to
like
be
Eric
destroyed
with
so that
prices
Uber can
that
be the
for
only
years
monopoly.
Yeah.
prices
Yeah.
have been high.
Well, first of all, Anderson, as you know, and obviously CNN has been covering extensively what has been happening in the state of Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. It's a real issue. I was Attorney General of California. I was
Oh
the
my
top law
God.
enforcement officer of the biggest state in the country. I took this issue on because it affects a lot of people. And I'm not going to apologize for the fact that we need to actually deal with accountability when these, not all, in fact, most don't, but when companies are taking advantage of the desperation and the need of the
That's one of the
American people. We
best
saw it
Democratic
actually during the
sentences I've ever
pandemic as
heard.
well,
I'm not going to
where
apologize
because
for
of
the
supply
fact that
chain
we need
issues,
accountability.
there was a reduction of supply.
I
and
want
then
that
they would
tattooed on my
inflate
back. That's
the
fucking
price
awesome.
Of everyday necessities.
I
Not
look.
to
I'll
mention,
be
by the
fair.
way,
I'm gonna be
again,
fair.
Donald Trump
I'm
should be
calling
here
balls and strikes.
tonight
This
to
is
talk with you and answer your questions.
obviously
He's
not
refused
very
to
well
come.
delivered, but this is a
But
good
understand that
message,
part of
and
his
it actually
plan
performs well
is to put in place
as
a
well.
national
It's
sales
better than what I
tax of at least
usually see from her
20%
in this,
on
you know, in the
everyday
last
goods and necessities.
like
And
6
that,
to 8
by
weeks, I would
economist
say. Sure.
Estimates, independent economists, would cost you as the American consumer and taxpayer
Oh no!
an additional
Now she's going back to Goldman
$4,000.
Sachs. She's going to say
God,
Goldman
yeah.
Sachs
Carol
likes mine.
Mackinoff,
Oh, she didn't
a
say it.
political
Thank
science
God Anderson
professor at
Cooper cut
Swarthmore
her
College.
off.
She's a registered Democrat who says she's leaning toward voting for you, has yet to make her final decision. Carol?
Hi, Carol. Thank
Good
you.
evening. Thank
Good
you for visiting us in Delaware County, Vice President Harris. My question is this. If you could accomplish only one major policy goal that required congressional action, what would it be and why?
That's actually a pretty good question.
Well,
She's a
no,
poli sci
I
professor.
have to be honest
Yeah.
with you, Carol. There's a lot of work that needs to happen, but let's. I think that maybe part of
And she's not
this
going to answer
point
this.
that how I think
No
about
fucking
it
shot.
is we've got to get past this era of politics and partisan politics.
Oh my God.
Slowing down what we need to do in terms of progress in our country, and that means
What's your
working
number
across
one
the aisle.
priority if you could
I've
pass
done that
it
before. We
legislatively?
did it around whether it be what we
We
were
have to get
able
rid of
accomplish with the
politics.
bipartisan infrastructure deal, or some
I'm
of the
gonna.
work that
I'm
we
Brian.
have
Kill
done in
me.
terms
I'm
of
Brian.
dealing
Kill
with
me.
gun safety.
This woman basically laid it up for her to be like abortion.
Yeah.
I'm going to codify Roe v. Wade.
Hey, Kamala, remember what your campaign is
Deal with a
about?
number of issues,
You know,
whether
I
it be what
think
we
there
need to
should
do
be
in terms
one
of
party,
housing,
and all of us should
and
be in it.
creating legislation that creates
What?
incentives for that. What we need to do to reinstate the freedom of a woman woman to make decisions about her own body and not
Oh,
have her
she
government
remembered.
tell her
Good
what
job.
to do?
Good work, Kamala.
Whether it be what we need to do to
No,
actually
she's saying there's so much to
invest in a
do
substantial
that she can't
way
choose any
in the
one.
industries of
Just
the
say
future,
abortion.
in American-based manufacturing.
Just say abortion or
in
say Medicare for all.
American-based
I'm going to do Medicare for
industries
all.
Where American workers and
No,
union
she's on an
workers
apology tour
have
for
those
everything she said in
jobs
2020.
in a way that is good-paying jobs that gives people the dignity they deserve. All of those areas, I plan on working across the aisle and with
She
Congress.
asked, what would you do if you
including the
had
issue of
congressional-
immigration,
What is
which
your
we've got to
priority,
fix.
Let me
dummy?
ask you, you've talked about codifying Roe v. Wade. That would
Anderson
obviously
Cooper is
require
helping her!
60 votes in
Anderson
the
Cooper is
Senate, a
literally
majority of
carrying. He's
the
like, come on,
House.
Kamala.
That's a
You said
big-
Roe v. Wade, right?
You don't
You
have
would do
that.
codifying
That's
Roe
not
v. Wade,
possible to
right,
codify it in the
dumbass?
House.
Oh my God.
What do you do?
I think we need to take a look at the filibuster, to be
my
honest with you. But the reality of it is this. Let's talk about how we got here.
Why?
When Donald Trump was president, he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did as he intended. And now in 20 states, we have Trump abortion bans that include punishing healthcare providers, doctors and nurses. In Texas, do you know they provide for prison for life? For a healthcare provider for doing the job that they believe
We
is
have
in
to
the
start
best
taking
interest
a
of their
look
patient.
seriously at what kind of plans we can have about the
Laws, Trump
filibuster
abortion
as a
bans,
concept,
some that
as a
make no
theory,
exception
as an
even for rape or
idea.
incest.
How I
One of
can't
their
believe.
Just say you're gonna fucking abolish the
specialized
filibuster.
in
Just
as a
say it. It
prosecutor
doesn't
with
matter.
crimes
Just
against
lie.
women
I don't
and
understand. Why
The
won't she
idea you
lie?
would tell a survivor of a
Like Donald Trump
violation
literally
to their
says
body
he's
that
going
they
to do
have no right to
concentration
make a
camps. He's
decision
not
about
going to
what
be able to
happens
do
their body
concentration
next.
camps to the same
This is
degree
what's
that he wants
happening in
to.
our country.
And it's
You all
like,
may
but it
have
doesn't
heard the
matter. He's going to
stories.
lie
Women
anyway.
have
He
died.
lies. He says immigrants are eating cats and
Women
dogs.
have
Just
died
fucking
because of
lie.
these laws.
Say you're going to do Medicare for all.
And the suffering.
Think like it's
I have to say,
2019 again.
Anderson,
You're
for example,
already lying
with
to
Liz
the
Cheney
American
this
people
week.
when you're
She
like,
is
no, Joe
unapologetically
Biden
pro-life.
stepped down because he
And will
decided it
also
was
tell
best
you
for a
she
generation of
doesn't agree with
Americans.
what's
Blah
been
blah blah blah
happening.
blah blah.
I find
When
that
you
many
pretend
people
that
I've
like.
met
She's
who
lying when she says she's going to give
pro-life have said
$50,000
to
in
me,
tax cuts to
Yeah.
fucking
you know,
startups.
I didn't
Republicans are
intend that
not going to let that happen because they're going to be obstructionist anyway. So if you're going to lie, why not lie for good shit instead of like boring neoliberal bullshit?
They've lied about Joe Biden's mental competence for years and years and years. They're still doing
on
it.
access to in vitro
You're
fertilization.
already lying.
I didn't intend
Why
that there would be an
not
effort to limit access
shoot
to
for the stars?
contraception. So, you know, this is probably one of the most fundamental freedoms that we as Americans could imagine, which is the freedom to literally make decisions
One of the
about your
most
own
fundamental freedoms that we as Americans could imagine.
And
when you
on
like when
some
you take the
issues,
spaces
I think
and
we gotta
pauses out of her
agree
sentences,
that partisanship should be
it's
put
just
aside.
astounding.
And I'll close with this point.
Kid who
know
was
it is
napping in
possible
class and got
because when you
called
look
on.
at the midterms in so-called red states and so-called
I
blue
can't
states,
imagine a
when
more
this issue of
fundamental freedom. Well, I can
was
a
on the
couple,
ballot, the
but they're
American
right up
people
there
voted
with this
for
freedom that I'm
This is
imagining.
Leanne Griffiths.
Yeah,
She's
also,
registered
they're
with no
fucking
party.
voting for that in Arizona, and you're probably still going to lose. But
Yep.
or in Florida.
Final decision because she isn't sure who's better for the economy. Leanne?
Hi, Vice President. Thank you for being here today. Considering you have been in the position of Vice President for the past 4 years under the Biden administration, how can we expect you to deviate from the direction of that administration compared to your own? How can we differentiate your policy and your beliefs from that of Biden's?
Okay, this was a surprise. I would not have thought like
Well,
a
first of
UPenn
all,
young black
my
woman would
administration
be
will not
asking
be a
such a
continuation of
conservative
the Biden
question.
administration. I
Like
bring
demographically
to
speaking, this is like
this role my own ideas.
I don't know if it's
and my own
conservative. Like,
experience. I
Oh,
represent
we'll
a
see.
new generation of leadership on a number of issues and believe that we have to actually take new approaches. For example, what we talked about in terms of housing.
I thought you would talk about
my
Gaza. I thought the
experience
question would be
that
about Gaza.
leads to that priority
I
includes what
think
did
they
to take
only
on
let
the
you
big
in
banks
if
around
you're in the youth
foreclosure
wing of
crisis
Third Way.
when I brought billions of dollars to homeowners that were the subject of predatory lending. I know what home ownership means to the American people, not to mention what it meant to my mother, who worked very hard and saved up so that by the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy our first home. I bring to it my experience.
Homes
actually
were a
taking
really
care
big
my
part
mother
of
when
my
she was sick,
childhood.
and it was, as it turned out, dying
You know,
from
as
cancer.
someone who grew up in
And
a
so I
home,
know what it means.
scratch
and have the
that.
experience
For
of
someone
taking care
who grew
of
up
an
as
elderly
the
relative,
daughter
and
of
I
a
have raised children.
homeowner,
And so I bring to my priorities and
My
will, as
God.
president, a new approach and a new idea, frankly.
What is
about
the
what
approach?
we need to do to
What's
deal with the sandwich
new?
generation,
Say what's
which is what we
different.
call those
The
folks
approach I take is
who
that
are
I
literally
represent
in the
a
middle,
new
who are raising their
generation
young children
of lawmakers
and
that
taking
have
care of their
priorities
parents, which is
inside
why
these ideas
my plan
that will
and
take
approach
precedent.
says, hey, you shouldn't have
If
to,
we can hold accountable
wipe out all your savings to qualify
the companies
for Medicaid,
that are
to
making
be
it
able
so
to
that
get support to hire somebody
home
to help
ownership
you cook for your parent
is
or
something
help them
that
put
can
on a
be
sweater.
aspired
I've done
to
that. I know what that requires. You shouldn't
rather
have
than
to
just something
quit your job
that is out of reach.
in order to do the work that is necessary to take care of your children and your parent, because it's overwhelming to try to do it all. And so my plan is to have and allow Medicare to cover the cost of home health care for our seniors.
I think this
These
is
are
like
couple
a
of
broad
examples,
question
including
where
what we
she
talked
can
about in
separate
terms
way
of price
further than just simply
gouging
saying like, I'm
and
going
what
to
we
do
need to
a
do in
Medicare
addition,
expansion
and
for
it's a new
at-home care.
approach that I think it's well overdue.
I think that's like as
Let's invest in the
ambitious
small
as
businesses of
her
America.
Like this
policy
is
team
this is
gets.
where she's supposed to be as ambitious as
the
possible.
woman who helped raise us was a small business owner. I know who small
Holy
business
shit!
owners are. I know what they do. They are the backbone of America's economy. And for too long, we've overlooked
Fucking
their
Brian
value
Kilmeade.
to
Oh
the
my
economy
God.
as a
You
whole,
know,
much less to the economy
the
of
daughter
neighborhoods and communities.
of someone
so
who
that's
once
why my plan and
had
it's a
to
new
save
approach
up
is about tax cuts
to buy their
for
very
our
own
small
car.
businesses.
Oh,
so that
I know
they
what
can
it's
invest in
like.
Tax
themselves
cuts.
and
Oh
grow,
God.
and in the
Oh
process,
God.
invest in communities.
She's talking to like a
invest in
20-year-old
neighborhoods,
UPenn student
and strengthen
about
our
tax
economy
cuts
overall.
and
So those are some
$50,000 in
examples.
tax
It's
cuts
about a
for
new
fucking
approach,
small
a new
businesses.
generation of
I
leadership
know how
based on
important
new ideas
taxes are.
and frankly different
When
experiences.
I was growing
I
up,
bring a whole set of different experiences
my mom followed them.
to this job and the way I think about it than Joe Biden.
Some voters, though, might ask, you've been in the White House for 4 years. You were vice president, not the president. But why wasn't any of that done the last 4 years?
Well, there was
Get
a
him,
lot that
Anderson.
was done, but there's more to do, Anderson. And I'm pointing out things that need to be done, that haven't been done, but need to be done. And I'm not going to shy
Why does
away
she
from
always do
saying,
that?
hey,
Like
these are still
restate-
problems that we
Yeah,
need
it's
to
like-
fix.
I want you to meet Jackson
I think
Weiss.
it's
He's
just-
a
I think
student
it's
at
just like a
Drexel University
weird
from
verbal
Flourtown,
tick.
Pennsylvania. Registered Republican.
I
says
do
he's
think
leaning
that
toward voting
there is
for
a-
you, but he's yet to make up.
Oh no!
Registered Republican.
Oh no! You're about to get griped up, bitch.
Thank you.
Regarding the rapid increase in the migrant population, how will you ensure that every immigrant is integrated into American
What do
society
you think about
safely?
the banning
What benefits and
of
subsidies
pajama
will you
groiper?
provide them with? And how long will these benefits and subsidies last for an individual? Most importantly, will the American citizens' taxes pay for these benefits and subsidies? And if so, how much money will be allocated?
Oh, she got griped.
Well, thank you, Jackson. Let's start with this.
Shut up,
America's
nerd.
immigration system
No,
is broken,
Jackson
and
owned
it needs
her.
to be fixed. And it's been
I'm in
broken for a
groiper
long
chat
time.
with Jackson. I'm
And
giving him
part
props.
of what we need to do is always prioritize what we need to do to strengthen our border. I will tell you, I'm the only person.
We have to
in this race
prioritize
among
what
the
we
two
need to
choices
do
that voters have.
to strengthen the border.
Personally prosecuted
prosecute
transnational
transnational
criminal
gangs.
organizations.
Yes!
In the trafficking
Yes,
of guns,
transnational
drugs,
gangs,
and
I
human
hate them!
beings. I have
She
spent
prosecuted them!
a
Yes!
significant part of my
Kamala!
career
Kamala!
making sure that our border is secure and that we
It's
do
the
not allow
perfect compliment
criminals
response.
in,
Just like
and
a
we don't allow
nonsense
that
phrase,
kind of
like we
trafficking
need to
happen and come into our
prioritize those.
country. And
I
as
believe in the things that we need to prioritize in
as
order
my
to,
opponent
and then
has
transnational
proven
gain.
himself,
He's not
he would
serious about
prefer
killing
to
migrants.
run on
I
the
am.
problem instead of fix the problem.
The
You
guy
may
who keeps
know
saying they're rapists
there
every
were
day.
some of
He's
the
not
most
with it.
conservative
I am-
members of the United
Look
States
at-
Congress
look
working
at- it's
with
working
others
on Jackson,
that came
though.
up with a border security
Jackson's
bill
like, he's actually
that would
pretty
have put
base.
1,500 more border
I'll at
agents
least
at the
make a
border.
groiper
Those
out of
border
it.
agents
We
are
need more
overwhelmed.
border
They need the
agents.
support from the backup.
Hey,
It would have allowed us to have
this
more
fucking
resources
bitch is
to stem the
based.
flow of fentanyl.
I'm gonna make a groiper
I
out
don't
of
need to tell
Doug.
this state and people
I
around
always
the
like Doug.
country
Doug's so
what is
cool.
happening in terms of the scourge of fentanyl and how it is literally killing Americans.
There
It
should
would
be
have put
someone who.
What the
resources
fuck does
into
that have to do with
stemming the
immigration,
flow.
dumbass?
It would have
You-
given more resources
There
to
should be
prosecute,
someone
to
who's
investigate
like
and prosecute
pro-fentanyl at
transnational
one of
criminal
these.
organizations. It would have done a lot of good. Donald Trump got wind of the bill and told them, don't
Are
put it
Democrats
forward.
getting
Kill
like
the
a
bill.
sponsorship deal
Because he'd
to
prefer
talk
to
about
run
the
on a
fucking
problem instead
dumbass
of
border
fixing a
bill?
problem. We have
They
to have a
love
secure
this.
border.
They're going to be
and
on their deathbeds,
have
being
to
like,
have a
the border
comprehensive
guards
pathway.
liked it.
for
until they literally
citizenship.
were like, yeah,
And
we don't
that
like it anymore.
includes
Fuck you.
requiring people,
We are endorsing
hardworking
Donald
people
Trump,
to
of
earn
course.
citizenship and do it in a comprehensive, humane, and orderly manner.
Let me ask you about that. I mean, you talk about the bill.
You know
that
what I think
Donald
the
Trump
thing is with
quashed, that was
Kamala's
in
patter?
2024.
Like
You talk about the bill
we
he
have
tried
to
get passed in
prioritize
2021.
those
That wasn't
ideas in
able to
which
get
blah, blah, blah.
passed. 2022,
I think that's the problem in
2023, there
having
were
a
record border
politician
crossings.
where their
Your
beliefs and views are so
administration took a
malleable
number,
and that
hundreds
they
of
don't have
executive
like three
actions. It
core
didn't
things
stem
they
the
could
flow.
fall back on,
Numbers
like
kept going
even
up.
Biden or Trump
Finally,
has.
in 2024,
She's so
just in
ephemeral,
June, 3 weeks before the
just
first
ideologically,
presidential debate with Joe Biden,
that
you institute executive actions
most
that have
of her
dramatic
output is
impact.
just filler
really shut
words and
down
filler
people
phrases
crossing
that
over.
are- when you
Why didn't
actually,
your
like,
administration do
remove
that
the
in
spacing
2022,
and
2023?
performance from them are
First
so
of all, you're exactly
fucking
right,
meaningless.
Anderson. And as of today, we have cut the flow of immigration by over half. In fact, the numbers I saw most recently, illegal immigration
But if
is
it was
low.
that
But hold
easy
on, let
with
me
that
finish. Let
executive
me-
action, why not do it in 2022, 2023?
Because we were working with Congress and hoping that actually we could have a long-term fix to the problem instead of a short-term fix.
You couldn't have done one and both at the same time?
Well, here's the thing. We have to understand that ultimately this problem is going to be fixed through congressional action. Congress has the authority and the purse. I'd hate to use DC terms, but literally they write the checks. Part of the issue is in order to really fix the problem at the border. I was just at the border recently talking with border agents. You know what they talk about? Yes, they are overwhelmed. They're working around the clock. And the other thing that they talk to me about,
I feel really bad
we
for
need
the
more
border
judges
agents. I
down
feel
there to
really
deal
bad for
with
the
asylum
Gestapo.
claims.
Can we get
need
better
more
help for the
personnel
border
down there to
agents?
deal with processing. But Anderson, and that's where Congress kicks in terms of dedicating the resources to actually
When they get
fixing-
everything they want, just like the fucking police do, you are left with nothing. So then that's why like Republicans do this funny thing where it's like, I'm gonna make it illegal to be mean to cops. Like that's next election cycle. That's what's gonna be the Democratic Party position. It's illegal now to make fun of the Customs and Border Patrol because they can't do their jobs if you make fun of them.
Do you wish you'd done those executive orders in 2022, 2023?
I think we did the right thing. But the best thing that can happen for the American people is that we have bipartisan work happening, and I pledge to you
The most
that
important
I
thing,
will
huh?
work across the aisle to fix this
Fucking
long-standing
Christ,
problem.
this
I think the
sucks.
American people are demanding it
Yeah.
on both sides of the aisle. And it's time we actually put the partisan approach to this aside. We know what can work.
Well, let's talk about this compromise bill that you want to pass if you're elected. You said that's going to be a priority. It includes $650 million in funding for the border wall. That's something Republicans wanted. That was part of the compromise. Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it stupid, useless, and
her
a
ass.
medieval
Woo!
vanity project.
Go
Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald
Am
Trump
I
and that border
stupid?
wall.
Would you kick my ass?
So remember Donald Trump
think
said
I'm
Mexico
fucking
would pay
stupid?
for it? Come on, they
You hate
didn't.
me?
How much of that wall did he build? I think.
Yeah,
last
that was
number
the
I saw
problem with the
about-
border wall, that they
And
didn't
then when
get
it came
Mexico to
time
pay
for him
for
to
it.
do a photo
What
op,
are you,
you know where he
fucking
did
Trump
it?
supporter? Like,
In
what
the
are you
part of the wall
saying?
that President Obama
Oh,
built.
maybe she's
But
a
you're
former
agreeing to a
Groyper.
bill that would
She's
earmark
like a betrayed
$650 million
Groyper, and
to
that's why she
continue
entered
building
politics.
that.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill
I'm trying
to
to find
further
7
strengthen
Up
and secure our
Shirley
border.
Temple
Yes, I
flavor?
am,
Like,
and I'm going to
fucking
work across
impossible.
the aisle.
How about you solve that
to
one,
pass
Kamala?
a comprehensive bill that deals with a broken immigration system. I think Jackson's question, part of it was to acknowledge that America has always had migration, but there needs to be a legal process for it. People have to earn it. And that's the point that I think is the most important point that can be made, which is we need a president
Why don't
who
you
is
marry
grounded
Jackson?
in common sense and practical outcomes. Like, let's just
How
fix
dare you
this
disparage
thing.
Doug?
Let's just fix it. Why is
No,
there any
yeah, Doug-
ideological perspective
would
on it?
actually-
Let's just fix the
actually
problem.
To
Doug's
fix
got
the problem,
shooters.
you're doing this compromise
I'm a
bill.
Doug
It does
supporter.
call for $650 million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I am not afraid of good ideas where they occur.
You know, so
Anderson.
you don't think it's stupid anymore?
I think what he
I'm
did
not
and
afraid
how
of
he
good
did
ideas.
it
She said
was-
the
did
wall
not
is a
make
good
much sense
idea.
because he actually didn't do
I'm
much
not
of
afraid
anything.
of good ideas.
I just talked about that wall, right? We just
You know,
talked about it. He didn't actually
As the daughter
do
of
much of anything.
somebody
But you do want to build
who
some
had
wall.
a house that had
With walls.
I
in it.
want
Yeah.
to strengthen our border.
This is Annalise Keene. She's from Philadelphia. She works as a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity. She's registered with no party affiliation. She says she's a Democrat. She's leaning toward voting for you, but said she's yet to make her final decision in part because of the conflict in the Middle East. Annalise?
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Vice President.
Good evening.
My question is, as president, what would you do to ensure not another Palestinian dies due to bombs being funded by U.S. tax dollars?
So I will say, and I think this is to your point, far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed. It's unconscionable. And
She said Palestinians
we
first.
are now at a place where with Sinwar's death, I do believe we have an opportunity to end this war. Bring the
Why does
hostages
she
home.
keep saying
She's
that?
so
Bring
stupid.
relief
She's so
to
stupid.
the
has no idea why
Palestinian
she's saying
people
that.
and work
Wait, I wanna
toward
hear this. Hold
a
on.
two-state solution where Israel and the Palestinians in equal measure have security, where the Palestinian people have dignity, self-determination.
The question was,
and
what
the
would you
safety
do to
that they
ensure that
so
no other
rightly
Palestinian
deserve.
dies due to bombs being funded by
What do
U.S.
you
tax
say to
dollars?
voters who are thinking about supporting a third-party candidate or staying on the
God.
couch, not voting at all because of this issue?
Listen, I am not going to deny the strong feelings that people have. I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and have talked with people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for
Israel
many
has a right to
people who
defend
care
itself.
about this issue, they also care about bringing down
Will
the
she
price of
bring up
groceries. They also care
beheaded
about
baby?
our democracy and
Oh
not
my
having a
fucking
president of the
God.
United
Oh my
States who
fucking God.
admires
Oh my
dictators and is a fascist. They also care about the fact that we need practical, common sense solutions from a leader who is willing to work across
so
the aisle on behalf of the American people and not themselves.
Doug Burson would be
They
up
want
by
a president who
15.
cares about a fundamental
She
freedom
sucks
to make
so
decisions
fucking
about your
much.
own body. Understanding that we're not trying to change anyone's belief,
care about
but let's not have the
practical
government telling women what to do with their body.
I want you to meet Beth Sandberg. She's a realtor,
Oh,
a
my
mom of four from Ballackinwood, Pennsylvania. She's a registered Democrat, says she's undecided because of concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Yes!
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Beth.
for remembering we need to bring the hostages home.
Of course.
The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college
called
campuses
it.
and on our city streets in the last year.
called it!
How would you combat this growing trend and protect our young adults?
Support our troops ribbon.
Thank you, Beth. You are right, and I will say that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. It is something that we have to be honest about and we have to deal with. As Attorney
I will be
General,
giving Doug a
I actually
gun.
published a hate crimes report. On
Like,
a
what
regular
more can you
basis,
do?
and
You like
anti-Semitism
kill
was
the
among
fucking
the
anti-Zionist
yeah.
Jews on campus?
country,
Like,
and
what
this
do
was
you
before
what can
October
you do
7th.
more to combat
And we know what
anti-Semitism
we're
on college
We're
campuses?
looking
Part
into
of what
starting
we've
the
got to do
policy of
is
building a
talk
Gundam
with
suit
people
for Doug.
so that they understand what are the tropes, what are the roots of what we are seeing. So that we can actually have people
Trope education.
be more
Let's get it.
understanding. We need to have laws in place.
Yeah,
that
that's
make
why I'm supporting the
those who
IHRA
commit
definition
crimes
bill.
on
Say it.
behalf of anti-Semitism and hate, that they pay a serious consequence. We need to have the deterrence so that doesn't happen.
She's so
We
much
need
more
to
passionate
ensure
about this than
that
the Palestinian dead
college
children
students
stuff. Like,
are
she's
safe
popping off.
in their
She
school
stopped relying
and
on
feel
all like the
safe to be
crutch
able to go to
connector
class.
phrases.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you what doesn't help. Again, I invite you to listen
What if she said something
and
crazy
go online
right
to
now?
listen
Like,
to
what if
John
she-
Kelly,
Wait,
the
what?
former chief of staff
Oh,
of Donald Trump.
What did you think it was going to be?
has
Oh my God.
told us.
How funny
Donald
would it
I
be?
thought she was gonna be
said
like, we have to
why-
listen to the
essentially, why aren't
protesters.
No,
my
no, no.
generals
She did no.
Like those of Hitler's,
Wouldn't it be funny though if she had just like fucked
Like
up and said
Hitler.
something crazy? She was like,
who has
You gotta admit,
referred
though,
several times.
those
we've
dudes
heard
are
from
annoying.
for years.
You believe Donald Trump is anti-Semitic?
she's like, listen,
I believe
I'm
Donald Trump
married
is a
to one,
danger
and he's
to
like
the
kind
well-being
of
and security of America.
He has said that
She's like, next
he's cast
question.
himself as a protector of Israel. Do you believe you would be more pro-Israel than Donald Trump?
I believe that Donald Trump is dangerous. I believe that when you have a president of the United States who has said to
Who
his
is
generals,
confused by anyone
For
at
him
this
because
point?
he
Like,
is
we know
commander-in-chief.
it's maximum
These
support for Israel for
conversations, I
both
assume
parties.
many of them took place
What
in the
more can
Oval
you do?
Office.
oh my fucking.
And if the president
Anderson
of
is
the
like,
United
we
States,
brought
the
a
commander-in-chief, is saying to
6-year-old
his
Palestinian that we
generals,
extracted
in
from under the
essence,
rubble in Gaza.
why
Like, will you
can't
kill
be
her
more
right
like
now?
Hitler's generals, Anderson? Come on. This is a serious issue.
This is so bad.
And we know
God.
who he is. He admires dictators, sending love letters back and forth
When
with
the
Kim
American
Jong-un.
Free Officers movement wins, Anderson Cooper is going
Talks
to live
about
in a zoo.
the president of Russia, and then most recently, the reports are that in the
You're
height
going to
of
be able
COVID,
to throw bread at Anderson
when
Cooper.
most
and he's
Americans
gonna,
could
he's
not
gonna
get their hands
self-harm
on a
for eating
COVID
it because
test,
it's carbs.
Americans were
That's the
dying by the
only food he
hundreds a
gets.
day. He secretly
I
sent
personally think he
COVID
should only do
tests
hurricane coverage.
to the
It was very
president of
funny.
Russia for his personal use. So again, this election in 13 days is presenting the American people with
It's
a
funny because that
very
woman is still
significant
voting Trump,
decision.
by the way.
Yeah, no shot.
And
No shot.
on the one side, on this
She's
issue
going to vote the same way
of who is
as
going
if,
to
you know,
model
if Kamala had really said
what it means to
they're
use
kind of
the bully
annoying.
pulpit of the president of the United States.
Yeah, she's going to vote
In
as
a
though Kamala
manner
said, we're
that in
dismantling the
tone,
Zionist
word,
entity
and
piece by
deed
piece.
is about
we are
lifting
to make a
up
formal
our discourse,
merger between
fighting
Hamas and
against
Fatah.
hate, as opposed
Yeah.
to
We need to
fanning
bridge
the
the
We need to
flames
follow-
of
yeah.
hate,
and
which
Islamist
Donald
opposition.
Trump does consistently.
We need to follow China on this.
I'm going to tell you.
They've made inroads.
We are an incredible country, and we love our country. Y'all wouldn't be here unless we love our country. And there are certain things where we've just got to come together
Fucking so.
and realize that we do believe in the importance of healthy debate on real issues.
Fuck you.
But there are certain
Oh my
standards we've
God.
got to have.
This is so fucking.
And you know, another point that even
Did she
John
ever
Kelly
listen
talked
to her
about,
own
I believe,
answers?
and many have, is January 6th, where you have the President of the United States defying the will of the people in a free and fair election and unleashing a violent mob who attacked the United States Capitol. 140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed.
It's kind
And
of
so
funny
I say
that she like barely said what she would do for like combating anti-Semitism on campus. I'm no longer voting for Kamala Harris. I'm confused by whether or not she will take this issue seriously.
Yeah. No, she didn't.
I'm a single issue
About
voter, okay?
how we think about the role and the
Will
responsibility.
every single
And
college
certainly
campus
not.
liberal sign a petition to say they will never disparage the beautiful state of Israel or not? If your answer is no, I don't know. Can't
Yeah.
vote for you.
Yeah. How am I supposed to trust somebody like that with
I'm a-
tropes education?
Yeah, I'm a single issue voter. When will you restore Shai Davide's status at Columbia?
When will you give Shai Davide a federally funded position where he is professor at large for every college
Yeah.
in America?
Yeah, we need Shai Davide's in all campuses.
Make
Please.
it replace the Pledge of Allegiance in public schools with Shai Davide's thread about going viral for crying.
Yeah, that was cool.
This
is incredible stuff overall. This is masterclass. I mean, there's like a couple of reiterations of decent policies. Wait, what? Hasan will become a single issue voter when they push for banning Zinn. No, I'm already a single issue voter. I am a single issue voter. How will Kamala Harris combat anti-Semitism on college campuses? That's my single issue. There are still students out there that learn in classrooms that genocide is bad, for example. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that sometimes genocide is good. Like, for example, if the victims of the genocide are barbaric, rapist animal monsters like Arabs who have an antiquated ancient gene of anti-Semitism in their hearts. If you don't teach it like that, then people are going to learn the wrong lessons. Okay? That's just it. That's my single issue.
Yeah.
Okay? That's my single issue. And Kamala, her answers weren't that good. Okay? They were not that good on this issue. I do like that she was more passionate about answering that, for the record, than she was about fucking answering the other person who was like, when will you stop murdering children with American weapons? And she was like, yeah, it's really bad. We're beginning to think about the humanity of the situation.
That was. I just like. Does anyone on her team like ever fucking, Do they take it in? Do they watch it? Do they go, maybe this is just pure fucking nonsense?
Yeah, and then she was like, but people are. And then when someone asked, like, when Anderson asked the follow-up, like, okay, but like, what do you say to third-party voters that don't want to vote for you? She's like, well, I'm going to fucking, I'm going to make milk cartons cost less. So, who cares about the genocide stuff?
I'm trying.
It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny when she's like, I don't know why she thought like every single question should be tacked back to Donald Trump. Should have like an should have an attachment at the end of it that like Donald Trump is Hitler or something. Even though you also like his border wall, you literally verbatim said that border wall is some policies are good. I'm not going to say no to a good policy when talking about the border wall. When the question itself was literally, why did you say it was stupid in 2018?
That would actually be a good question for her that again she would not answer, which is like, if Donald Trump is Hitler, then what policies of his specifically do you not like?
Yeah.
Because you seem okay with like a lot of them.
Yeah.
You don't disagree on Israel, on the border. What is it? What are the mitigating policies?
Oh yeah. Is so Hillary 2016 coded? I swear if she throws this.
Hillary, I kind of think, I don't know.
Hillary Clinton had way worse of an approval rating, but Kamala has done a really good job of like trying to get there.
Yeah.
She's making up for lost time, like 30 years of conspiracy theories. She's trying to fucking package into
one of
like
the first phone calls
Hillary
you made
had, like,
after
decades and
President Biden
decades of,
announced
like,
that he was
baggage
dropping out
and,
was
like,
to your pastor. And I'm
truly
wondering if it wasn't a
awful,
confessional, if
slimy,
you could say
blatant
what that
bullshit.
conversation was like.
Well, my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church, it was an extraordinary day that Sunday when the president called me, and
I don't like hearing personal anecdotes from her life.
Understood the gravity of the moment.
You're one of the weirdest
seriousness
people
of the moment.
Because personal anecdotes are supposed to humanize you, but if you don't have the charisma to like make it seem real, then it comes across as like a lizard person wearing a human skin suit trying to be like, I'm so human.
Yeah. It's just like
connection. I needed that
nothing
advice. I needed
about
a prayer.
her stands as
and there's
like recognizable.
There's a
you
part
know
of the scripture that talks about Esther and a time such as this. And
I hate how every Democrat is like this now.
Yeah.
Like we made fun
And
of
it was
Josh
very
Shapiro,
comforting
but
for
they're
me.
all like this
And,
now, where they're like, I'm actually like a
I do
really
pray every day.
crazy Christian.
I do
Yeah.
pray every
I'm
day,
actually a
sometimes twice a day.
lunatic.
The only one I believe on that is Nancy Pelosi.
I mean, she's
She's a real ride or die Catholic.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is the type of Catholic that grew up
23rd
worshiping
Avenue Church of
skeletons.
God.
That's
Yeah.
totally fine. I support
I was
that.
raised
I just don't like it
to
when
believe
like
in a loving God.
Someone who literally has like a fucking a Jamaican father who is like a Stanford college professor and a mother who's like also upper middle class. Like there is no real reason for her to be like even remotely religious. And I don't even for a brief moment think that she is actually religious. I think that they just do this because they think like other religious people will respond positively to this. But like Trump is not fucking religious. Okay? At a certain point, you got to realize like religious people don't give a fuck. If they're actually politically religious, they just want you to do mean things to gay people. They don't care how much you fucking recite scripture. It's so stupid.
Says he's undecided, doesn't agree with
Oh
your
my
stance on
God.
abortion, but he is concerned about what he calls Trump's demeanor and actions on January 6th.
Joe?
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you, Anderson.
I have the same problem this guy has sometimes, where it's like the Chester will like peek through the crew neck.
We make mistakes. We have our weaknesses. And the office of the presidency can sometimes bring those weaknesses out in ways that the incumbent may not expect. What weaknesses do you bring to the table, and how do you plan to overcome them while you're in office?
That's a great question, Joe. Well, I am
she
certainly
hates
not
Joe.
perfect. So let's start there. And
She's gonna kill Joe.
I think that perhaps a weakness, some would say, but I actually think it's a strength, is I
fuck
really
off.
do value having a team of very smart people around me
Oh,
who
what a
bring
weakness!
to
I care too much.
decision-making process.
I'm too bipartisan.
The people,
Different
my
perspectives.
friends are too smart.
My team will
Just
tell
once,
you I am
just
constantly
once.
saying,
I would like
let's
to see a
kick the
politician
tire on
answer
that.
this.
Let's kick the
and be
tires
like,
on it.
I'm actually a little racist.
Because listen,
I'm actually,
as I mentioned earlier, I started
She's gonna
my
say,
career
I think
as
Doug's
a
annoying.
Doug's annoying. I'm a
It's
little
made me
racist.
anti-Semitic.
And I haven't.
I've tried
I
everything
haven't
from
been
low-level
sober
offenses
behind
to
the wheel of a
homicides.
car in like 17
And
years.
I'm
I
fucking
learned at a
barred out
very
right
early
now.
stage of my
If you
career
couldn't tell.
and adult
When I
life
don't like something that
that
happens
my
on a TV
actions
show,
have a
I
direct
shoot a
impact
wall.
With my Glock that I own
people
at my
in a
house.
very fundamental
It
way.
scares Doug
When I
a
was
lot
Attorney
when
General
I
of
do
California,
it.
I was Attorney General of what is the fifth
I've
largest economy
adopted
in the world.
dogs and then just returned them just
And
because
acutely
I don't
aware
know,
that
they were stupid.
my words could move markets. So I take my role and responsibility as an elected leader very seriously.
What do you think would
and I know
happen
the
if you
impact
were
it has
like,
on so many people I may never meet.
What's your
And
favorite?
that is why I engage.
What's your
and
favorite
bring
appetizer?
folks
Do you think
around.
you could
So
get
I
a
may not be
straight
quick to
answer?
have the answer as soon as
Like,
you
it's
ask
insane.
it about a
I've never seen
specific
anything quite
policy
like
issue
this.
sometimes.
We're
because
not. She's
I'm gonna
always trying to
wanna
repackage
research
the.
it.
There
I'm
are no
gonna
blue
wanna
states or
study
red
it.
states.
Yeah.
I'm
It's the
kind of a
United
nerd,
States
so
with every answer.
The all-time worst Obama
and
tribute
some might
act.
call that
Yeah.
a weakness, especially if you're, in
Josh
an
Shapiro would
interview
do
or
better
just kind of,
here for sure.
Oh,
being
Josh
asked
Shapiro
a
would be
certain
owning.
question and
They'd be like,
expected to
"What
have
are
the
your
right answer right
weaknesses?"
away,
And he's
but
like, smoking
that's how
cools.
that's how I work.
We I don't think I've
Sometimes
ever heard the
I
former
like to smoke a little
president admit
cool
mistake. A lot of politicians
after a breezy
don't.
summer night.
Is there
I like
something you
a
can
reefer
point to in
when
your
I'm playing
life,
ball with the
political life, or in
boys.
your life in the last
Like
4
a
years
reefer?
that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
Like filling up my jam meter
I
and
mean,
doing special moves
I've
on the
made
court.
many mistakes. And they range from, if you've ever parented a child, you make lots of mistakes too. In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
God.
I want you to meet Pam Thistle. She's from
Is
Winmore,
anyone ever
Pennsylvania.
gonna
She's a
be
realtor.
like,
She's
"Hey,
a widow. Her
you
husband Mike
didn't answer
died
the
just a
thing
year
I
ago.
asked."
She has 2 daughters in college. She
Just
registered with
said
no party
fucking
affiliation
nonsense
and says she's
again.
undecided. She has concerns about how you would handle the economy. Pam?
Thank you, and thank you, Anderson, and happy belated birthday to.
Thank you very
I
much.
really,
And I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and I'm
What?
really
My
appreciative for
husband's
you
still
to
alive.
be here and get
Oh,
to know
just
you.
wait.
When you talk about rich people paying their fair share, can you be more specific? Income
Okay,
taxes
Pam.
are already on a graduated scale, where the more you make, the higher percentage you
Wait.
pay in taxes. So
Wait,
the
what?
rich are paying a disproportionate amount in taxes as it is. Over 40% of Americans don't pay
Okay,
any
dude,
income
we should
tax.
arrest. No, we should
Also, the
arrest
really
undecided
high
voters.
earners
We should just jail
move their
them.
money
I love
offshore
CNN.
if they are
Hey, we need some regular
disincentives in
undecided
the US.
voters,
This could
aka
impact
R
describing
plus
it-
20 sample.
I
She's
would like to
describing
hear
a
more
progressive
nuts and bolts
taxation
about your
structure
economic
as though it's a
plans.
bad
Sure,
thing.
thank you,
Like-
Pam. So first of all,
Get ready
it
for a
is
sense-making
the
ass
case
answer,
in the
though.
United States of America that billionaires on average pay less taxes as a percentage than teachers.
Oh
and
my
firefighters
God,
and
she made a
nurses.
direct
I'm talking
response
about
to
hard workers
something.
like pound the street, have some success.
Yes, no, I understand,
Yes.
but I want to just let's
Not
set
the really high.
Let's set the scene, right?
Yeah.
So when I say that the richest among us need to pay their fair share,
Okay.
I am referencing that, and I need to reference
And not
that because
you,
sadly,
Pam. Not
Donald Trump,
you.
when he
I will
was
never
president,
tax you. Don't
gave
you worry.
tax cuts to the richest, to billionaires and big corporations, which added trillions of dollars to our deficit. So that sadly needs to be said in a way that should
Oh
be
yeah,
obvious.
that's why we need to
your
tax more for
point,
the deficit.
but is not given what he did. Now, in terms of what we need to do to bring down taxes, I have pledged and have a plan for a middle-class tax cut that would affect 100 million Americans, including, for example, what we will do around small businesses in terms of tax deductions, in terms of what small businesses are now being mired in terms of a bureaucracy around they have to fill out and do their taxes in a way that actually holds them back. Part of my plan includes extending a middle-class tax cut that would include a $6,000 tax cut, essentially a child tax credit for parents and young parents in particular, knowing that the vast majority of our parents have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources. So this is going to include an extra amount of just money that people can use to pay for childcare, which is far too expensive for too many working families. And part of the issue here is this. We cannot, and I will not, raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. But we do need to take seriously the system that benefits the richest and does not help out working middle-class Americans. I come from the middle class, and I believe that
And
the
I
middle
love the
class
middle class.
needs tax breaks.
And I love the
to be
small
able to
businesses.
actually
I come
not just
from,
get
I
by,
am a
but
small
get ahead.
business.
So you're saying
My mom was a small business.
What
I
you're
prosecuted
saying is
transnational
anyone
small
under
businesses.
400,000 won't have taxes raised. Or are you saying that anyone above 400,000 will have a tax raise?
I'm saying that there is going to be a parity around what the richest people pay in terms of their taxes. Right now, Anderson, you know, the document, it is well documented that some of the richest people in our country have gotten away with a zero tax rate.
But if you're earning $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 under your plan, there's a good chance your taxes go up.
We can't have this conversation without knowing it's a very complicated situation, right? If you're talking about a small business owner, I'm going to cut taxes for small businesses, right? Because I know that they need the overhead, the money that they need for overhead to actually benefit the growth of their business, which benefits our economy as a whole.
Let's go to, actually, I want to reference something that about Pam. Pam, we mentioned her husband Steve died a year ago. You've talked about your mom, Shamala Harris, who died 15 years ago. What has grief been like for you? Do you still
She's
grieve?
a 60-year-old woman.
You don't stop grieving.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God. No child should ever have to bury their parent at age 50.
I think that there is, there are like two sides
No
to
one
a
has
coin
gone
when
through-
you have lost somebody.
No,
you
they're
love.
trying to. This is so the Biden campaign that they're just trying to do the Biden run.
I hate this
If you
shit
have
so
had the
fucking
blessing
much. I
of
hate everyone like
a
this.
close and
You don't know
and
my
important
story. My
relationship with
grandma
someone,
died when I was
then
30.
when you have that, the other side of the coin is that
Don't
when
be an
you
asshole.
lose
She's
them,
an orphan.
the grief becomes even deeper.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I also
60-year-old
believe that,
orphan.
for example, anyone who has lost a family member through cancer or an illness, my mother died from cancer. It is important to try and remember them as they lived and not as they died, because
You
the
will
grief
never
can
be the
really
mourner in chief.
weigh-
That's Joe Brandon.
Yeah.
How
There's
dare
a
you?
way of
Yeah,
when
you're gonna have to
grieving
start
really
sacrificing Doug if you want to
spiraling
be like
down, and
Brandon.
it's
Yeah.
important, I think, to try and remember those you have lost in a way they'd want to be remembered, as being vibrant, and I think it's important to just to grieve as one does. I don't think there's any correct or proper way to grieve. And the most important thing is I think that people do not suppress what they're feeling at any moment, and the rest of us should give them grace to go through it as they will.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more from the CNN Presidential Town Hall with Vice President Kamala Harris.
This is incredible. She didn't mention NATO once tonight. Not one time.
Zero
Does Kamala
AUKUS.
Harris even know what NATO is? I'm starting to wonder if she ever even heard of it. You can't just ignore NATO. My family and I are outraged, and we'll be writing in Joe Biden because he would never, ever forget to mention NATO, ever. I, for one, am upset about no AUKUS mention, no Five Eyes mention, and of course, no mention of the pivotal accomplishment of Biden where all the naysayers, all the haters said, oh, you're going to Finlandize NATO. To which he responded with, no, Jack, I'm going to NATOize Finland. And he did do that. Yeah. And I think that that's important.
Do you think Kamala can even name like one member of AUKUS? I don't think so. I don't think she's a real fan.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like all of these questions and all of these answers, like I feel like I'm losing my mind when I watch this shit, because it's like, there are very real problems in America. Okay. There are very real domestic issues in America. Okay. And there are very real foreign policy blunders that the Biden administration has committed. And like Americans do recognize it, right? Like they see it. And yet it feels like half of the questions are like vague to try to get her to arrive at like a reasonable answer. And even then she just refuses to go there. And the other half are just like completely stupid nonsense. And like it makes me feel like I'm thirsty. I'm hungry for like a person who will just look at a situation and be like, this shit's fucked up. I'm going to fix it. And I don't know if I am alone in this. You know what I mean? Like with all of my expectations, obviously being that, you know, it's never going to happen in American media. I get it. I don't need to hear people telling me, I told you so. That's never going to happen. You're so stupid. But it's like, I can't be alone in feeling this way. I can't be alone in feeling like, you know, like just address the fucking issues directly.
Yeah, or
like tackle it fucking head on.
Answer any question. You know, like if she wins, which is like a distinct possibility, how are people going to respond to 4 years of this? How are people going to respond to like, you know, say like there is a Katrina-like national disaster, or say that like
none of this shit matters. They tried to kill our president.
Yes, sir.
Why haven't they mentioned Fethullah Gulen's? No, this is Discord bot. It's a bot that asks that says the funniest shit. Why haven't they mentioned Fethullah Gulen's death once in this debate?
Oh my God, what do you think she would say if they asked her? First of all, she doesn't know who that is. But
Yeah.
She would be like someone would mouth religious leader, and she would be like, you know,
she would think it's like Yahya Sinwar or something. It's like exotic enough. She'd think it was like a Lebanese Shia that
now that Gulen's dead, we have a great opportunity to establish a ceasefire.
Yeah. In Lebanon.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I prosecuted transnational hurricanes.
Like, what is going to happen if there is a Katrina level disaster? If there is like a, you know, like a giant like ground war between like Israel and Iran? Like, what any like bad realistic thing you can think of? What is going to happen when like Kamala goes out there and she's like, you know?
And we are back.
The
with
dreams
Vice
in which
President
we
Kamala Harris.
share
I want to meet Rob
with
McPherson.
each
He's
other
the Chief Marketing
are
Officer
different
for a local
from the
organization. He's
divisions that
registered
divide
Republican
us.
from Media, Pennsylvania, who told us he's leaning towards voting for you, but has concerns about what he calls shifts in your policy positions. Rob?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Vice President Harris. So welcome to Delco.
Thank you.
Here in Delco, we pride ourselves on being authentic.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
much of what we have been
I hate
saying,
people like
have
this.
seen
My shitty little
much of what
suburb
you've been
in
saying with
Pennsylvania
regard to
is
issues
different.
like law and order.
We're the only people
and
that tell the
fracking,
truth.
reflect a more
Really?
centrist view than what people are
Not
used
like
to
those
hearing from Kamala
Pittsburgh Yinzer
Harris. Leaving some voters
charlatans.
to wonder about
they're
the
liars,
authenticity of your
not like
current, more
Delco
moderate
people.
positions. Can you talk a little bit about how your positions have shifted and why?
Sure, and thank you. So first of all,
Get
on
ready
fracking,
for a real ass
I've been very
answer.
clear. We kind of dispensed with this in 2020. I am not going to ban fracking. I did not as vice president. In fact, as vice president, I cast the tie-breaking vote that now has opened up more fracking leases.
Hell
My
yeah!
value on the issue of what we need to do to invest in a clean energy economy and a clean energy future has not changed. But frankly, I now have the experience and perspective of having been vice president for almost 4 years. I've traveled the country. I know that we can invest in a clean energy economy and still not ban fracking and still work toward what we need to do to create more jobs and create U.S.-based jobs in a way that will be globally competitive. On the issue of law and order, as you mentioned, I think there's just a whole lot of misinformation, to be honest with you. I have personally prosecuted very serious crime. It's how I started my career. I spent most of my career as a prosecutor, not in Washington, D.C. And as my first priority had and remains as a first priority to me, the safety of the American people. So that has not changed. And sadly, I think that there's a bit of misinformation, if not more than a bit. But I'm glad that you raised the subject so that I can address it. But just if you don't mind, just let me just finish. Because I think the spirit of your question is really important, and I'm glad you raised it. Our country deserves to have a president of the United States who is not afraid of good ideas and does not stand on pride. If a perspective needs to be informed by different points of view to build consensus and to have a common sense approach, I'm never going to shy away from good ideas. And I'm not going to feel the need to have pride associated with a position that I've taken when the important thing is to build consensus to fix problems. I believe in fixing problems.
This is how Joe Biden probably feels.
I love
all
fixing
the time.
problems. And so I pledge to you to be a president who not only works for all Americans, but works on getting
I feel
stuff
like I'm reliving
done.
memories
And that
from,
means
like
compromise.
when I was a toddler.
And it doesn't mean compromising your values or your principles, but it does mean working to get stuff done. And I pledge to you I will do that.
Just to be clear, though, what he's referring to, and you point out to when you're running for vice president in 2020, you were not talking about banning fracking, but
No, Anderson, I pledged that I would not ban fracking.
right, I know you said you would not ban fracking.
Correct.
You know, you had said in the 2019 town hall, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. In 2017, you talked about Medicare for all. You talked about 2019, you raised a hand in debate about if border crossings should be decriminalized. Are all of those issues, which those are not your positions now, are all those issues that you're saying through consensus and getting stuff done you have evolved on?
Well, no, let's take, for example, the issue of Medicare. My point has always been that access to health care should not just be a privilege of those who can afford it. It should be a right for all people.
So why are you anti-Medicare for all now?
I have worked on doing what we have done to, one, allow Medicare to negotiate against the big pharmaceutical companies to bring down the cost of prescription medication.
Why aren't you pro-Medicare for all now?
We've achieved that in terms of capping the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, capping the cost of annual prescriptions at $2,000 a year for seniors. But my plan moving forward, based on that very principle that I've always had, is as president to have that cap be for everyone and not just for our seniors. The work that I have done that has been about recognizing the importance of dealing with border security, that has never changed. As I said, I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations.
Yes!
That I did for years before I ever ran in 2019.
I mean, you did raise your hand saying in debate when asked if border crossing should be decriminalized, but obviously that is not your position.
I never intended, nor will I ever allow America to have a border that is not secure. I believe we need to deal with illegal immigration.
Yeah.
There needs to be consequences.
We need to get those fucking aliens out of here.
My plan that
I'm a Democrat, by the way.
And again, please go to KamalaHarris.com. Sorry to throw a website on you, but why not? And you will see that part of my plan includes what we need to do to actually do more as it relates to putting resources in, including increasing penalties for illegal crossing.
And just finally on fracking,
Hell
you
yeah.
said you're clear you would not ban it as president.
No, I would not ban it as president.
Right, I know you're clear on that. Do you think it is bad for the environment, though?
I think that we have proven that we can invest in a clean energy economy. We can mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. We can work on and sustaining what we need to do to protect this beautiful earth of ours and not ban fracking.
Time is short, so I want to get some more voters in. Tanisha
That's
Spall
crazy.
from Lansdowne, Pennsylvania. She works as an education administration manager for the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. Registered Democrat who says she's leaning towards supporting you, has yet to make her final decision. Tanisha, welcome.
Thank you, Anderson. Thank you, Madam Vice President,
you.
for joining us this evening.
Of course.
I appreciate that you did acknowledge that we are a country that is faced with problems and issues. With the Supreme Court being plagued with issues, would you be in favor of expanding the court to, say, 12, so each justice has only
this is
one
the only-
circuit court
Yeah, she
other
had the
than
best
Chief
question so
Justice
far.
only
to
lib
assist in
here,
making
the only true
judgments
lib.
more balanced?
Well, to your point, there is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court.
Oh, just
And
say
in large
yes.
part
I'm going to
because
make it
of
a
the
1,000
behavior of
Supreme
certain
Court
members of
judges,
that court
please.
and
Or
because
just
of
say
certain rulings,
anything
including
besides this
the Dobbs
fucking
decision and taking
patter.
away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. So I do believe that there should be some kind of reform of the court, and we can study what that actually looks like.
What?
But I do believe.
Study?
But again,
let's
You're
just,
about
while
to
you raise the
become
point of the
president,
court,
potentially.
Understand
What do you
that,
mean we're gonna
again,
start
in
this
13
study?
days, the American
That is
people
the
will
perfect
decide
Kamala
who's the next
answer
president of the United
because
States.
she's.
In 13 days, you will decide
You get
who
her
is sitting in the
saying
Oval Office
we
on
need to
January
reform the
20th.
court, and Republicans could go,
And on one
look,
hand,
she's going to
you
fucking
have
back
in
the
Donald
court.
Trump
But it's such a
someone who has
non-committal
increasingly
non-answer
proved
that it
himself
doesn't
to be
inspire
unstable.
anyone on her side.
And who, as we have
Her
established,
actual
and the
answer
people
is that
close
we
to him
should
have
study
established,
it.
he is unfit to serve. Somebody
Who
who
the
on
fuck is
January
this
20th,
campaign
you can be
for?
sure, will spend full time like we know, and we've seen the image mentally of him sitting in the dining room off of the Oval
Oh my
Office,
God.
watching for hours as people violently attack the Capitol. You can
January
be sure
6th
because he has
again.
said he would weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies. That you can look at a Donald Trump in the White House after January 20th, sitting in that Oval Office, plotting his revenge. He has talked about the enemies within. We haven't even raised that subject, Anderson. The
You
enemies
have every
within.
fucking
He's talking
answer.
about the American people. He's talking about journalists, judges, nonpartisan election officials. He has talked about, as John Kelly has talked about, can he send the military after peaceful protesters? And he's going to sit there unstable, unhinged, plotting his revenge,
Oh my
plotting his
fucking
retribution,
God.
creating an enemies list. I'm going to tell
What
you,
would they
my
be
list
talking about
will
if
be a
January
list of
6th
how
never
I
happened?
address and continue to address
That's like
the issues you all are
70%
raising.
of
There
her
would be
content
no fucking town hall. Trump would be winning. Like
Yeah, probably.
January 6th, no Roe v. Wade, no January
Lift
6th
up
is like this is not
Yeah,
even a
yeah.
question.
the American
like,
people and address some of the challenges that we continue to face.
But I just
I want
mean,
to
like,
get
what
one
would
last
she be
questioner
talking
in.
about
This
for
is Elton
70%
Fleet. He's a
of her
student at
answers?
Temple University.
she's gonna be the
registered Democrat,
immigrant
leaning towards
mutilator.
voting
Yeah.
He has to make up his
Yeah.
final decision. Elton,
Whoa.
Hi. First of all, go Birds, and hi I'm from Danville, California.
Hello.
But my question
Vice
is, what is
President, I'm
the
annoying.
proudest moment of your political career thus far, including
He
when you
has
were the
the
AG?
hostage ribbon.
Oh, that's a great one. I've actually had a few.
What? How will
One of
this
them,
cause you not to be
is
undecided?
I,
What's
as
your proudest
Attorney
moment?
General of California,
Who's writing these
created,
questions?
what I named the Bureau of Children's
I'm
Justice.
fascinated by his hair.
And you may be familiar with that as a Californian.
He's a Zoomer, bro.
and
That's
it
all- they all got
it
that.
was
Yeah, I
because
guess
I
so.
believe that, frankly, we still have a lot to do in terms of policy that impacts children. And an investment in the children of our country is an investment in all of us and our future.
Fuck you.
And
Fuck
that
you.
work
Fuck
has
you.
actually produced significant results. That has been a proud moment for me. It was a
This is
proud
so
moment for me
meaningless.
to do the work that we've been doing. That has
Okay, this is the
addressed
one time I'm gonna
issues
be
like
fair to
maternal
Kamala, but
mortality.
like it's kind of
I
a
mean, it's
stupid
in
fucking
response to an
question.
It's a stupid question, but she's
lifting up
answering
that
it
issue
just
in a
the
way
same
that
as
we
all
agree
the other questions.
that America
Even
should
You
the
know,
kind of
okay,
good
I take
ones.
it back. I think the appetizer question would kind of bang. Like at least it would like force her to be human. I think.
No, it would, she would find a way
life
out.
as
Yeah.
a public servant,
You know who
knowing
wasn't
the impact
ordering
that we can
appetizers?
have.
The cops that
And
died on
I guess
January
that is
6th.
probably what
Donald Trump. The
motivates me
appetizers
most, 'cause
I
know
want
we
to
can
talk
make a
about is the
difference. I
French
really
fries
do.
Donald Trump threw at the wall on
And
January
I
6th.
do believe that the American
You
people
know,
deserve a
Appetizers
president
is
who's
something
going
that
to
we
be
divide.
hardworking.
But when
Yeah.
we divide them, we
And,
share.
you know,
But
we'll
when
make
on
mistakes from time to
January
time.
6th, we were divided
But
and we
it's
didn't
focused
share.
on you. And I think that is so fundamental in this election.
Can someone run
So
a count of
fundamental.
things that Kamala thinks are
You
fundamental?
deserve a president. I believe the American
it's
people
like
deserve a
800
president who's
fucking
saying,
things.
look, let's
She
just
has
be
the concepts of
practical.
a plan that
Let's get
she's
things
starting to think
done.
of, by the way.
And
Which, but
let's not
like
be afraid of
liberals
having a
made fun
little
of
joy.
fucking liberals made fun of
To the
Donald Trump for the
point of, you
concepts
know,
of a
what
plan
gives
shit,
you-
and then like
what
Kamala
makes you
Harris is
feel
like,
good
we're gonna
about your
do
work.
studies.
Let's
We're gonna
do
start
it
the.
in a way that is grounded in optimism. You know, the thing that I think we all know about who we are as the American people.
Fuck
we
you!
are people
Oh
who
my
are
God!
ambitious. We have aspirations. We
God!
have dreams. We are inherently optimistic. Inherently optimistic. And I think people are exhausted with the idea that we're just going to be divided and angry
They should give you fentanyl if you go to this.
instead of working on the problems
No, they shut down the
and
border.
working together.
There's no more
And,
fentanyl coming in.
that's what motivates
No,
me. And
that's
what-
ironic.
You want to
no
know what's
one
really
needs
fucking
fentanyl
annoying?
more than people in the audience.
You want to
here.
know what's really fucking annoying about that? The Biden administration, through like Narcan and a bunch of other like harm reduction initiatives, is actually for the first time ever lowered the number of fentanyl overdoses in the country. And these dipshits never bring it up. They never talk about
they're
it.
like ashamed of it.
They're so fucking stupid. It makes me so mad. I'm like, dude, just like whenever fentanyl comes up, you have to be like, oh, she's doing the Biden thing. She's talking to the fucking tax realtor. She's talking to the tax realtor.
The election, a lot of
Yeah.
tough questions for the vice president there. It seems as
Like, dude, the question with the immigration should literally be the moment that you bring up like immigration and fentanyl in the same subject matter, be like 90% of the fucking drug apprehensions at the border. This is the Department of Homeland Security's own numbers, happen at regular ports of entry. 90% are trafficked by American citizens. This is not an issue that migrants are contributing to. It's actually a very nefarious way that the Republicans try to lie about this issue. And having said that, if you want to talk about how these guys talk the talk but don't actually care about this stuff at all, my administration, alongside Joe Biden, lowered fentanyl overdoses for the first time in decades. So obviously, we do care about this shit. We are actually fucking doing something about it. They're not. They're just chirping about it, and they're using a real problem that has destroyed the fucking heartland to further divide you from your neighbor, to make you hate your fucking neighbor and make you be suspicious of your neighbor and make you feel like he's the one who's responsible for your uncle overdosing. It's stupid as fuck. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you have the facts on your fucking side, dumbass. Just use them. Like, there are things that this administration has done that are good that you can use to your advantage to communicate how you will expand on some of the accomplishments of the former administration. I don't understand. Like, do they not have a single fucking analyst? Do they not have a single wonk? Do they not have a single fucking staffer that's like, hey, why don't we bring this stuff up when people bring up fentanyl?
Yeah. Well, there is an adjacent concept to crackpot realism that I think sort of characterizes definitely this campaign and a shitload of Democratic campaigns, really. Similar to crackpot realism is reckless caution. Like, being so overly cautious and so risk averse to taking any position at all, to even talk about things that the administration you're a part of has done and advertised itself doing, that you diminish your standing with voters by just appearing as nothing. You're so afraid of alienating everyone that you end up alienating them by just providing nothing, providing no actual like policy pushback, providing no actual like answer for any of these things, just in the name of pure cautiousness. You end up you end up with the same outcome as, like, you know, the most fantastical McGovern 1972 nightmare that every Democrat seems to have.
Yeah, I like, this is yet another, this is the third time now, Trump referendum election. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. And like, and the scary part of this, if you are a Democrat, if you are a die-hard liberal, is that Americans are stupid and they don't remember how shitty it was when Trump was president. Some Americans literally look back at that and even remember it fondly. Okay. So for that reason, it might resemble a 2016 style Trump election that favored Donald Trump greatly for that reason. This kind of like, I'm going to be bipartisan. I'm going to work with the Republican Party over and over again, to a fucking group of undecided voters in Pennsylvania. It's so funny. Dog, they're undecided. Okay? If they're really actually undecided, you have to tell them how you differentiate from the other side, not how much you're going to run towards the other side. This is something that I will never understand. Republicans never do this. They never, ever, ever bring up bipartisan compromise. I never hear Republicans bring up bipartisan compromise. They keep saying over and over again, like, Democrats are pedophiles. They're freaks. They're monsters. They want to kill you. They want to kill your children. Like, they want to trans all your children. Okay? And meanwhile, she's like, Donald Trump is a fascist and I'm going to compromise with this party. Donald Trump is a fascist and I'm going to have people who are in his administration endorse me, and I'm going to talk about how sick that is. Like, it doesn't, I don't get it. Like, I don't know who, like how much of the needle is moving here with this kind of, with these kinds of fucking sentiments. We can only look at the polls, and it seems like this kind of messaging is not fucking working. And that's precisely the reason why the polls have been slammed shut for the past couple of months, despite the fact that Kamala Harris has used multiple millions of dollars in key states from her ginormous fucking war coffer to literally take these shitty ass communicated lines and pump them into the fucking televised marketplaces over and over again. That to me says people hear it on TV and they go, I don't really like this.
Yeah, people.
That's it.
This message is reaching people. It's just resounding with a thud. It is. I'm not sure the exact type of person they have tailored this message to. I think it's like a catch-all for, like, you know, Obama to Trump to Biden voters and like Mitt Romney Republicans and people like that. But for actual like swing voters, no matter how like stupid or misinformed or whatever their concepts of American politics are, this doesn't move anyone. This doesn't move fucking anybody.
Michael from Pennsylvania brought up a funny point. It's so funny that this is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, because that's one of the 2 counties in PA that banned fracking. Yeah. They literally banned fracking there.
Yeah.
And she's like, we're gonna drill baby drill.
Oh,
okay.
well, we need a refresher.
Oh, here.
Like this is gonna cheer us up. This guy's awesome.
I don't like talking about the Marines in Afghanistan because I don't want to draw any more attention.
Because it was my personal Afghanistan every time my father turned the key to the door for 20 years. Yo, if he said that, he would.
What he says is even better.
Okay.
He kills it.
It's funny because Republicans now would look at this guy and be like, he's gay.
Yeah, this guy's a gay Muslim. What the fuck? No wonder we're losing.
I don't want to draw any more attention to them because you and I know they've been reasonably
they're shy.
effective
You and I both know that they're Int J's.
Yeah, they're
when they
shy.
give you the Int J stare,
they
mix of seduction and judgment.
They've been reasonably effective tactically, but that's a small part of it. I mean, at the end of the day, back to the long war discussion, there's going to have to be a political settlement, and all the efforts to reconcile with the Taliban.
Wait, I'm sorry. I have to respond to this. God, I wish I was rich and white. Then I don't have to worry about who wins either way. Yeah, but when you're poor and also a underserved minority, no matter who wins, it still fucks you over regardless. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. Like if like, sure, let's say I'm an asshole for not caring enough about the consequences of Trump's presidency. What does that make Kamala's campaign for running such a dog shit campaign?
Yeah.
What does it make the people who have received hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to blow all their momentum and their lead and deliver such a fucking horrifically bad campaign?
It's also funny because, like, on average, it's like the wealthier you are, the more likely you're gonna vote. So it's really funny when like the overwhelming, the plurality of voters, when you look at that are non-voters, are not exactly fucking cooking, okay? They're not exactly like so wealthy that they're just
Yeah.
going to sit this one out. It's like, no, it's the wealthy that actually go out and vote.
I'm like one of the only people driving up the average for non-voters.
Like,
and no one thanks me for it.
So it's just like, it doesn't, you're responding to not necessarily reality, but like what MSNBC has told you is supposed to be the reality. It's like a false presentation of reality. And the real reason why most of those people that don't fucking vote is because they feel they recognize the truth in some ways. Obviously, the Electoral College is one reason. If you're in a blue state, it's like, who gives a shit if you're going to vote for a Republican or Democrat? If you're in a red state, who gives a shit, right? But beyond that, it's also because neither party is actually representing their interests. Like, neither party is like, I see what you're hurting on and I'm going to solve it. Okay? Every now and then, a guy like Trump will come along and be like, I see that you're hurting and it's because of gay liberals and Mexicans that are doing this for you. And then maybe some people look at that and go, okay, that tracks. At least he recognizes that I'm mad and I don't really fuck with Mexicans like that. So I'm going to go out and vote for him. And that's how Trump has the capacity to draw turnout from low and mid propensity voters, the cranks, the podcast voters. But Kamala Harris is not doing that. She's not doing any of that. She's just like, I don't know why her turnout strategy is just like hyper focusing on a couple key fucking suburbs in looking at an Electoral College map and being like, we've identified like 8 suburbs that are going to swing the election in our favor. And every single time I'm running this national campaign, I'm going to speak to them directly. Many of those people might not even fucking end up voting Democrat, but I'm still going to try to make, this entire campaign about them. Lo and behold, it might actually end up hemorrhaging my base of support from all of the other normal fucking reliable Democratic Party constituencies that I have to hold together. But who gives a shit?
The worst standing you can have inside the Democratic tent, inside the coalition, is as an incredibly reliable voter. That is the worst possible thing to be. Just as far as you get treated by the party.
Yeah.
Whereas
on the Republican side, they're like, oh my God, you're an evangelical white person. I don't care if you literally think the QAnon is real. I will say it. I don't even like, yes, you're right. Everyone is a pedophile that's running the deep state. I'll say it. I'll make inferences to it. I love you so much.
We will hang the albatross of Dobbs around our neck. For you.
Yeah. Longtime viewer here. I'm just wondering if all the recent hate can really be boiled down to out of context clips, or if you think something is genuinely going wrong and just can't fix it. What do you mean? About me? Yeah, no, something is fundamentally wrong with my brain. That I am an Islamist fundamentalist and people have finally caught on to it. But I also like, I'm secretly an anti-Semite, but I like to run on expert difficulty. That's why for years and years I've been doxxed and swatted by fucking Nazis because of my railing against anti-Semitism. But like deep down inside, I wanted to give the tools to people so that they wouldn't be anti-Semitic, so that it could be harder for me to be anti-Semitic down the line. I'm a real freak like that. Yeah. For years and years, I have been designing this so I could make a community that will consistently call me out eventually in the future. That's what it is. Thank you. What did these guys say? Why deny the rapes then? What are you talking about? Referring to the smear campaign as an arc is such a tell. Yeah, I know. Longtime viewer. Do you think that you're just like fundamentally at odds? Or do you think these out of context clips are actually real and that you're a giant piece of shit?
Arc is such a that is the worst phrase I've heard from someone who isn't Kamala today.
Yeah.
Arc? You like a character arc? Jesus Christ.
Republicans create an outgroup and are cultish around their in-group, but Democrats use Republicans as the outgroup. Neither resolves the contradictions of capitalism, but only serve as a scapegoat for capital owners. This is true, but there's an old saying among campaign staffers: Republicans fear their base, Democrats hate their base. Yes, for sure. Why are you hiding about, what are you hiding about Fito like you're not? Please speak, your silence is deafening. I've already covered it. Most Americans don't know who the fuck he is.
I'm in a mourning period. If you think you see me on a stream or a podcast, it's actually pre-recorded. I recorded a bunch of like contingency content in the event that Gulen would die.
Yeah. Yeah, Felix is actually not here. He has a real-time AI, very responsive.
No, this is all pre-written.
Yeah.
I'm really good at predicting behavior in conversations.
Yeah.
Everything, if you think that I'm responding to you in chat, I'm just that good at knowing what you're going to say.
Yeah. IAM 751 voted 64% to reject Boeing's latest contract offer. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen when I heard that the contract renegotiation was simply a 35% increase, but no room for pensions. It seems like that was not going to... Anne? Not bad.
Hey, good, how are you?
Felix doing classic astral projection. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I learned how to do it at a young age.
We didn't even watch
we have
fucking clip. I'm sorry. I keep...
No.
Discussion.
The money shot is like, I think...
There's going to have to be a political settlement. And all the efforts to reconcile with the Taliban through the Afghan government, I think we all fully support, because at the end of the day, you know, they're fighting us. They have their agenda. We're there to support the Afghan government. And they're going to have to be convinced or decide on their own that there's a better way to do this. I mean, they've been fighting, what, 40 years? And so we're hopeful that, you know, we can support the Afghan military and the governor in Helmand and the local police and the national police, and that we can create a secure environment so that the Afghan...
We found the best pedophiles in Afghanistan and we're making them run security. Okay? We've given them all the child boys that they could ever desire. We've made sure that we're, you know, we're trying to make sure that our soldiers are bulletproof whenever they turn on us and start killing us inside of the base. We haven't been able to figure out how to combat that problem, but outside of that, things are going fantastic in Afghanistan.
We've tried to make them swallow metal.
Afghans can have an election, and that possibly there'll be a significant enough program so that those Taliban who think there might be a better way to live their lives and continue to have their young men get killed, being led by people that aren't even there in the fight, that live in other countries, and that are convincing them that this is the right thing to do when really all they're doing is making money on drugs.
Wait.
I mean...
That's kind of fucked up. Wait. He's saying that the Taliban are making money selling drugs? Isn't that what we did in Afghanistan?
Yeah. Hamid Karzai's brother was the biggest trafficker in Afghanistan.
Dude, this is some like Israel level projection.
I forgot how crazy like all of our Afghanistan shit was literally until the moment we left.
Yeah. That's crazy. He's like, yeah, they're selling opiates. It's really fucked up. Suspiciously, none of that's coming into the United States of America and only to the European markets. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Listen, the CIA needs to fund itself, and by God, we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that it is funded.
We talk about, you know, the terrorists call themselves, you know, they're the freedom fighters, they're the mujahideen. They're not. They're criminals. I think the Arabic word is takfiri, They're apostates. They hide behind Islam. They sell drugs. They kill innocent people.
He's like, we're the ones who really
That's not
do
what Islam
Islam.
The Afghan army and the American, we're the Mujahideen. We're the Mujahideen.
He's woke. He's woke and gay.
Yeah, this is the woke military.
This is the turn. This is the turn. This is when it happened. America's military became woke and Muslim and gay.
We're the real Mujahideen.
Yeah,
They're
we're-
takfiri.
That's the message. And maybe they'll get tired of this and they'll decide that there's a better way.
Yeah, they
That
did
happened.
They didn't. Yeah, it was a massive success, sir. Thank you. when the fuck was this originally?
This was 2018.
No. This is 2018 is when they uploaded it. I doubt that it was from 2018.
I think it was I remember it.
Oh, it's like recent?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that makes it even worse. He's saying that they're selling drugs and shit. So this is like after the fucking reports that came out and were made public that like the Afghan training program was just like the highest rate of friendly fire incidents ever seen before Israel put numbers on the board in terms of like all the people that they were training would just like come back with a grenade and be like and drop it.
Yeah. I'm rooting for the Haredi conscripts to like beat those numbers. And I think they have it in them. They have it in them
for sure.
I love it when like some Marine officers from like Tennessee is like, I've read the Quran. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of truth in the Quran. You are
Dude.
not true adherents of the Quran. And if you and I were be transported to the moon where Allah lives in his lunar palace, only one of us would be able to meet the prophet. And it wouldn't be you, buddy. It would be this here Marine.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like it's very Homeland.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When you made me watch that, it was so funny
That is
rewatching it.
such a bad show.
Rewatching it and just like realizing that the biggest suspicion that was that he was praying.
Yeah. The scene where his wife sees him like kneeling on a prayer rug is like it's played with the level of seriousness as if she saw him like making out with a child.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
what?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's how his wife felt when he said, "We're the Mujahideen. They're the takfir."
He got home. He was wearing his dress uniform, and she took off his hat, and there was a little kufi on, and he was like, "That's nothing."
Oh, what's going on?
Put
No,
that
he
on
had
by
the
accident.
His forehead starts noticeably becoming more brown from all the prayer that he's doing to showcase his allegiance to Allah. And it's like, Hank, I started noticing that your forehead started getting brown. What's that about? I'm close to Allah while I do my du'as.
His wife is having a book club, and he said, "God damn it!" During Ramadan,
it's like you bought me for my last birthday. You bought me gold, but Allah's told me that a man cannot wear gold jewelry. I must be modest. Turn that music off.
He takes down every like drawing of a person, like all the art depicting
he's
a
going
person.
he's going extra fundy.
Yeah.
One must not try to invoke the image of man. This is akin to the apostles there, or
the apostates.
Yeah, the apostates.
He's on next door. I think I saw Shia gangbangers in the neighborhood. They worship in their temples by crawling around like snakes. The Rafida.
Oh, I love that, dude. The Salafist revert general.
I want to see what this guy's up to now because he's probably like halfway there.
Yeah, no, he is. He's These are the guys that just like come out and will like randomly be like, I think it's unconscionable what Israel's doing.
Yeah. I've secretly been a Muslim for 37 years.
Oh, that's good. Okay, what did Tucker Carlson say? Apparently he's going actually nutty mode.
If you allow your 2-year-old to smear the contents of his diapers on the wall of your living room, and you do nothing about it, if you allow your 14-year-old to light a joint at the breakfast table, if you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're gonna get more of it. And those kids are gonna wind up in rehab. It's not good for you, and it's not good for them. No. There has to be a point at which dad comes home.
Dude, what the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Wait, what? Oh,
my
has he also lost the sauce? Have Republicans just gone too crazy? I don't know.
Going to Twitter did kind of fuck his career up.
Yeah, but
I've
also
never seen anyone talk about him.
Yeah. Remember, he was like, well, I mean, he does have an insanely successful podcast. I think he's top 3 or something, which is crazy. But
no, that makes sense.
But I feel like this kind of rhetoric, I feel like Tucker Carlson 5 years ago would not be saying shit like this. I don't know. It's like Trump is daddy and daddy's coming home.
Well,
but it hits.
It's weird because, I mean, he thinks Trump is stupid. He thinks Trump is a bad leader for national conservatism.
Yeah.
But it's he can't do that now. So
yeah. He has more disdain for the fucking Trumpist right, in my opinion, than even Donald Trump has.
Yeah.
He's just you guys are unwashed monsters. You will never let me do WASP nationalism. I just, he would fit so much better into the dandy boy style conservatism of a fucking Buckley.
Well, he was that.
Yeah.
He was that.
Yeah. He wants to go back to country club Republican CIA shit. But but he's stuck doing more and more populist sentiment.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he saw which way the wind was blowing.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. I think it's also resentment fueled in part.
Let's hear what else he has to say.
Yeah, that's right. Dad comes home. And he's pissed. Dad is pissed. He's not vengeful. He loves his children.
Oh my
Disobedient as they may be, he loves them.
God.
Because they're his children. They live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's going to have to let them know.
This is the only way we can have American fascism. Just super fucking weird on top of everything else.
Yeah. The Gestapo and American fascism will be match slap types who will try to jerk you off in the police car.
This is so what the fuck? What do you mean? Daddy's home. Daddy's gonna give a spanking.
Donald Trump did not raise any of his kids.
Yeah, that's true.
It is such a bad metaphor to put him in.
He's gonna have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Oh my God.
And it has to be this way. It has to be this way because it's true. And you're only gonna get better when you take.
Does he want to fuck his daughter? In
That's
this?
what I'm getting here.
What the fuck? Is he fantasizing about spanking Ivanka or something?
There's never been more pre-cum in a pair of Dockers.
What?
He's
the
rock
fuck?
hard.
What is going on? He thinks this is funny. He thinks it's edgy. No, it just sounds weird.
Yeah, it sounds like
it sounds gross and creepy.
Or he wants to be the girl and get fucked by his dad, Donald Trump. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
It went from the analogy I understand at first. It's Democrats have been fucked up. They deserve a punishment, and Trump is going to dish it out. And he's using this as a vehicle to deliver this message, right? He's using this analogy as the vehicle. But then it got weirdly sexual midway through, where he's like, "Daddy's gonna like it."
Yeah, when he started out, it was like, you know, your toddler like throws his diaper at the wall, or like your daughter slams the door, or your son smokes a joint, and then they all just become like a 14-year-old girl who's getting her ass spanked.
Yeah.
What? There were 3 kids. Now there's 1.
Yeah, and it's all.
Are you her? Are we her? What's going on? To quote Tucker, what's going on?
This reads like a Nick Mullen bit. Like he's just
yeah.
Like if he was like talking about Tucker Carlson's weird sexual pedophilic fantasies.
Dad's coming home and he sees that you've been trying on mom's dresses and wearing her makeup. What's going to happen when he takes you to the movies in that dress and in those high heels and treats you like mom? Are you going to like it? Will I like it? Why am I jacking off to this?
What's going on?
What's going
And you're
on? I
only
never
gonna
look at
get
this
better
type of
when you
porn
take
usually.
responsibility for what you did. That's not said in the spirit of hate. It's not said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice, which is the purest and best thing there is. And without it, things fall apart.
Okay, so after that speech, apparently the crowd was screaming, "Daddy,
That I
Don."
haven't heard is when Tucker Carlson was speaking tonight, he started to say that if Donald Trump were to win, it would be like, quote, "Daddy's home, Daddy's coming home." And he said that Trump, like God, loves all of his children, talking about the mainstream media, in his words, and Democrats, and said that Trump would need to give them a good spanking. Now, this is something the crowd went wild for here. There are thousands of people here. And when Trump came on stage, as you can see speaking behind me, they started screaming and chanting "Daddy's home" and "Daddy Don." So this is something I have not heard at a Trump rally so far. But I can tell you the vibe in the room tonight does almost feel like a mini RNC. And one thing that is
What the fuck? What?
I love both the parties in America. You have one that's like, the ambitions of our dreams are formed from a consensus of that which does not divide us, but instead unites us into the plans that we will hold to account. And then you have the other, which is like, we're all an underage girl and we're going to get fucked.
Daddy,
and then both of those people,
Daddy Trump is going to spank us because we've been bad.
yeah, we're going to get fucked into submission. And both those sides love Israel the equal amount.
Yes.
American politics rocks. Love it.
Yeah, neither side wants to give you health care. Both sides would rather fund Israel than fix anything in the country.
Remember to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is just like, this is dying empire shit. Like, it has to be.
Yeah. It just sucks, though, because it's like, the best case was that we were going to get like someone who understood that, and we were going to have like a negotiated withdrawal from the world, done in the most responsible way. And,
yeah, like England.
Yeah.
You know, fucking pay the piper and like try to concede to whoever's going to be the new fucking global empire.
Or just like, you know, all these countries, they saw their their fundamental like social welfare nets and their signature policies and the state institutions, those were built after their empires. And of course, like, obviously they were built in part with plunder of the third world and of the periphery, but you know, there still would be a transforming of this country and a negotiated withdrawal from every corner of the earth would have been preferable to what we have now, which is just, we're kicking and screaming and throwing our shit everywhere as we're being dragged from the room and trying to bring as many people down with us as possible.
Yeah.
And I just like, I don't see anyone on the horizon who is going to be both aware of that decline and sort of sober-minded enough to go, okay, there's a right way to do this and there's a wrong way to do this.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. It's like
maybe it just needs to be broken up.
How the fuck does this? Yeah, like Gunter style.
Yeah,
you need to be a Gunter, the anti-NATO Gunter that balkanizes the U.S.
Yeah, no, ex America.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna put a hatchet to these states. They are not so united no longer. Ohio cognate now. I don't know. I don't fucking understand like how this actually was a banger in that room. Like it's so weird.
Because
what's the play?
It's unbridled, like
it's like sexual pathology.
Well, yeah, but like also this is something we talk about in the Con Inc. series that we did that's coming out December 1st. That like a lot of movement conservative, like family values politics, as specifically put forth by like James Dobson, the most foundational figures in like modern social conservative movement conservatism, through which all of these guys spring out from, right? All of them have the core belief is that like children are property that are meant to be sold to the highest bidder. All these like homeschooling organizations and these like crazy cult-like groups that were affiliated with James Dobson and Paul Weyrich, who is another foundational figure.
Yeah,
in this movement.
moral majority.
Yeah, all the things they were against, like mandatory reporting, regulations of homeschooling and stuff. They're all the things you would do if you were trying to create like a Ford assembly line of like molestation in every home. I think it is like it cannot be. You can't understand some parts of American conservatism without it.
They're posting Trump highlights.
Still doing the Vietnam thing.
They're posting Trump highlights again.
They suck so fucking much.
They literally call for a market of children, and parents should have the right to starve children. Oh, the Mises, yeah. The libertarian marketplace of babies, the free market of children.
Yeah, like the family as a site of sexual domination is like a fundamental part of like a certain brand of the movement.
I just don't know like how that tracks for like I just don't think that I'll just say this. I don't think that the Democratic Party had to make like I don't even know if they made these concessions to like appeal to these suburban like never Trump Republicans. But they certainly didn't have to make any fucking concessions to them at all. They could have tackled the issue by just pointing to shit like this. Republicans
because they don't. Well, their greatest fantasy is to have it so like these are the most important people in their caucus, and it's a lot easier to make policy for these people than it is for like traditional Democratic voters. I think.
Oh, when I said this, I didn't mean the Vietnam quote. By the way, when I said this, I was talking about
but like
the family spankings.
Yeah, because like they want to give up things to the suburban Republican voters. That's why, like they want to do that.
Comrade Kamala Harris sees that she is losing and losing badly, especially after stealing the race from crooked Joe Biden. So now she's increasingly raising her rhetoric, going so far as to call me Adolf Hitler and anything else that comes to her warped mind. She is a threat to democracy and not fit to be president of the United States, and her polling so indicates. Yeah, the other part of this is that he's also lost the juice. He is so juiceless.
Yeah, third fucking Trump election in a row.
Yeah, he's like 80. He's not Like the McDonald's thing was
That was fun.
That was an old school Trump moment. And beyond that, it's been so fucking dull, and the high notes have always been like really gross and off-putting.
Yeah.
One of my friends was talking to a girl and she said she was attracted to the Republican politician and asked him to fuck her like he's JD Vance when they were hooking up.
I wish you didn't tell me that.
That's have sex with me like a gay man.
Put mascara on. Make my mascara run.
Yeah, it's just from the town hall listening to Tucker Carlson's sex fantasy. 30 years of my life has been shaved off. Yeah, that was weird. That's a weird ass fucking thing. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I
mean, yeah, have you ever seen that clip of like Tucker on Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait, which one? There's a bunch.
The
when
one
he's talking
where,
about like girls?
Yeah,
or,
the one where he's like, my daughter's friends are hot.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, ugh.
Yeah.
He's trying to be a cool guy.
Yeah. That's what's so gross about it, is that he was still like a Bush conservative at that point, and he's like, I like pussy.
Yeah. My daughter's friend's pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they were like, I think they were like 16. Like,
Yeah.
They were not of age, by the way. Isn't it on Bubba and the Love Sponge where he defended Jeff Daniels too? Or the white supremacist guy, like the cult guy?
You mean...
not Jeff Daniels.
I know who you mean. The Mormon guy. Warren Jeffs.
Yeah.
That is where he defended Warren Jeffs.
Sorry, I don't know why. Who the fuck is Jeff Daniels?
An actor.
Oh, okay. Okay, Warren Jeffs.
No, I like his name was on the tip of my tongue too.
Yeah, I think that was on Bubba and the Love Sponge.
Yeah.
Or when he said that, like, oh, that's another thing. He's Mr. Anti-War now, but like, remember back then he would be like, Iraq are primitive barbarian apes that need to be fucking bombed into oblivion.
That's what I fucking hate about all these guys, where they're like, okay, so I just figured out everything I used to believe it was wrong now that I'm 53. So I get to dictate everything from here on out.
Yeah.
And JD Vance, exact same fucking way. He was Mr. fucking World Economic Forum until he was like, what, 40?
Yeah. But also he thought Trump was Hitler.
Yeah.
So he was groomed into that by mainstream media. He was
Larry Summers groomed him.
He was groomed as a 35-year-old adult into believing Trump is Hitler. What a banger point. Fact check.
Ooh, finally.
Pennsylvania.
How do you even
Let's
fact
go to
check?
CNN's
Such a
Daniel Dale for a fact
meandering-
check on some of her statements tonight. Daniel, you've had a chance to
Oh,
go
come on.
through
This
a
is
lot
the
of things
fucking
that were
OG
said.
Trump
What
fact
stands
checker,
out to
dude.
you?
Well,
Daniel
there wasn't
Dale?
a ton to
Yeah.
fact check tonight.
It is
Vice
Daniel
President
Dale.
Harris's comments were mostly general or
You're gonna cut.
biographical,
Felix is walking away 'cause he's
subjective,
gonna
or just
come.
accurate. But she also made
The
at least
sexual-
one false claim, one I'd call an
He's a
exaggeration,
sexual
plus a
dynamo.
couple others that I think left out key context. So first, let's listen to a claim the vice president made about her policy shift on fracking.
That wasn't a
I've been very clear with
no.
her.
That wasn't a
Discussed this in
fucking fake
2020.
shit. She just didn't answer it.
I am not going to ban fracking. I did not as vice president. In fact, as vice president, I cast the tie-breaking vote that now has opened up more fracking leases.
Daniel
You
biggest
point out, too,
deacon
when you were running
DC
for vice
Dale.
president in 2020, you were not talking about banning fracking, but
No, Anderson, I pledged that I would not ban fracking.
right, I know.
It is not true that Harris pledged in 2020 that she would not ban fracking as president. Her campaign has explained that she was referring to her comments in a VP debate with Mike Pence. But here's the thing about that debate. Nowhere in it did Harris say she had changed her own previous 2019
Get him,
support
Daniel.
for a fracking ban. What she did say in that debate twice was that Joe Biden, the head of the Democratic ticket at the time, would not ban fracking himself. I have the quotes here. She said, Joe Biden will not ban fracking, end quote. And then she said, quote,
Wow,
Joe
what a
Biden
fact
will not
check.
end fracking. He has been very clear
What a
about that.
fact
end
check.
quote.
I'm so glad they fact checked her. You can't fact check Kamala Harris. She doesn't say anything. Okay? What is this like impartiality bullshit that they're
Support a
doing?
fracking ban. Now let's listen to something she said tonight about former President Trump's border wall.
Remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it? Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw is about 2%.
it is true Mexico didn't pay for the wall. That 2% figure, though, is at least somewhat too low. Trump repeatedly said on the campaign trail in 2015, 2016, that we need 1,000 miles of wall. And during his presidency, 52 miles of new wall were built where no wall existed before. So even that is more than 5% of his pledge. And he also built an additional 400.
Oh God, I hate these fact checkers so much. What the fuck is this guy saying? What? Why? Hasan, you leave a bad taste in your actual fan's mouth when you time people out without any explanation. I honestly don't feel like I posted anything wrong. Cum guzzling queen is the last thing you said, which is why you got timed out. Which was when? 10:22, a day ago. You've been dicked. Tell me you love me. Gift me the barrel. Treading on me, Rota. Cum guzzling queen. Are you okay, man? Like, I think you got timed out for a good reason. Like, what the fuck? Stop being weird.
For the rich.
All right. Well, Daniel, thank you so much for going through that and all those, to go through the specifics that there were to make sure everyone understands the facts. Thank you. And we are about to hear from some of those voters who were in the room tonight. Did Vice President sway them one
Daniel
way?
Dale's fact checking was literally, she said Trump paid 2% of the border wall, but it was actually 5%. That's not even a joke. That's what he said.
Daniel Dale, you are washed.
Yeah, I
Daniel Dale used to get 30 unread DMs from Margot Robbie every day at his height in 2018.
Yeah.
Daniel Dale.
Margot Robbie was in his DMs being like, I love how you fact check Donald Trump. Mango Mussolini.
Yeah. She was doing the thing where it's like, hey, do you see these? Do you see these?
Yeah.
And then she would get embarrassed and be like, hey, this is Margot's friend. She's actually in the hospital right now. And then the next day, hey.
Yeah.
But now he can't, he doesn't rate.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's
He's
sad to leave the
lost
Trump
sauce.
years. The Trump years were so fun for me. Daniel Dale.
Has Felix had a chance to laugh at the Hamas detransitioner yet?
I know about Haganah Gatsby.
Yeah. Haganah Gatsby. Jesus Christ. Okay. It's like, how was no one infuriated by the fact check? He said that has nothing to do with what was actually being said at the moment. Dude, what are you talking about? You said cum guzzling queen and you got timed out for 1 day. Shut the fuck up. Like, there was a valid reason for you to be timed out. What the fuck? I can't believe that chatter is still like, no, dude, I'm going to defend my right to be able to write cum guzzling queen at the Hasan Abi broadcast. There was an injustice that took place here. Silence in the face of injustice is standing with the oppressor. You are the oppressor, sir. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Did I even watch a single? Oh, I didn't even get through any of this shit, but Ben Shapiro, Kamala reaching out to the Jewish voters debate Trump or Kamala swing state. What the fuck is this?
Oh, is that the ad I was talking about? Or no, it looks too long.
No, it's an hour long.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, I'm done for today. We've done 9 hours, chat. I know I said I was going to do a scary game, but that's going to be tomorrow.
What are you going to play?
I have 3 games lined up on the docket that I got from our wonderful gaming channel editors. They are... Where the fuck are they? Hold on. Why is everything uncategorized on my Steam? Wait, what the fuck? Why won't it show like downloaded versus not downloaded? I downloaded 3 games. I'll tell you what they are. Hold on. They're short. But the games are... I don't know why it's not showing like on my Steam list. That's weird. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Do, 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 do. Okay. They are. Do, 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 do. Okay. Baizu, 45-minute long horror game. They came out in May. You play from the perspective of a cop responding to an eerie call. Exit 8. That's another 40-minute scary game. Japan's most popular horror game. Connor Dog Veterans Affair played it. Don't Scream. If you scream, you restart. It's an Unreal Engine 5 short. It's 18 minutes horror experience. And there's a whole bunch of other options, but I downloaded
cool.
3 like scary games.
I like the idea of like games of that length. I think that's cool.
Why the fuck don't you care? What about what? What is happening, man? What's happening in my chat? It's all the crazies are in now. It's about that time. But yeah, that's all I got for today, chat. Thank you, Felix. Felix,
My pleasure.
What do you is there anything you want to plug? Anything you want to promote?
One thing is we have our show in Los Angeles Monday, November 4th, right before the election, at the Jack Aratani Theater with episode 1. This will be the only way to see Joe Biden 3. The only way.
Damn.
The only way. Beyond that, Matt's excellent book about the Spanish Civil War, and December 1st, my debuting series about Conservative Inc. If you thought this talk about Paul Weyrich and James Dobson was interesting, I've already recorded 5, but there will be 6, probably like at least 90-minute episodes, I'm guessing. One of them may be like 2 hours, but very well researched episodes. Credit to my friend Spencer and Edinger Mentum, who they did such amazing work on this. I really credit them with all the research and content. I really just like directed things and edited for jokes, but I'm really happy with how it's come together, and I think everyone's gonna like it. And there will be an epilogue episode with both of my researchers, Spencer and Edinger Mentum, after the series is done, after the first 6 episodes come out. But yeah, look forward to that.
All right.
At patreon.com/Chapo Trap House.
Hell yeah. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Love you all. Bye-bye. Peace.
There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.